Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
One Piece, The Fire Within, by XFangHeartX. What starts out as a normal exploration turns into a fight for Luffy's life when an evil dragon named Kovar suddenly abducts him. In order to save him, the Straw Hats must go somewhere they have never gone before. Inside their captain's memories. Huge shout out to all the warlords of this channel. You know who you are. Want to stand among legends? Join the channel membership and show your support. Adios.
Tense could barely describe what the Straw Hats were feeling as they watched the battle between Luffy and Crocodile. Aika whimpered worriedly as she clung to Nami's hand, even covered her eyes with Luffy's hat, but despite her fear, curiosity continued to force her to peek from under the rim. Out of everyone, though, Zoro was the most nervous of all, despite how stoic he looked while he was watching. After all, he knew what happened when went up against one of the 7 warlords without being fully prepared. As Luffy's fist flew at Crocodile, the warlord ducked his head down before his body turned into sand, which flew at Luffy before he even had time to blink. Thankfully, he managed to dodge Crocodile's golden hook, just as it was mere inches away from his face. He then tried to hit Sandman with a gum-gum stamp, but due to the lack of armaments hockey, his foot only ended up going right through him and Luffy ended up rolling along the sand. Ugh. This makes me so nervous, Aika said. I don't want to watch because back then, this was before Big Brother had that hockey thing. Then why are you even watching? Kumi asked. I have to, Aika cried. It's Big Brother. You know I can't resist when he's fighting. Even when he's not doing so good, he looks so cool. Kuhahahaha, Crocodile laughed. Throw everything you've got at me, Straw Hat, but you still won't. Gum Gum Gatling, Luffy roared as he threw a flurry of punches at the warlord, but again, his fists only went right through him. Oh, man! Usopp exclaimed as he put his hands on his head. Why doesn't Luffy just run away? He sees that his attacks won't work on him. Because if he did, Crocodile would just go after us before we got Vivi to Alubarna, said Nami. You know that. I am not saying he had to lead him towards us, Usopp argued. Maybe he could have lured Crocodile away and then run to try and catch up to us later. What good would that do? Sanji asked. It still wouldn't stop Crocodile. He's right, Frankie said. That crazy psycho would still kill everyone in the country, wouldn't he? I guess you have a point, Usopp said, defeated. Crocodile continued to try and mock Luffy, who continuously struck him with his attacks, despite knowing that they didn't work. He struck him with his bazooka attack and even stomped him out with his battle axe move. Hell, he even stomped his foot against the sand for good measure. Still, Crocodile appeared right behind him and attempted to mock Luffy, again, only for him to get punched in the face, even though it ended up turning into sand. What was that? Luffy asked. You trying to say something, Croc? At that moment, Crocodile finally started to look annoyed. Hey, Zoro smirked. Leave it to Luffy to hit him where it hurts. Very brave of him, Robin added. Yeah, but he really ought to watch it, said Sanji. He wasn't prepared to face a warlord, let alone a warlord with the powers of a logia-type devil fruit. That's true, Nami said, nervously. From here on out, we don't know what will happen. I'm through messing around with you, boy, Crocodile said venomously while the tiny hourglass continued to fill with sand as the seconds ticked by. Playtime is over. Who the hell said I'm playing? Luffy questioned. Still, he's just like Smokey. I can't hit this guy without him turning into sand. You and I are in a completely different class, Straw Hat, Crocodile exclaimed as his hand turned into sand. Desert Spada. He then threw the sand at Luffy, who didn't move at first, until he saw a tiny pebble get sliced in half, causing him to gasp before he jumped out of the way. Holy crap! He cursed. Wah! Aika shrieked. Big Brother would have been next if that sand hit him. The sand didn't just hit the rock, said Nami as she pointed to the huge open ravine in the desert. I don't believe it, Blizzard exclaimed. He managed to do that? He must be an awakened devil fruit user. Oh, come on, that's just as bad, Usopp complained. Nice job on dodging, Crocodile quipped, mockingly. If you had been a second too late, you wouldn't even have time to say, holy crap, before you got sliced in half." "Whoa." Luffy gaped as he looked at the huge ravine. "I've trained hard to develop my devil fruit powers," Crocodile said as he held up his hand, sand falling from his very fingers. "I can use them to make any weapon of my choosing. Unlike some fools who are satisfied with their powers the way they are. I continually conditioned myself and improved my skills. I'll make you regret you ever tangled with me, Straw Hat, Desert Girasole." He slammed his right hand down into the sand. At first, nothing happened. But then, Luffy screamed as he fell down, right into a giant sandpit. "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa," he cried as he tried to run out of the hole, only to slide toward the middle. "Aw, crap, the sand's sucking me in." "Never heard of quicksand, boy?" Crocodile asked. "It makes a convenient grave in the desert. The sand gets sucked down into an underground river. It's easy for me to detect its location. In a battle in the desert sands, no one has ever stood a chance against me." "Damn it," Frankie cursed. "This couldn't get any worse, could it?" "Luffy's basically fighting Crocodile at his strongest," Robin said. "I hate to say it, but he didn't stand a chance." "This can't be happening," Aika cried as she put her hands on her head. "Big Brother's getting beaten?" "Say it isn't so," Kumi exclaimed. "Oh, now I don't want to watch," Chopper added as he covered his eyes. "Ha! Ha!" Luffy panted as he kept running. "I'm not gonna let you bury me here, you bastard." He stretched his arms way back. Gum Goom. Bazooka. Instead of hitting Crocodile, Luffy slammed the ground with both arms, using the momentum to send himself flying out of the pit. "Wow!" Aika exclaimed. "He got out, very clever," Brook added. "Yes," Robin began, "but it won't be enough." "She's right," said Zoro. "This fight was decided a long time ago." "What do you mean?" asked Aika. "If punching won't work," Luffy began as he tangled his fingers up. Then, Gum Gum Net, he threw his fingers at Crocodile, attempting to catch him, just like he did with Arlong, but the warlord ended up catching Luffy's fingers with his powers. "Don't you ever learn, kid?" Crocodile asked. "I told you, it's useless." Gum Gum Whip. Luffy yelled as he used his leg to split the Sandman in half. But still, Crocodile managed to regenerate. "That same old routine, huh?" he asked in a bored voice before he pulled Luffy closer, Crescent Cutlass. He swiped his right arm against Luffy's own right arm, and as Luffy fell to the ground, he screamed in both horror and agony. His right arm had shriveled up into a husk. "Ah!" Luffy screamed. "My arm's been mummified." "Ah!" Aika shrieked. "Big Brother's arm, what happened?" Frankie questioned. "Crocodile sucked out all the moisture inside," Robin answered, grimly. "Luffy," Nami whispered, her hands covering her mouth in horror and worry. "Oh, man. I think I'm gonna be sick," Usopp added, his arms around his stomach. "As am I," Brook began, "and I don't even have a stomach anymore." "This is one of the properties of sand," Crocodile explained with an arrogant grin. "It absorbed the moisture inside your arm. And once it's absorbed all of your body's moisture, you'll be nothing more than another example of what my powers can do. That's the way of the desert." RRRRGH. "Damn you," Luffy cursed as he stood up. Then he gasped, as if remembering something. "Wait, that's it." He then turned and ran to his discarded desert robes, causing Crocodile to blink in bewilderment. "What's Big Brother doing?" asked Aika. "I don't know," Usopp answered. "Come on, where is it?" Luffy asked as he searched his robes. "Where? Aha!" He then picked up the small barrel of water that Toto gave him. "Oh!" Nami exclaimed. "The water, of course," Usopp added. Luffy sucked up the water through the straw, and just licked to normal. "Yay! It's not mummified anymore," Aika exclaimed. "Yeah," Chopper began, "but how much longer is Luffy gonna last? He can't even touch Crocodile." "Chopper's right," said Blizzard. "I didn't even join up with you guys, yet, and I already feel like Luffy won't last much longer, here." "Ridiculous," Crocodile muttered. "No, it isn't," Luffy yelled. "I got this water from the dried-up pops in Yuba. He worked all night to get it, and he told me that Yuba won't lose to the sand." He then charged at Crocodile. Gum Goom. "You still want to fight, do you?" Crocodile asked. "Munch munch. Chomp." Luffy suddenly enlarged his head and bit Crocodile in half. "What the hell?" Frankie asked, completely bewildered. So that's where he got that from. Blizzard muttered in a deadpan tone. I fell for such a moron, Nami said. Wait, did Big Brother just eat him? Asked Aika. Luffy's a cannibal? Kumi inquired, greatly confused. No, Usopp shouted. I mean, I don't think so. I think Luffy was influenced by Wapol just a little too much, Chopper spoke. I wish he'd take this crap seriously, Sanji added. Unfortunately, Luffy ended up spitting Crocodile back out, and the warlord looked absolute irate. Enough of this nonsense, Crocodile shouted. I've had it up to here with you, Straw Hat. Luffy only coughed as he wiped his mouth. You can die along with Yuba. Crocodile hissed. Your 3 minutes are finally up. The Straw Hats momentarily glanced at the hourglass, which had completely run out. Huh? Luffy muttered, sticking his tongue out of his mouth. This is what I warned you about, Crocodile said. I've wasted enough time on you as it is. He then raised his hands. Sables. Soon, a giant whirlwind of sand swirled around Luffy and Crocodile, the former holding up his arms to shield himself from the flying sand. Even the Straw Hats shielded themselves, despite there being no reason to. Ah! Crocodile sighed, pleasantly. The sand's just right. He then looked at Luffy, who glared at him through the blinding sand. Okay, Straw Hat. Here's a little question for you. The prevailing winds in this area always blow from north to south. So if this sandstorm were to, say, head south and grew stronger as it went, what would lie in its devastating path? The south? Luffy asked. Yuba, Crocodile grinned, causing Luffy to grit his teeth in anger. Why? Luffy questioned as he practically threw himself at Crocodile and grabbed him by the collar of his coat. What the hell are you doing? Look at that, Crocodile smirked as he watched the sandstorm. It's already headed south. The dried up pops has nothing to do with this, Luffy yelled. Stop it, damn you. How cruel, Aika exclaimed. Why would he ever do such a thing? Brook questioned. Because it's Crocodile, Robin said while she closed her eyes. Kuhahahaha. Laughed Crocodile as Luffy was tossed back by the sand and wind. Give it up, boy. You can't possibly hope to win. That sandstorm will just get bigger and bigger until it has reached cataclysmic power. Yuba is finished. Damn you, Luffy roared as he grabbed at Crocodile's coat, again. Stop it, right now. Suddenly, Luffy paused in mid-sentence, a blank look of shock on his face. At first, the Straw Hats couldn't figure out why, until Aika shrieked. Look, she cried as she pointed at something, jutting out of Luffy's back, and that's when the Straw Hats made the horrifying realization. It was Crocodile's hook, piercing through his stomach and out his back. Luffy had been stabbed. Oh my God, Nami whispered in horror, her hands covering her mouth. Usopp gaped in utter shock, horror, and disbelief at what he was seeing, as was Chopper, Frankie, Blizzard, Brook, and Sanji. Aika and Kumi were in tears at this point, seeing Luffy getting impaled. Zoro just stared, too horrified and appalled to even utter a single word. And Robin? Well, she looked away. She knew how this ended, but it didn't make the pain any less. That's way too close to his heart, Chopper whispered. Remember the huge scar that was left behind when he examined after the battle was over? Now he almost wished he didn't see how it got there, as did the rest of the Straw Hats. For the first time in their lives, they had witnessed Luffy's first defeat. It's like a nightmare, Sanji whispered. And Vivi was just getting through telling us that Luffy wouldn't lose while we were on our way to Alubarna, Nami whispered. So that's why they thought they'd killed him, Usopp added. Holy shit. Frankie cursed. Big brother, Aika whispered, tearfully, unable to handle seeing her older half-brother getting impaled. Robin knew she should have covered her eyes, but in this case, she just didn't act quick enough. Just who the hell do you think you're talking to, boy? Crocodile asked while Luffy on the end of his hook. You're just some two-bit rookie. Upstarts like you, Straw Hat, are a dime a dozen on the Grand Line. And they always meet the same fate. As Crocodile, the sandstorm he unleashed was getting farther and farther away, headed toward Yuba. Yuba will die, the warlord continued while Luffy hung limp on his hook. That sandstorm will destroy it. And the rebels will grow even more enraged. Their misguided love for this country will tear it apart. And the same will go for you, Straw Hat. A shame, really. You just might have lived a little longer, if you didn't have such foolish compassion. That's when he noticed something. The barrel that Luffy had around his neck had also been pierced, and the water was spilling onto his arm. HMPH, Crocodile scoffed. Water, eh? Well, you won't feel any more gratitude for this water. Suddenly, Luffy reached up and grabbed Crocodile's wrist. And he squeezed so hard, he actually caused him to cry out in pain. You're still alive? Crocodile questioned. Luffy groaned and coughed up blood. His eyes had rolled into the back of his head, but he was still conscious, if only a little. Why you? Crocodile growled before he threw Luffy down into the sandpit. He cried out in pain, coughing up more blood, but then he growled as he tried to pull himself. But he was too weak. You're in a lot of pain, now, aren't you? Crocodile asked with a smirk. Don't worry. Soon, you won't feel anything. Kuhahahaha. He then turned and walked away. Farewell. Luffy reached his hand up, just as his vision finally started to blur. Then, the Straw Hats could hear the ominous sound of his heartbeat, which started to slow down. Then, there was darkness, and silence. No way. Usopp whispered in shock. This can't be, Brook added. My god, Zoro spoke. Luffy, he's dead. The Straw Hats gasped as they turned around, only to see 3 pairs of glowing red eyes approaching them. Shade! Nami shouted as she pulled Aika and Kumi close to her, causing the Hellhound to chuckle as he appeared from the darkness. Surprise, surprise, he sang, mockingly. What are you doing here? Robin questioned. I just thought I'd check up on you, Shade replied as he circled around the Straw Hats, leaving a trail of smoke behind him. You've come quite a long way. Just to see your captain be squashed like the miserable little rubber bug that he is. He then stopped. After all, you knew this was coming, didn't you, Roronoa? Zoro tensed up for a moment. You knew what would happen if Straw Hat faced one of the 7 warlords, said Shade. But did you warn him? Oh, no. You had to do the honorable thing and let your captain fight his own battles. And what happened? He died like a fool. Shut up, Zoro hissed. Why didn't you warn him, Roronoa? Asked Shade. Your captain wouldn't have had to suffer his defeat if you had just warned him. Or maybe, you wanted him to die. I said shut up, Zoro yelled as he charged at the Hellhound, who opened his mouth and let out a stream of F-man blocked with his swords as he kept charging ahead. Then, Zoro made a downward slash as he burst through the flames, but Shade disappeared. Where'd he go? Zoro questioned as he looked around, just as Shade's eyes appeared behind him and opened his jaws. Heads up, Moss Head, Sanji yelled as he jumped into the air and kicked Shade in the face, just when the Hellhound was about to bite down on Zoro's head. Ugh! Shade cried as he fell to the ground, then growled as he retreated into the darkness. However, the Straw Hats knew he wasn't done yet. He was skulking around, somewhere. They knew he'd have to appear, eventually. As Robin turned around, she gasped as Shade lunged for her, but she quickly used her powers to subdue him, even forcing his mouth shut so he wouldn't breathe fire again. When Shade dropped to the ground, however, he soon vanished in a puff of smoke, flying past the group and leaving a trail behind him, causing them to cough. As he came flying back, however, his mouth gaped open, preparing to bite Aika in the face, which caused her to shriek in fright. Until Usopp held up his black kabuto. Certain death. Green Star. Impact Wolf. He yelled as he fired his Impact Wolf at Shade, who gasped as a huge wolf made of plants appeared. Before he could even react quick enough, the bulb that made up the wolf's nose struck him, causing him to get sent flying back. Ugh! The Hellhound cried as he fell to the ground, then groaned as he stood up. Want some more? Usopp questioned. Because we have plenty. Where that came from, Blizzard added with a deep growl. You win, for now, Shade said as he backed away, but I'm warning you. Leave or you'll be seeing something even worse. With that, he disappeared into the darkness again. At that moment, Zoro sighed as he collapsed on his knees, causing the others to go to his side in concern. I'm all right, Zoro said. Just thinking. Zoro, Robin spoke as she put her hand on his shoulder. Don't let Shade said get to you. It wasn't your fault. Miss Robin speaks the truth, Brooke added. There was no way you could have known how this would end. And besides, Blizzard began. Luffy was dead for just a few minutes. He's still okay. No, it is my fault, Zoro replied. Shade was right. I should have warned Luffy, but instead, I had to put my faith in him. And Luffy died, even if it was just for a few minutes, because of me. Zoro, that's not true, Nami said. Even if you did warn Luffy, it wouldn't have stopped him. Nami's right, Sanji added. Besides, we had no choice but to leave Luffy behind. It's not like he's mad at us. He knew the risks and took them, anyway. So stop feeling sorry for yourself. Frankie spoke up. Seriously, that doesn't suit you at all. Besides, Aika began. How are we gonna save Big Brother if we're all sad? I think this is what Shade and Cover were really warning us about, Robin said. We had no idea what kind of memories Luffy really has. And just like now, we saw something we weren't prepared to see. And Shade is trying to make us feel guilty about certain things to make us abandon our mission, Sanji surmised. Like with what happened just now, said Nami. He thought that as seeing Luffy die, even for a few minutes, would make us feel bad about leaving him behind to face Crocodile alone. Well, it didn't work, Zoro replied as he stood up. It's true. I could have warned Luffy about facing Crocodile, but I didn't. But I'm not gonna be a big crybaby about it. We just have to keep going. When we find Luffy, Chopper began, remind me to give him a checkup. Who knows what else kind of scars and wounds he might be hiding. That sounds like a good idea, Chopper, said Blizzard. All of a sudden, the Straw Hats could hear the sound of a heartbeat. It was slow, but it was gradually becoming stronger and steadier. Is that? Kumi asked. Yeah, I think it's Luffy's heart, Usopp answered. All of a sudden, everything returned in nearly a flash. Luffy was coughing and gasping for breath, blood still spilling out of his mouth and out the open wound in his stomach. That's when the Straw Hats noticed that he was being held by several arms that had sprouted out of the sand. The Straw Hats didn't ask. They knew who it was who saved their captain. As Luffy lied on the sand, panting heavily, past Robin approached him, holding his straw hat in her hand. He looked up at her, coughing weakly as he put his hand over his injury. Thank you, he wheezed. Why do you fight? Asked past Robin. Wah? Luffy asked, weakly. Why do you people fight, at all? Asked past Robin. Those with the name of D? Luffy repeated. D, Aika parroted, as well. Never mind, past Robin said with a sigh. It seems it's pointless to ask you. Found you? A voice shouted from behind her, causing everyone to look up and see a young man, wearing white robes and a bandana around his forehead. It's Pell, Sanji exclaimed. Who? Aika asked. Vivi's bodyguard, Nami replied. Oh, so you're here, are you? Asked past Robin as she placed Luffy's hat on the captain's chest. Now that I know what kind of powers you have, Pell began as he held up a sword. Things will end differently, this time. How come he's limping? Usopp asked. I broke his back, Robin replied, casually. Ouch, Sanji winced. I'm amazed he's even standing. I'd be careful if I were you, said past Robin. You're hurt a lot worse than you think. She then turned and walked away. But you're just in time, however. Why don't you help that boy, there, instead? After all, if it wasn't for him and his crew, your precious princess wouldn't even have made it back home, safely. What? Pell asked. That's right, past Robin said as she approached a smaller variant of the banana gator. Only this one had the banana growing out of its snout and it had some sort of windshield. Your princess is still alive and she's on her way to the capital as we speak. I don't know what'll happen to her now, though, considering the situation. She soon got into the gator's saddle and the beast ran off at high speed. Aunt Robin? Asked Aika. Why did you save Big Brother, anyway? Yeah, Robin, Usopp said. Luffy was your enemy back then. Why'd you help him? Even I don't know the reason why I helped him, anymore, Robin said with a sigh. But I don't regret it. Even I couldn't allow Luffy to die a dog's death. No offense, Blizzard. None took, Blizzard replied. As Pell fell to his knees in frustration. Luffy grabbed him by his arm and dragged himself toward him. Huh? Pell muttered. What are you? Give me. MEAAT, Luffy roared. As the memory faded to black. Typical, Sanji shrugged. Luffy's nearly at the end of his rope. and he still yells for meat like a dog. Big brother sure looked mad, Aika said, nervously. Yeah, I'll say, Kumi agreed. It's because he lost, said Zoro, causing the others to look at him. What do you mean? Frankie replied. This is the first time Luffy's lost in a fight against a pirate, Zoro answered. He's tasted defeat for the very first time and he's frustrated with his loss. To put it simply, he was humbled. Geez, Usopp muttered. Is that how you felt when Mihawk defeated you? Yeah, Zoro replied. Wasn't the first time, either. Pardon? Nami asked. Nothing, Zoro answered. Don't worry about it. It is true, though, Robin said. Luffy was reckless and arrogant. This is the second time he had to fight a logia user, and now he realizes that not every fight is going to end with him winning. I guess losing really is that bad, huh? Asked Aika. Losing a fight isn't the best, said Blizzard, but it's just as important as winning. It is, Aika repeated. Sometimes, when you lose a fight, Zoro began, it gives you the opportunity to look back and learn from it. That way, you can plan your strategy for the next battle. And if you play your cards right, you just might turn the muttered. I didn't think of it that way. The life of a pirate is always full of battles, Aika, said Blizzard. It's okay to have a few wins under your belt. Just don't let it get to your head. It's okay to suffer humiliation, now and then. Just be sure that when you lose the fight, Usopp began, you don't lose your life. Just my advice. Aika and Kumi both gulped and nodded their heads. At that moment, the memories started again, this time showing Luffy riding on the back of Pell, who had transformed into a giant falcon, and for some reason, Luffy was holding a giant barrel on his back. He also had bandages wrapped around his wound, but at least he looked a lot better than he did earlier. Whoa, that's so cool, Aika exclaimed. Yeah, Kumi agreed, her tail wagging excitedly. How come he's carrying that big barrel of water? Brook asked. Search me, Frankie shrugged. I'm not sure if Luffy's really ready to keep fighting, though, Chopper spoke up, worriedly. Are you certain about this? Asked Pell. It might not be wise to fight in your condition, you were almost near death, earlier? It's fine, Luffy reassured. I ate lots of meat, so I'm raring to go. That's really not how meat works, Nami deadpanned. Maybe for Luffy, it does, Chopper replied, just as exasperated. Even if you have devil fruit powers, said Pell, you shouldn't treat such a mortal wound so lightly. Luffy put his hand over his bandages, wincing slightly. It was obvious he was still in pain, but as always, he chose to ignore it. It's fine, he said. I've been through a lot worse before. Oh, Luffy. Nami whispered. I really wish he wouldn't do that, Chopper said. I hate it when he acts like wounds so severe don't bother him. It's Luffy, Zoro replied. What are you gonna do? Like you have any room to talk, Sanji countered. You're just as bad as Luffy with that crap, Moss head. Excuse me? Zoro questioned as he got in his face. Why don't you say that to my face? Bonk. Nami quickly bopped the two of them in the head before they could go into it any further. Morons, she snarled. If you're really alright, Pell began, I guess that's okay. I can't really speak for myself since that woman attacked me. It's a good thing I had my powers. Otherwise, she would have broken both my spine and my neck. So you can heal fast, too? Luffy asked. Of course, Pell answered. We devil fruit users are known for having higher endurance than those without powers. Although, some devil fruits are better used for healing and recovery than others. They say that Logia users heal the fastest while Paramecia users heal the slowest while Zone users are somewhere in between. Nevertheless, we can take a beating and be able to recover faster than most people can. Is that true? Asked Aika, looking at her own hands. I heard rumors that devil fruit users heal faster than most people, Chopper said. I guess it does explain how Luffy can recover from grave wounds. Not to mention he did spend most of his childhood living on a mountain, Sanji pointed out. He had to get stronger in order to survive. I suppose that's also why Robin, Chopper, and Brook can take a beating. To a certain extent, anyway, Usopp added. Oh, and Aika, too. Come to think of it, when I'm training with Big Brother, Aika began, the bandages I'm wearing for any small cuts or bruises go away by the next day. That still doesn't why Zoro, Sanji, and Blizzard have such crazy resilience, though, said Usopp as he looked to the other three members of the Monster Quartet. That's because Zoro and Sanji are beyond human, Nami deadpanned, and Blizzard is half wolf. So he's stronger than most dogs. It's because he has the blood of a wild animal in him. You almost make that sound like it's a bad thing, Blizzard quipped. Just then, something came into view. A city, shrouded in sand and gunpowder. Luffy coughed and covered his mouth, trying to shield his eyes. Down below, the Straw Hats could hear the sounds of a battle. "What's going on?" he asked. "Where are we?" "This is Alubarna," said Pell. "What's all that noise?" Ika asked. "It's the Civil War," Robin said. "It already started." "What?" Ika asked in shock. "Where were you all?" Brook inquired. "We were fighting with the other Baroque Works single-digit agents," Sanji answered. "I was fighting with Bon Clay. Chopper and I were fighting Mr. Fore and his penguin partner, Miss Merry Christmas," Usopp added. "And their bazooka." Chopper spoke up. "It ate a devil fruit that made it turn into a dog." "Wait. A gun ate a devil fruit?" asked Ika. "How does that work?" asked Kumi. "I think the scientist, Vegapunk, has something to do with that," Frankie said. "We're not really sure how he made it work." "I was fighting Mr. One," Zoro spoke up. "That was how I first learned how to cut through steel." "And what about you, big sis Nami?" asked Ika. "I was fighting Mr. One's partner, Miss Doublefinger," Nami answered, quietly glaring at Usopp, who gulped nervously. "Do you see Vivi anywhere?" Luffy asked, still shielding his face. "I can't see through all this damn sand." "This is not your average sandstorm," Pell said. "This is definitely Crocodile's handiwork." "Grr. Crocodile." Luffy cursed. "Don't worry, I'll kick his ass and save Vivi for sure." "I don't know where Crocodile might be," Pell began, "but I believe Princess Vivi is at the palace. That is if the rebels haven't taken over yet." "Then let's go, and be quick about it," Luffy yelled, and soon, Pell took off at top speed. And soon after, a frightening image came into view. There was Crocodile, standing on top of the palace, holding Vivi by the throat and preparing to drop her into the streets below. "Vivi!" Sanji cried in horror. "Oh, my god!" Nami shouted with her hands over her mouth. "Princess!" Pell yelled. "Fly faster!" Luffy shouted. "We gotta save Vivi before he drops her." "I can't look," Ika cried as she covered her eyes. "Me, neither," Kumi agreed as she also covered her eyes. "Please tell me he makes it," Brook added. Robin, however, could only look away. She remembered how Crocodile tore into Vivi, verbally mocking her for being unable to stop her country from destroyed. How she lacked the power to actually prevent the war from even happening in the first place. That the 2 years she spent acting as a spy in Baroque Works ended up being all for nothing. She could still remember the tears of pain, anger, and bitterness in the poor princess's eyes. All Robin could feel at that point was guilt for helping Crocodile. "Farewell, Princess," Crocodile smirked. Just as he dropped Vivi, who screamed as she plummeted toward the ground, but then "Crocodile!" Luffy roared at the very top of his lungs, causing the warlord to grit his teeth in anger. "Straw Hat?" he asked. "Impossible, Luffy!" Vivi cried, joyfully as Pell swooped in, allowing Luffy to catch her in his arms, just in the nick of time. "Phew," he sighed in relief. "Made it." "What happened?" Ika asked as she peeked through her fingers. "Did he get her?" "Yep," Usopp answered. "Vivi's safe." Both Ika and Kumi sighed in relief. "Back then, I would have been pissed," Sanji began, "but I'm sure as hell glad that Luffy caught her in time." "Me, too," Nami smiled, a hand over her chest to calm her pounding heart. "Luffy," Vivi whispered, tearfully. "Pell. She choked back a sob. I can't stop them, there's going to be a huge explosion in the square. Everyone will die, and I can't do anything, my voice can't reach anyone." "It's okay, Vivi," Luffy said, assuringly as he held her tightly, his usual confident grin on his face. "I could hear you, loud and clear." Vivi gasped in Luffy's ear, then broke down crying. "Thank you," she whispered. "Leave it to Luffy to know just what to say," Nami smiled, proudly. "Wait, what did she mean, explosion?" Frankie asked. "Crocodile set up a bomb to explode in the square," Robin answered. "It was going to vicinity, even his own men." If it wasn't for Pell, Nami began, everyone would have been dead. What do you mean? Aika asked. Pell took the bomb high over the city, Chopper answered, and it exploded there. He blew himself up? Blizzard questioned. You mean he's dead, now? Kumi asked in disbelief. Well, we thought that, at first, Sanji began, but it turned out not to be the case. You see, we've been keeping in touch with Vivi and it turns out he survived. He did? Frankie inquired. How he survived such a huge explosion is beyond us. Nami began. But now that I think about it, it probably has something to do with what Pell said about devil fruit users having more endurance than most people. We did think he was dead for a while, though, Usopp added. But he's okay, now, Aika acknowledged before she sighed in relief. Good. At that moment, Pell landed in front of the palace, allowing Luffy to jump off his back. Be careful, Luffy, the Falcon Man warned. Hey? Luffy smirked as he swung his arm around. Don't worry about me. Like I said, I had a lot of meat, so I'm itching for a fight. There's no way I can lose, now. He then prepared to stretch his arms back, preparing to pull himself up toward Crocodile, who glowered down at him from atop the palace roof. Ah! Luffy, you're alive. Behind Luffy, the past Straw Hats appeared, and for some reason, past Usopp was in a full body cast. I knew it, past Usopp shouted. I knew he was alive, didn't I tell you guys? Sure you did, Usopp, past Sanji replied. Usopp? Sanji? Tony? Vivi exclaimed. Vivi? Past Sanji cried as he ran up to her and gently held her hands. Are you okay? What happened? You're hurt? I'm fine, now, Sanji, Vivi replied as she leaned against him, causing him to gasp silently before he smiled and held her close, thanks to Luffy. Good, past Sanji whispered in relief. Just then, past Nami came up and whacked past Usopp on the back of his head. Usopp, you jackass, she shouted while past Zoro walked up behind her, his chest all bloodied. Ouch, past Usopp yowled. Nami, Vivi acknowledged. Mr. Bushido, you're all okay. What the hell did you hit me for? Nami, past Usopp questioned. I asked you to make me a weapon, you idiot, past Nami barked. Not a party favor, I almost got killed because of you. I thought you said you couldn't stand up, past Zoro yelled. I had to carry you for nothing? Nami, you're all right, past Sanji cheered. At least you figured out in the end, right? Asked past Usopp. When this is over, you're dead, past Nami threatened. Got it? She then turned to Vivi while past Chopper examined past Usopp. Vivi, what's the situation? Why's there sand everywhere? While Vivi explained what happened, the Straw Hat members who hadn't joined at the time all looked over the past versions of their crewmates. Needless to say, they were quite shocked by their current condition. They all looked bruised up, scratched, and bloodied, but past Zoro and past Usopp had to be the worst out of them all. Sheesh, Frankie muttered. You guys were sure put through the ringer. Tell me about it, Usopp said. I knew I looked back, but I didn't think it was that bad. Nami, you weren't even hurt that badly, Zoro argued. You made me carry you all the way to the palace for nothing. Oh, get off my case, will you? Nami questioned. For your information, I got stabbed in the foot. I'm not some superhuman like you. Luffy wasn't the only who passed out after the fight, Chopper piped up. We were all exhausted. We slept through the whole night. Guys, Luffy spoke up, causing the Straw Hats' past selves to turn to their captain as he stretched his arms, grabbing onto the rooftop wall. I'm sorry. That bastard beat me. Back in the desert. He turned and grinned at them. But I'm not gonna lose again, I swear. I'm sorry I lost. I hope you guys don't hate me for this. Oh, God, Luffy. Nami whispered, sadly. Geez, he took that defeat harder than I thought, Sanji realized. He sounded so sad, Aika spoke. Maybe he feels like he let you guys down, Blizzard concurred. Never, Usopp shouted. Luffy could never let us down, no matter what. Yes, but does Luffy actually know that? Blizzard asked. I guess not, Usopp answered. I'm sure we'll tell him, once we find him by the end of all this, Nami chimed in. Hopefully. Go get him, Luffy, said past Zoro. If you can't beat him, then who can? Past Usopp asked. Then let's finish this, Luffy started, once and for all. On that, He sprang up using his gum-gum rocket, flying straight towards Crocodile. "Hey, Croc!" Luffy yelled. "Did ya miss me?" "HMPH," Crocodile scoffed. "Did you forget that you can't even touch me, you fool?" He then began to turn his body into sand. "I'm guessing you'd like to be impaled again, To his shock, Luffy actually decked him. "You were saying?" Luffy asked. "Who can't touch you, again?" "Whoa!" Ika exclaimed. "Did you see that? Big Brother got Croc? He finally hit Croc?" "Yes." Usopp cheered. "I knew Luffy could do it," as if he'd let Crocodile beat him. Wait, Nami called. "How did Luffy hit him without Haki?" "Huh. Actually, come to think of it, how did he do it?" Usopp asked. "Wait, look!" Chopper exclaimed as he pointed at Luffy's arms, which were dripping wet. "Is that water?" "Why are Big Brother's arms wet?" Ika asked. In the memory, Crocodile stumbled back for a moment before he managed to catch himself, but then, Luffy stretched out his arms and grabbed the warlord by the shoulders, winding up his legs before he pulled himself toward him. Gum Gum buzzsaw. He spun head over heels toward Crocodile and kicked him in the jaw before he flipped backward, a confident grin appearing on his face while past Robin watched the fight with an impressed look in her eyes. "Wow!" Ika exclaimed. "Did you see that? He got him, again?" "Yeah, all right, Luffy," Kumi cheered. "Get up, Croc!" Luffy barked as he glared at Crocodile, who lied on the ground. "I finally figured it out, back there." He grabbed the hose attached to his barrel and poured water all over his arms. "When the water from Yuba soaked your arm, I was able to touch it. If water touches you, then that means you turn into sand, am I right?" "Kuhahaha." Crocodile chuckled to himself. "That's why you stole the rain, isn't it?" Luffy asked. "It's because you're afraid of water." He then took a fighting stance. "Now I can finally hit you, so get ready for a real fight, Sandman." "So that's how Big Brother was able to hit him," Ika exclaimed. "You really think that's why Crocodile took all the rain away?" Frankie asked. "That and to instigate the fighting, so, probably," Sanji answered. "Still, that's quite an impressive strategy," Brook added. "Yeah, but even if Luffy's hands are soaked with water," Zoro began, "it's not the same as having armaments Haki." "That's true," Blizzard said. "Let's see how this fight turns out." Crocodile grunted as he stood up while Luffy gently dropped his hat to the side, not wanting it to get damaged. "You really think you can beat me, Straw Hat?" asked Crocodile. "That's right," Luffy declared. "I'll admit, I'm impressed that you figured out my weakness while you were on the verge of death," Crocodile began. "But there's no way you'll ever defeat me, boy. You're way out of your league. There's a great difference between you and I that you will never be able to become. After all, I'm one of the 7 warlords of the sea." "The 7 warlords, huh?" Luffy asked. "Then if you're one of the 7 warlords, then I must be the 8th warlord." The Straw Hats stared at their captain's past self, incredulously. "He would say something like that," Nami muttered. "It's times like these I wonder if he still has any brains, at all," Zoro added. Robin could only chuckle in amusement, but Crocodile was far from amused. "Now Gum Gum Pistol!" Luffy yelled as he threw his right arm at Crocodile, who simply ducked to avoid his fist. "What good is an attack if it can't hit?" asked Crocodile. "Even if it's still wet." He grabbed Luffy's arm, causing him to gasp. "My palm can still suck the moisture out of anything." On that, he proceeded to dry up Luffy's arm, causing the Straw Hats to cringe. "That is still so creepy." Kumi winced. "Yeah, tell me about it." Ika agreed. "But Big Brother will still win this." "Damn it." Luffy cursed as he ran toward the warlord. "I forgot he could still do that." He attempted to kick Crocodile in the face, but he turned into sand before he could make contact, but at least he managed to get himself free of his grasp. During that time, the Straw Hat saw him gulp down some water from his barrel, causing his arm to return to normal. As soon as he landed on his feet, he smirked at Crocodile as he grabbed the hose, dousing himself with water. "You said it yourself," said Luffy. "Devil fruit powers are only as strong as the person using them, right?" "Wait, why did he douse himself with water?" Brook asked. "Won't that make him weaker?" "Yeah, what's Big Brother trying to do?" Ika inquired. "Just keep watching," Zoro answered. "Gum Gum Pistol!" Luffy shouted as he stretched his soaked fist at Crocodile, But this time, he tugged at his arm, causing it to undulate, making it seem as though he was making multiple fists at once with just his one arm and shotgun. The attack barely grazed Crocodile, who dodged to the side. Very clever, the warlord said, mockingly, before he sent a blade of sand at Luffy. Desert Spada. Look out, big brother, Ika cried. That blade thing. Again? Luffy questioned before he managed to dodge by comically flattening himself to the left, barely avoiding the blade of sand, which left a rather large fissure in the palace roof. Phew. That was a close one. He then turned to Crocodile before he attempted another gum pistol attack. HMPH, Crocodile scoffed. That same trick, again? Do you expect to beat me with that? To his shock, Luffy suddenly pulled himself right in front of him. I sure do, he shouted. I know I will. He then backhanded Crocodile, who slid across the ground. Yes, he got him. Again, Ika cheered. All right, Luffy, Kumi added. Man, he's really getting him good, Frankie added. It's not over yet, though, Robin said. Huh? Chopper asked. What do you mean, Robin? Did you forget that I was there? Robin asked while pointing to her past self, who stood idly by, watching with Cobra. It was then that it occurred to the Straw Hats that she witnessed how this battle would end, but for now, they decided not to ask. They wanted to see it for themselves. At that moment, Luffy grabbed the barrel from his back and hoisted it over his shoulder. This was my plan all along, Croc, he shouted. I'm gonna get you, soaking wet. Just as he was about to douse Crocodile with water, the warlord suddenly held up his hand. I saw that coming, he said. Huh? Luffy questioned as he froze in his tracks while the Straw Hats, sans Robin, began to brace themselves. Sables, Crocodile shouted as he threw a tornado of sand at Luffy, who was sent flying, momentarily, but luckily, he managed to regain his footing and caught the water barrel before it could get smashed. Phew, Ika sighed. That was a close one. Yeah, but Crocodile's starting to get wise, Blizzard added. Kuhahahaha, Crocodile cackled. You seem pretty desperate, Straw Hat. You can't really fight without that barrel, can you? Which means this battle will end just like the one we had in the desert. Kuhahahaha. Damn that Crocodile. Usopp cursed. He's right, though, Sanji said. Luffy's so worried about protecting that barrel, that he can't really focus on much else. Then what's Big Brother gonna do? Ika asked. Just watch and see, Robin answered. Luffy panted as he clutched the barrel tightly, then he heaved a small sigh as if in resignation. You're right, he admitted. This is the same as before. The Straw Hats stood, waiting for their captain to make a move. But what happened next absolutely stunned them, because the next thing they knew, Luffy ripped the hose of the barrel off and began to guzzle down the water inside. Cobra watched in utter disbelief. Hell, even Crocodile looked horrified. Now, I'm not the same as I was, he declared once he had drunk the barrel dry. You must be crazy, Crocodile hissed. As for Luffy, his body had now taken on a pear-like shape, his bloated stomach making a sloshing noise from all the water he had consumed. Water Luffy, Luffy said while he let out a belch, and not long after, water sprang out from his bandages. Oh, no, a leak. What the hell just happened? Sanji asked in shock. Your guess is as good as mine, Frankie answered while he raised his sunglasses in disbelief. And I thought he was being an idiot before, Nami muttered. Why can't he ever take things seriously? Zoro grumbled and N was such a headache. What is Luffy thinking? Chopper questioned. He's not a water balloon. He could have gotten water toxemia from drinking that much. Ika and Kumi didn't know whether to laugh at how funny Luffy looked or be horrified by what Chopper just said. Well, that's something I'll never be able to erase from my memory, anytime soon, Blizzard spoke up. I'm glad that wasn't me, Brook added while Luffy was trying to keep the water from bubbling up his throat. He said as he swallowed it back down. I guess I shouldn't have drunk that much water. The only ones who found this amusing was Robin, for she was laughing along with her past self. Robin, how can you laugh at this? Nami questioned. I'm sorry, Robin apologized, but it's still a bit amusing to me. As for Crocodile, he was anything but amused. How dare you play games with me, boy? He roared as he lunged at Luffy, who gasped before he began to pump his arms up and down, like a water pump. Then he spat out a bunch of water at Crocodile, completely soaking him from head to toe. "Ah!" he cried. "Who says I'm playing games?" Luffy questioned as he stretched his arms back. "I'm always serious, now gum gum. Bazooka." Wabam! He struck Crocodile in the stomach, causing him to cough up quite an amount of blood. "So that's his plan," Brook exclaimed. "If Luffy couldn't use the barrel to soak him, he'd have to find another way. Genius." "If you call engorging yourself genius," Nami quipped, "but I guess it got the job done, so I'm not complaining. At least he's okay. For now," she thought. "I gotta admit," Sanji began, "I thought he wasn't taking things seriously for a second, there." "Yeah, leave it to Luffy to come up with a silly battle strategy," said Usopp. "Even so," Zoro said, "Luffy better watch himself. He already lost to this guy, once." "Big brother will still win," Ika said, "right?" "We'll see, Ika," Zoro answered as Crocodile was sent crashing into a stone structure behind him while Luffy panted and wiped his chin. "How'd you like that, Sand Croc?" he questioned while past Robin and King Cobra stood nearby, the former still pinned to the wall. "Incredible," Cobra whispered in awe, but then yelled out in pain as past Robin yanked the metal pins out of his arms. "I'm afraid you won't get to see the rest of this fight, Cobra," she said. "Now, you're going to take me to the Poneglyph. Is that clear?" Cobra grunted, painfully. And why would I show you such a thing?" He got his answer when past Robin began to painfully twist his arms with her powers, causing him to scream in agony. "Don't ask stupid questions," she said with a cold glare. "Take me there, right now." "Sheesh, Robin," Usopp muttered. "Just so you know," Robin began, "I'm not happy I did that." "Hey, I believe ya," Frankie replied. "I believe you, too, Aunt Robin," Ika said. "We know you're different, now." "Thank you, sweetheart," Robin smiled. Luffy hummed, inquisitively as he noticed past Robin out of the corner of his eye. And she could only smile at him while chuckling in amusement. "It seems your luck has finally run out, Straw Hat," she said. "There's no time left for you." At that moment, Crocodile got back up, and he was laughing. "That's not good," Chopper muttered. "Why's he laughing?" "Yeah, I think this is where we start to get worried," Blizzard added, nervously. "Get out of here, Nico Robin," Crocodile said as he glared at Luffy, "unless you wish to die, too. I've run out of patience." Nico Robin, Cobra whispered as he glanced at past Robin, who tipped her hat over her eyes. "As you wish," she said as she turned and walked away, taking Cobra with her. "What did he mean by that?" Brook asked. "Suddenly, I'm scared," Ika said, prompting Robin to cover her eyes with her powers, along with Kumi's. "You girls don't want to watch this," she said, grimly. At that moment, Crocodile placed his hand on the ground. "Get a load of this, Straw Hat," he said. "I'm going to make every stone in this courtyard turn to dust." Luffy gasped silently as if realizing what was about to happen. Before he could even do anything, though, Crocodile's powers were already taking effect. The grass and palm trees had begun to shrivel up, and soon, the whole place began to crack and crumble beneath his feet. "Ground Sekko!" Crocodile yelled as Luffy almost slipped into a crevice, but he managed to hang on by hanging upside down by his feet, causing the water in his stomach to go into his chest, instead. "Gah! That damn bastard!" Luffy cursed as he began to pump his arms again. Water pistol!" He then spat out more water bubbles at Crocodile, who held up his right arm, and suddenly, his hand absorbed the water bubbles. "What the hell?" Luffy yelled in alarm. He swallowed it up with his hand. What's going on?" Chopper questioned. "He absorbed the bubbles." "Crocodile is showing Luffy the full extent of his devil fruit powers," said Robin. "Did you really think that you could defeat me with that water, Luffy?" Crocodile asked, mockingly. "Well, you were wrong. The essence of my sand fruit power is dehydration. Just watch." He then put his hand on the ground, again. "My right hand dries up everything, trees, rocks, and even the very soil." Soon, everything around Luffy began to crumble into nothing but sand. The plants, the stones, the statues, even his sandals turned into dust. "Everything that right my hand touches," Crocodile continued, "shrivels up into nothing." "I don't believe it," Nami gaped. "Everything's dying around him." "Luffy pushed Crocodile too far," Robin said. "It's rare when he has to use that against just one man." Then Luffy must have really pissed him off, huh? Usopp inquired while swallowing the lump in his throat. Wait, Blizzard cried. If Luffy doesn't get out of there, then… As if knowing what Blizzard was about to say, Crocodile grinned as he forced his hand down on the ground, harder than before. Ground death. Soon, everything exploded into a giant dust cloud, forcing everyone to shield their eyes, even though it couldn't really affect them. They could make out Luffy grabbing his hat before it could get caught in Crocodile's power, then jump to the wall, hanging on for dear life. As for Crocodile himself, he was nowhere to be found. Hey, where did Crocodile go? Frankie asked. I don't know, Zoro answered. All I can see is sand. Soon, the sand settled, revealing Luffy hanging over the edge of the wall, still bloated with water. He panted heavily as he looked down at the ground below him, seeing the damage that had been done. That was too close, he whispered. Man, that right hand of his is nothing to laugh at it. He practically turned the whole garden into a desert. Where did he go, anyway? As if to answer his question, Crocodile soon appeared over him in a whirl of sand, causing him and the others to gasp. Luffy! Nami cried. Look out, Frankie yelled, even though he knew Luffy wouldn't hear him due to it being a memory. You've wasted enough of my time and energy as it is, Crocodile shouted before he grabbed by the neck, causing him to gag. Damn it. Not again. I can't lose, again. Aika, who still had her eyes covered, all this time, gasped before she began to pry Robin's hands off her eyes. Aika, wait, Robin cried, but it was too late, for Aika soon managed to pull her hands away, only to gasp in horror upon seeing Luffy caught in Crocodile's grasp. Oh, no, she whispered. Luffy, in his desperation, began to spit several water bubbles at Crocodile, who simply moved his head out of the way and gave a sadistic grin. Missed me, he said. See? Croc. Oh. Luffy gasped as his body began to shrivel up, causing the Straw Hats to gasp in horror at their captain's second defeat at the hands of the warlord. Oh, no. Kumi whispered. Luffy's a mummy. Luffy, no, Chopper cried. Once again, Crocodile began, you lose, Straw Hat. Luffy only macing Crocodile to cackle. In just 6 minutes, Crocodile began. The palace square will be blown sky high, along with this garden. He then let Luffy go, causing him to fall to the ground below. So why don't you stay and celebrate the birth of the Sand Kingdom's new king? Luffy soon fell to the ground, gasping for breath. But if Crocodile had stayed a while longer, he would have noticed that the water bubbles that Luffy spat at him were falling to the ground. Again. They all hit Luffy at once, causing him to gasp as he sat up, his body completely rejuvenated. Gah! He cried. I thought I was a goner. As for the Straw Hats, they all let out simultaneous sighs of relief. Except Robin, of course, since she knew what the outcome would be. She only smiled, glad to see that Luffy survived. Damn, that was way too close to comfort, Usopp said. I wasn't scared, Zoro muttered. Yeah, right, Sanji barked. You were gasping, like the rest of us. I'm just glad that Big Brother actually managed to survive, again, said Aika. Yeah, Kumi said, it's almost like he died 2 times. That's when Luffy looked off to his right and growled in anger. I saw that Croc fly off that way, he said. Well, he's not getting away from me, this time. With that being said, he soon ran off after Crocodile, determined to settle the score with him, once and for all. Man. I knew Luffy had a bit of a hard time with Crocodile, Usopp began, but I didn't realize it was this hard on him. Did Big Brother really have such a hard time fighting with other people, back then? Aika asked. Well, Aika, Nami began, Luffy was strong, but here, he wasn't as strong as he is now. He didn't have things like armaments hockey to help him in his fights. Crocodile got the best of him not just once, but twice, Zoro said. But you know what they say. 3rd time's the charm. Man, I hope so, Blizzard said. At that moment, the memory shifted, showing Luffy running through the capital city. As he did, he suddenly stopped and found, of all people, Tashigi, who was lying on the ground, panting heavily. Miss Tashigi, Aika exclaimed. What happened to her? Sanji questioned. I had something to do with that, Robin answered. I mangled her legs. She and her men were talking about my past, and it just wasn't pleasant. So that's why she was limping when I saw her, Zoro said. Hey, where is he? Luffy asked while panting heavily. Where's Croc? Tashigi seemed to gasp silently before she looked around, hearing the people fighting all around her, as well as looking up at the clock tower. She heaved a small sigh before she looked up at Luffy and pointed to her left. He went that way, she told Luffy, to the royal mausoleum. Hurry and go after him. Got it, Luffy answered before he turned and ran off in the direction she pointed at. Thanks, Sword Lady. Is it me? Aika asked. Or did Miss Tashigi look kinda sad? She was frustrated about something, Zoro answered. Probably because she got defeated so easily. Poor girl, Nami muttered. I guess that would be frustrating on someone. Suddenly, as Luffy kept running, he suddenly grunted in pain as he grabbed at the wound in his chest, from which blood spurted out. He soon tripped and collided with a wall before he soon fell to the ground. He strained as he tried to force himself to stand, and yet, he just couldn't get up. Huh? He muttered. Hey, what's going on? I can't move. I don't understand. I ate a lot of meat, earlier. He panted as he tried to stand up, again. His wounds opened up, again, Chopper said. He's losing blood, fast. Big brother, Aika cried. Oh, no. What's gonna happen to him, now? Kumi asked. Oh. It's only a cut, Luffy said, blood still dripping out of his wound. Maybe. I'm just a little tired. On that, he soon collapsed on the ground, causing the memory to turn black. But not before the Straw Hats could hear the all-too-familiar sound of their captain snoring. He fell asleep, Nami deadpanned. I don't believe it. That moron, falling asleep at the most inopportune moments, Zoro grumbled. Like you're one to talk, Sanji quipped. Well, Chopper started. At least Luffy got a little rest. I guess. But I wish he wouldn't push himself so far. You're telling me, Frankie agreed. Most of my body's made of metal, but even I gotta take it easy, once in a while, especially with wounds as bad as that. Suddenly, the Straw Hats heard a snort and the memory soon reappeared in front of them, showing Luffy groaning as he sat up while groggily smacking his lips. Man, I slept good, he muttered while scratching the back of his head, then looked around. Oh, right. I couldn't move, so I decided to take a little nap to get my strength back. You need more than a nap for a wound like that, you know, Chopper shouted, even though he knew Luffy couldn't hear him. His captain could be frustrating, sometimes. And now that I'm all better. Oh, right, Luffy exclaimed before he stood up and began to run. All right, Crocodile. This time I'll send you flying. He's back to normal, all right, Blizzard muttered. Big brother sure has a lot of energy, Aika said. Still, I get worried about him, sometimes. Yeah, me, too, Kumi added. So do we, honey, Nami said while petting Kumi on the head. So do we. Just then, Luffy came to a screeching halt before he looked over his shoulder and noticed a hidden staircase. That hole over there, he said between pants, looks kinda Croc-ish. Croc-ish? Usopp repeated while Robin chuckled, still amused by how Luffy could still make her laugh in such dire straits such as this. Soon, he ran inside, entering the kingdom's hidden tomb, but as he ran, the whole place looked like it was falling apart. What the hell's going on? Luffy questioned as he narrowly dodged a large hunk of falling rubble. This place is collapsing. Yeah, why is the place coming down on his head? Nami questioned. It was Vivi's father, Robin answered. He triggered a booby trap in an effort to trap Crocodile in the tomb. But it would never work. Right, because of Crocodile's powers, Brook said. A noble idea that the king had, but foolish, I'm afraid. Soon, Luffy crashed through one of the pillars, and sure enough, there was Crocodile, standing before a giant stone block with many different inscriptions on it. Nearby, Cobra was sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall. And not too far from him was past Robin, lying on the floor with blood seeping from her lips. Oh, my God. Robin, Nami cried. What happened to you, there? Did Crocodile do that to you? Zoro asked with a vicious glare. It seems that my luck with him ran out, as well, was Robin's only answer. When we found that poneglyph, there, I lied to Crocodile about Pluton's location. And, well, let's just say he didn't take it well. That dirty Croc, Aika shouted. Speaking of Crocodile, he did not look the least bit pleased to see Luffy, at all. You, he hissed. I finally found you, Crocodile, Luffy said while glaring at him, intensely. Why? Crocodile asked. Why the hell, don't you die? The Straw Hats noticed an unsettling shakiness in the warlord's voice. He almost sounded manic. I killed you, twice, and you still get back up, Crocodile barked. Why don't you die, Straw Hat? Just how many times do I have to fucking kill you? At first, Luffy didn't answer him. He just panted heavily, clearly still tired from running the whole way to this point. Give back. What you stole, he said. What I stole? Crocodile asked. Kuhahahaha. And just what exactly do you want me to return, Straw Hat? Money? Fame? Trust? Life? Or the rain, perhaps? Kuhahahaha. Which one do you want me to give back, Straw Hat? I've already stolen so many things. This kingdom, Luffy answered, his eyes intensifying, unwavering. Of course, Crocodile only scoffed at him. The kingdom, you say? He inquired. Such nonsense, you spinker. This kingdom? I will soon be its new ruler? Yeah, right. Aika shouted, remembering a certain flamingo-themed warlord. When we first landed here on this island, Luffy began, this kingdom of hers was already long gone. It wasn't hers anymore. Crocodile only scowled. If this were really her country, she'd be smiling a lot more, Luffy yelled, his fury reaching its boiling point as he charged at Crocodile. At that moment, multiple images flashed, showing the devastation that the Straw Hats saw throughout Alabasta, as well as Vivi shedding tears. Luffy was right, Sanji said. This country wasn't Vivi's anymore when Crocodile took over. I think it's more than that, Zoro said. Luffy knows what Vivi's going through. He's seen these kinds of things back where he lived. He's seen what cruelty can do to a country, firsthand. That's why he understands Vivi more than anyone. Soon, the memory had returned, showing that Luffy was still continuing his charge. Hey, wait a sec, Blizzard exclaimed. How's Luffy gonna hit him? He doesn't have any water. Oh, crap, Blizzard's right. Usopp cursed. What is Luffy gonna use to fight Crocodile with? You fool, said Crocodile as he raised his hook. You don't even have any water, how do you expect to hit me when you oof? To the Straw Hat's shock, Luffy kicked Crocodile across the face, blood falling from his nose and jaw before he was soon crashing into a stone column. He got him, Usopp questioned. But how? Frankie asked. He doesn't have water. Wait. Aika muttered as she took a closer look at Luffy, and saw that his arms and legs were coated in blood, his blood. As Crocodile sat up, Luffy roared as he charged at him again and decked him across the face, sending him flying, once again. The warlord coughed and groaned, his nose broken by the blow, before he turned and glared at Luffy. I see, he said. You're using your blood, aren't you? He's what? Chopper whispered in shock. Blood-hardened sand, too, doesn't it? Luffy asked while he held up his fist, which dripped with blood. A pause. But then, Crocodile started chuckling. Then he began to cackle. Oh, that's never good, Sanji muttered. Oh, dear, Brook murmured with dread. Fine, Crocodile said as he slowly got to his feet, almost as if he was rising from the grave. First, in the desert outside. Then at the palace. And now, this underground tomb. You will die a third and final time, Straw Hat, for daring to challenge me. I shall reward your persistence. Luffy growled as he ran to kick Crocodile again, but this time, the warlord jumped out of his way. But this time, Crocodile began. I will fight you as a pirate. He soon took off his golden hook, revealing a thinner hook inside that was covered in holes. I'll admit, your never-ending drive to defeat me is quite impressive, boy. You might be a pest, but you are indeed a worthy opponent. What is that? Luffy asked. A poisonous scorpion stinger, Crocodile answered, as a peculiar purple fluid dripped out of the hook. I see, Luffy said in his usual simplicity. Poison. Brook whispered in horror, remembering how he and his crew met their demise. Oh, crap. Blizzard cursed. Well, it's okay, Aika exclaimed. Big Brother's immune to poison, this won't hurt him. Aika, this was before Luffy was immune to poison, Chopper spoke up. Oh, Aika squeaked. So you understand, then, Crocodile said. When pirates duel, it's a duel to the death. There are no fair fights here. When the square above us explodes, This place will be buried in an instant. He held up his hook while Luffy took his signature fighting stance. This is the end. So let's settle this, once and for all. Bring it, Luffy said, and with that, the final round had finally begun. Soon, Luffy and Crocodile were going at each other with full force. Luffy threw several blows at Crocodile and managed to land a few good hits. He even managed to stop himself from punching him when he raised his right hand. However, despite Luffy trying his best, Crocodile still managed to hit him with his scorpion stinger several times, causing the Straw Hats to cringe every time it did. In spite of that, though, Luffy continued to land several more hits on the warlord until the two soon stood across from each other, both of them panting heavily. Yeah, Aika cheered. Way to go, big brother. You got him on the ropes, this time. I think it's a little too soon to be cheering, honey, Robin said. Huh? Why? Aika asked. Luffy got hit by Crocodile's hook several times, Zoro pointed out. Really? Aika asked. He still looks alright, to me. Kuhahahahaha. Crocodile laughed as he glared at Luffy. I've impaled you. I buried you alive, dried you up, and even then, you still continue to oppose me. However, there's no way you'll be coming back from this. I've won this battle, Straw Hat. The poison in your veins will soon take effect. You don't understand a thing, Luffy said, defiantly, to Crocodile's bewilderment. What are you talking about? He asked. What don't I understand? Luffy charged at him once again, throwing a stretching punch. Crocodile dodged his attack by jumping to the side. Despite that, Luffy still threw another punch at him, which he still dodged, followed by a gum-gum Gatling attack, and still, he could not hit him. Wait, what's happening? Aika asked. Is it me? Kumi asked. Or did Crocodile get faster? It's not that Crocodile got faster, Zoro corrected. Luffy's slowing down. The poison's starting to affect him. Sure enough, Luffy's vision began to blur and his legs started wobbling. The Straw Hats could hear Crocodile speaking, but it was starting to sound like Luffy's ears were filling up with water. They could still hear Crocodile talk, but some of it was getting garbled. No matter whether you win or lose this fight, they could hear him say, you won't leave this tomb alive. You've taken plenty of hits in our 3 battles. It's a wonder you're able to even stand. Luffy attempted to kick Crocodile, but because of his failing vision, he wasn't able to connect this time, instead crashing into the ground behind him, causing the Straw Hats to wince. This was getting harder and harder for them to watch. You see, Crocodile asked, it's useless. Why do you continue to fight? Luffy panted before he forced himself to stand, and then he glared at Crocodile, seething with rage. But even then, everything was starting to go dark around him. He grunted as he fell to his knees, his breath ragged and short. Luffy. Nami whispered, worriedly. This kingdom has absolutely nothing to do with you, Crocodile shouted. You're fighting on someone else's behalf. Why risk your life for something so trivial? People can be replaced. If you had just abandoned 1 or 2 members of your crew, you'd be able to spare yourself from this nonsense. Why are you all so foolish? Like I said, Luffy said as he tried to stand, you don't get it. Vivi. She keeps telling people not to sacrifice themselves. But she's always the first one to try and sacrifice herself to save others. If we don't help her, she'll die, you'll kill her. Damn right, he would, said Nami, bitterly. If Crocodile didn't kill her directly, Vivi would have died of a broken heart from seeing her country so devastated. That's probably what Luffy really means, said Zoro. Luffy. He really does understand Vivi better than anybody because they come from the same background. That's why he called Vivi naive. Yeah, but at the same time, Luffy's kind of naive, too, Blizzard said. When he was a kid, he'd talk about not wanting anyone to die for him. Which is why he's always trying to sacrifice himself for us. Wow. Aika whispered. It's kinda sad, when you think of that way, huh? Luffy kinda confuses me, sometimes, Kumi said, but at the same time, I kinda understand it, too. Who knew Luffy was such a complex guy? I don't understand, Yi said. You should simply just walk away and… Shut up, Luffy yelled. Don't you get it? I don't want Vivi to die, she's my friend. Hearing that word seemed to irk Crocodile. As long as she keeps fighting to save this kingdom, Luffy began, then we'll keep fighting alongside her. Even if it costs you your lives? Asked Crocodile. If we die, then we die and that it's, Luffy answered. The Straw Hats all stood tall and proud. To die for the sake of their friends. That had always been their creed, no matter what. Even in the face of death, Luffy still hung to that belief. Which made them even prouder of him than they ever could be. However, before long, Luffy soon fell to his knees, the world beginning to darken around him and his heartbeat slowing. Damn it. I can't move, again. Am I really gonna die here? Luffy pushed himself too far, Chopper said. Fighting Crocodile only spread the poison through his system faster. That idiot. Nami whispered as she looked away. I admire his resolve, but I wish he'd think these things through a little more. By now, Crocodile had burst into full-blown laughter as he watched Luffy collapse. You know something? Sanji asked. I'm getting sick and tired of hearing that sicko laugh. That makes two of us, Robin concurred. Talk all you wish, Crocodile began, but it's getting harder and harder for you to stand, now isn't it? A fine state you're in, Straw Hat. Luffy panted as he tried to fight off the poison, but he still couldn't stand up, and Crocodile continued to cackle at his current state. As if a weakling like you could ever defeat the likes of me, he shouted. No matter how much you care about your crew, no matter how much you defy me, or try to thwart my plans, if you can't even surpass me now, then everything you and your friends have done was in vain. A greenhorn such as you is simply no match for the likes of me. A real pirate, that's life, accept it. Like he knows what a real pirate is, Frankie growled. Big brother. Come on. Aika whispered. Please, get up. Suddenly, the memory seemed to shake as the Straw Hats heard a loud rumbling. But Luffy ignored it as he began to get to his feet. It's over, Crocodile grinned as he held out his hands. This country is mine, now. Was that the bomb that Crocodile was talking about? Blizzard asked. Yeah, it went off, Nami answered. Thanks to Pell, though, it didn't detonate where Crocodile wanted it to. At that moment, Luffy finally stood up. He was wobbling and he was panting heavily, not to mention he was bloody all over. But he wasn't going to go down, now. Not when he was so close. And the Straw Hats seemed to feel that, too. They could see his vision starting to clear up and the sounds around them became less muted. I'm not gonna lose. To a bastard like you. Luffy hissed, hatefully. HMPH, Crocodile scoffed. Is that really all you can muster, Straw Hat? Empty words? Just look at you. You're pathetic. You're more dead than alive. You got nothing left, now. You're finished. That's what he thinks, Zoro smirked, and Robin crossed her arms as she began to feel a sense of satisfaction. She could tell she was going to enjoy this. I'm the man, Luffy began, who's gonna be the king of the pirates. Listen here, boy, Crocodile said while holding up his scorpion stinger. If you had any idea what this sea was really like, you wouldn't make such a claim. It's just as I said before. You're just some idiotic kid with his head in the clouds. He then charged at Luffy, preparing to stab him with his hook, one more time. The more you know about this sea, the more you realize how foolish your dreams really are. Just as he was about to hit Luffy, though, he gasped as the Straw Hat captain suddenly raised his leg up and stamped his foot against Crocodile's hook, snapping it off like it was a mere twig. Crocodile gasped in shock and disbelief before he glanced at Luffy, who panted heavily. I am going to surpass you, he shouted, and with that being said, he soon slammed his fist into Crocodile's stomach, forcing him to stand upright as he coughed up blood. Then Luffy followed through with a kick to his jaw. After that, he stretched his arm back as far as he could before he landed a hammer fist on Crocodile's head, sending him crashing into the ground. Yes. Aika cheered. He's doing it, ha 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 ha. Usopp laughed. That's the Luffy we know and love. Yeah, go, Luffy, Frankie shouted. You got this, babe, Nami yelled. Come on, Luffy, you can do it, man. Sanji cheered as Luffy grabbed Crocodile by the collar of his shirt and slammed into a wall like his body was made more out of water than sand. Soon, Crocodile was the one who was struggling. Incredible, Brook exclaimed. Luffy's actually regaining ground, even though he's still so badly poisoned. How does he do it? It's because Luffy's determined to win this, Zoro answered, and when Luffy knows he has to win, that's when he's at his most dangerous. But why isn't Crocodile using his devil fruit powers? Nami asked. He could easily beat Luffy, then. Because Crocodile's lost all rational thought, by now, Robin answered. This is the first in a long time that someone has ever pushed him over the edge. Seeing Luffy get back up to challenge him a third time caused him to lose what little sanity he had left. He can't understand why someone like Luffy is able to stand up again and again, despite everything he threw at him. Basically, Crocodile had a breakdown. Huh, Blizzard muttered. You know, that always seems to be the case with most enemies Luffy faces. Crocodile seethed angrily, his hair falling in front of his face, while Luffy just stood there, calmly. Soon, the warlord stood up, and a small blade appeared out of his broken hook. You're just some two-bit nobody who comes from who knows where, he shouted before he charged at Luffy. Do you have any idea whoiam? To his shock, Luffy ducked down to avoid getting stabbed. I don't even care who you are because it doesn't matter, he shouted. Whoever you are, I will beat you. He then kicked Crocodile high into the air. It's over, said Zoro. This battle has been decided. You mean Luffy's actually gonna win this? Kumi asked. I mean, not that I doubt him, you know. As for Crocodile, he was hovering in midair as he glowered at Luffy, who glared right back at him. Now fall with this ancient temple and let the desert sands bury you, the warlord bellowed before he formed a whirlwind of sand in his hand. Sables. Pesado. Soon, a giant shockwave of sand was thrown at Luffy, who managed to brace himself against the blast while everything else crumbled around him. Luckily, Luffy jumped out of the way in the nick of time before he could get crushed by a falling statue. Then, he took in the deepest breath he could ever take, inflating his stomach to gigantic proportions. Once he had taken in enough air, he held his breath in and began to twist his body around, tightly. Then he pointed his head down and let his breath out, sending himself flying toward Crocodile with his fists held back. This was it. The finisher. Goom Goom. Desert. La Espada, Crocodile roared as he threw several giant blades of sand at Luffy in a desperate attempt to stop him. But it was no use. Storm. Soon, Luffy began to pummel Crocodile with a storm of rapid-fire punches, unrelenting and brutal. He punched him so far that he had pinned him against the ceiling, and the Straw Hats could have sworn that they saw several teeth fall out and they could hear the sound of breaking bones. Crocodile was unconscious at this point, but Luffy kept going, roaring furiously as he continued his relentless assault. It wasn't too long before Luffy made the final punch that finally sent Crocodile flying through the ceiling. Holy shit! Frankie cursed. He punched him right through the bedrock. He did it, Blizzard exclaimed. He finally beat that Sanuva bitch. Yeah, he knew he could do it. I knew it, that's my man, Nami declared. Ha 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 ha. Usopp laughed. Nothing can stop Luffy. Yo ho 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 ho, Brook chortled while playing a triumphant song on his guitar. Nice job, Captain, Zoro nodded with a proud grin. It was touch and go for a while, but against all odds, Luffy proved that sheer determination won the day, once again. Soon, Luffy collapsed on the ground, his chest heaving and his body trembling. But despite that, he felt a sense of triumph. That's when Cobra crawled his way over to the exhausted boy and bowed his head with a grateful smile. You have my gratitude, he whispered, causing Luffy to give him a big, dopey grin. It was nothing, he said, as the memories soon faded to black. Despite Crocodile's defeat, the Straw Hats knew that Luffy wasn't out of the woods, quite yet. Even though the memory had darkened, they could still hear the sound of the tune rumbling around them. Luffy had not yet lost consciousness, but if nothing was done, the poison that was in his veins would soon kill him. That's when the Straw Hats heard a small clinking sound, and soon after, a voice spoke. Hurry and gave that to him. Quickly, the Straw Hats instantly recognized it as past Robin's voice. That bottle contains the antidote to Crocodile's poison. Even if he gets buried underneath all this rubble, his rubbery body might allow him to survive. That's Robin's voice, Blizzard pointed out. Robin, you saved Luffy, again? Nami asked. I just couldn't let him die, Robin shrugged. Not after seeing how hard he fought. Thank you, Aunt Robin, Aika smiled, causing her to chuckle as she gently pet the girl on the head. Meanwhile, color was slowly fading into the memory, showing that Luffy was beginning to open his eyes a bit. Soon, Cobra came into view, glaring at past Robin suspiciously, but took the small bottle she had tossed to him, nonetheless, then glanced at the poneglyph nearby. You looked at me and told me that the only thing written on here was history, he said. Why did you lie? You knew, past Robin asked with a small, sad smile. How cruel. The Straw Hats glanced over at the real Robin, who sighed and looked away. She was honestly hoping that Luffy remained unconscious during this part. But beggars couldn't be choosers, she supposed. Sensing her forlorn mood, Zoro reached over and pulled her close, causing her to smile gratefully as she felt him gently lean his head against hers and kissed her forehead. The history of our country is not written anywhere on that stone, said Cobra as he poured the antidote Luffy's mouth. The location of that weapon that your organization is desired was definitely inscribed. If you had made the correct translation, Crocodile would have seized this country, would he not? So Pluton really was hidden there in Alabasta, huh? Frankie asked. Of course, Robin answered, but I just couldn't let Crocodile get it. So that's why you lied to him, Nami said, and that's also why he attacked you. Yes, Robin affirmed. It was worth the risk, though. I have no interest in this land, said past Robin, tiredly. Whether this country lives or dies, it doesn't matter to me. Regardless, I couldn't let Crocodile claim the weapon. Geez, Robin, Usopp muttered, that's kinda cold. Well, Usopp, you can't really blame her, can you? Nami asked. After all, Robin was betrayed by people throughout her life and she had to betray others in turn so that she could live. She would be indifferent to people she doesn't know. He is right, though, Robin said. It is rather cold, isn't it? It's in the past, now, Zoro replied. Don't worry about it. Yeah, Robin, Chopper added. You know that, right? Robin only chuckled. Thank you. So, why did you come here, then? Cobra inquired. It seems. I got my hopes up for nothing, past Robin answered. I was trying to find the one true poneglyph. The Rio poneglyph. Out of all of them in the world, this poneglyph holds the true history. The true history, Cobra repeated. What does that mean, Aunt Robin? Aika asked. I'll tell you when you're a little older, sweetheart, Robin replied. Enough, already, said past Robin with a defeated tone in her voice. I searched 20 years for what I desired most. And this was the only lead I had left. This kingdom was my last hope and it turned out to be an utter failure. If I die, here and now, then that would be just fine with me. I'm so tired of walking down the path that led me here. When all I wanted was to know the truth. She looked at Cobra with a bloody smile and tears falling from her eyes. Alas. Too many enemies got in the way of my dream. Robin. Nami whispered, sadly. Seeing her like this reminded her of how she was back on Kokoyashi when Arlong betrayed her. She looked like someone who had truly given up all hope. And she would see this expression again on Eni's lobby. She understood that pain, all too well. Frankie only sighed as he glanced over at Robin, also knowing of the enemies she spoke of. He, too, knew of their cruelty. Zoro glanced over at Robin and gave her hand a gentle squeeze, causing her to smile softly at him before she nodded her head in reassurance. One more question, if I may, said Cobra. Are you saying that this Rio poneglyph you speak of contains the record of all the world's untold history? Past Robin didn't answer. But if that's the case, then why? Cobra started, but at that moment, Luffy finally stood up and grabbed him before hoisting him over his shoulder. The Straw Hats could see he was wobbling a little bit, but at least he wasn't on the brink of death anymore. That antidote must have worked. Then, without a word, he walked up to past Robin and pulled her under his armpit. That's not really how you handle a lady, said Sanji in slight irritation. Well, he holds me like that, sometimes, Nami said. It can be a bit degrading, but if it gets us out of danger faster, I'm not complaining. Okay, said Luffy. Let's get out of here. Hold on, past Robin cried. I no longer have any reason to live, just leave me here. Luffy glanced at past Robin, before he looked up at the collapsing tomb. I don't have to listen to anything you say, he said. You can do whatever the hell you want once we're out of here. Past Robin gasped silently, but remained quiet while the real Robin chuckled. Seems like I lost that one, she said to herself. Soon, Luffy made his way out of the mausoleum with Cobra and past Robin in tow by using the opening that he had made earlier. Once he was out, the Straw Hats were greeted by the sights and sounds of raindrops pattering on the ground and buildings. It's raining. Cobra whispered in awe, it's finally raining. The rain, It returned, right here and now? Asked past Robin in disbelief. So Crocodile really did steal the rain? Asked Aika. Whoa, it's so pretty, Kumi whispered in amazement. I don't think Crocodile really had anything to do with the rain being gone, Robin explained. All in all, I'd say it was a miracle. Hey, Blizzard smirked. That's Luffy for ya. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Brook chortled. What a perfect way to celebrate a victory in the desert. Yeah, and it didn't come a moment too soon, either, Nami said. As soon as it started raining, the people stopped fighting with each other and it allowed Vivi's voice to finally get through to them. Luffy sighed as he unceremoniously dropped Cobra and passed Robin before he collapsed on the cobblestone street, the rain falling on his face as he dropped to his knees. Dried up Pops, he whispered. It's raining. Just like you said. He then smiled, tiredly. It couldn't be beaten by the sand. Soon, Luffy's exhaustion finally overtook him and he collapsed completely, the memory fading to black as he did. So that's what you meant when you said that Luffy forced you to live, Usopp said as he looked over at Robin, who nodded her head. At first, I simply thought he was being cruel, she said, but that stubbornness of his ended up saving me not just once, but twice. Yeah, Luffy probably wouldn't be Luffy if he wasn't so stubborn, Sanji mused. I'd honestly be a little worried if he wasn't, said Blizzard. But that stubbornness sometimes puts him in danger, Chopper added. Just look at what happened to him during that fight with Crocodile. How long was Big Brother out for, anyway? Aika asked. 3 days, Chopper answered. On top of his injuries, his overexertion caused him to get a fever, so he had to sleep that off. Injuries and a fever? Kumi asked. No wonder he slept so long. Just then, the Straw Hats heard an all-too-familiar rumbling noise. Soon after, a new memory appeared, showing Luffy sitting up in bed, yawning low his arms. He was wearing some sort of light blue robe, too. Ah, man, he exclaimed. I slept good. He then put his hand on his head and realized his hat was missing. Hey, my hat? Where the heck is my hat? He then put his hands over his stomach. I'm starving, too. Where's my breakfast? Geez, you just woke up, and you're already making a racket, said past Sanji. And it won't be breakfast, it'll be dinner. Your hat is right there, Luffy, past Usopp answered while pointing at a nearby night table. You're lucky a soldier happened to find it near the palace. Oh, Luffy exclaimed before he stretched his arm and grabbed his precious hat. I missed ya. He then placed it on his head. I'm glad to see that you're feeling well, Luffy, said Vivi. Feeling well? Luffy repeated. What do you mean? I was never not well. He would say that after falling asleep for 3 days, Frankie quipped. But at least he's up and about, again, Brook added. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Ah, that idiot, Nami said while shaking her head, but she sounded relieved, all the same. You dummy, past Nami said while holding a few cartography books. You are in bad shape with a really high fever. Vivi and Chopper have been taking care of you, all this time. Really? Luffy asked as he looked at Vivi and past Chopper. Ah, thanks, you guys. Soon after, past Zoro walked in, looking as if he had completely recovered as well. Oh, hey, Luffy, he greeted. Finally woke up, I see. Zoro, long time, no see, Luffy exclaimed. Hey, wait a minute. Ah, past Chopper yelled. There you are, Zoro. Where have you been? You were out training, again, weren't you? Oh, get off my back, will you? Past Zoro asked. It's not like I have to tell you where I am. Yes, you do, past Chopper shouted. I'm your doctor, I told you need absolute rest. And where are your bandages? I couldn't move very much with them on, past Zoro complained. You shouldn't be moving, past Chopper countered. Seriously, Zoro, you're just as bad as Luffy is, sometimes, Chopper said with a stern glare. Oh, cut me some slack, Zoro grumbled. Haven't I gotten a little better at that? Oh, gee, let me think, said Chopper. No, he's kinda right, Zoro, Nami added. Who asked you? Zoro questioned. Long time, no see. Luffy muttered while tilting his head in bewilderment. What did I say that for? Probably it has been long, Luffy, past Usopp answered. You were out for 3 days. 3 days? Luffy repeated in shock. 3 whole days? Yup. Past Usopp confirmed. I missed 15 meals, Luffy realized. You sure can calculate quickly when it comes to food, past Nami snapped. By his count, that's like 5 meals a day, past Usopp answered. I didn't math was even possible for someone like Luffy, said Sanji. Who has 5 meals a day, anyway? Well, there's breakfast, tea time, lunch, dinner, and then dessert, right? Ika asked. Or is it breakfast, brunch, lunch, snack, and dinner? Sometimes I forget what Big Brother says. You think everything that Luffy says is right, Kumi deadpanned. Not all the time, Ika argued. Just sometimes. Oh, boy. Nami muttered in exasperation. Sometimes, the only thing she feels like Luffy ever taught Ika was how to be a glutton. Of course, her tables were better than his, but still. Don't worry, Luffy, Vivi smiled. I told the kitchen staff to be ready to serve you at any time. Soon, someone else entered the room with a cart full of food. At first, the group thought that it was Igaram, only wearing a red blouse, a creamy blonde wig, and makeup. Oh, Brooke exclaimed. It's Mr. Igaram. It's good to see that he's alive. Well, actually, Sanji began. Igaram did live, but that's not him. That's his wife, Mrs. Terracotta. Hold up, Frankie exclaimed. Did you say, wife? Are you sure that's not him? Blizzard asked with a sweat drop. She still looks like Igaram to me. That's what I said, Zoro muttered while Robin laughed. Ah, I see the captain is awake, Terracotta exclaimed. Dinner will be ready in about half an hour. Do you think you can wait until then? Meals taste better when you share them with friends, you know. Hey, it's the round-haired Pops, Luffy exclaimed. You're alive after all. What the hell? Past Zoro questioned. Why are you cross-dressing, again? Actually, that's Terracotta, Igaram's wife, Vivi corrected. She's also the palace housekeeper and head chef. Thank you very much for helping my husband, Terracotta said. I've heard that some couples look alike, but this is ridiculous, past Zoro grumbled. Am I the only one who was still a little freaked out by that? Usopp asked. No, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, and Chopper answered, collectively. I heard you have quite the appetite, Straw Hat, said Terracotta. You and your friends can eat that fruit there in the cart until dinner's ready, all right? Sure, thanks, Luffy said before the fruit somehow instantly disappeared into his mouth and down his gullet. Greedy pig. Past Zoro and past Sanji both yelled. Hey, lady, Luffy said. I want to eat 3 days worth of food, okay? Ask politely when talking to a lady, you glutton, Sanji barked. Seriously, he has no manners, at all. Wonderful, Terracotta exclaimed while heaving an arm. I've been cooking for 30 years, now, no young man's appetite will defeat me, eat as much as you want. Soon, the memory shifted, showing the past Straw Hats sitting in the royal dining hall, eating as much food as they possibly could. Of course, Luffy took every opportunity he could to snatch up anything he had in his sights. He even snatched the meat off of past Zoro's fork. Right when he was about to eat it, even snatched some of past Sanji's food, and ate past Usopp's crab. Past Nami even punched Luffy in the face for being greedy. In spite of this, the food kept on coming. I see that dinner was quite lively, Brooke said. What else is new? Nami asked with an amused smile. Wow, that all looks so yummy, Ika exclaimed. Yeah, Kumi agreed with drool in her mouth. I wish I could have some of that stuff. I sure learned a lot of good recipes, there, said Sanji. Terracotta was kind enough to let me use some of hers. In the memory, Luffy attempted to eat one of past Usopp's rice balls, but he snatched it up so quickly, he didn't see that the sniper had laced it with Tabasco sauce, causing him to comically spew flames from his mouth. What really took past Usopp by surprise, though, was when Eyelash the camel somehow appeared and was eating a piece of steak with a fork and knife in his hooves. The Straw Hats didn't know what was stranger, an herbivore eating meat or the fact that he even knew how to use utensils in the first place. Luffy attempted to make conversation with Cobra, but due to having his mouth full, the king couldn't really tell what he was saying, so he decided that they should talk after dinner, which Luffy agreed to as he began scarfing down even more food. Meanwhile, past Zoro was calling out for more ale while past Sanji was trying to help past Chopper, who was choking on some noodles that he was eating too quickly. The guards that stood in the hall were disgusted by the pirates' lack of manners in the hall, but they noticed that Vivi was laughing at their antics, and soon enough, the guards couldn't help laughing, either, and with good reason. Luffy had bloated up to the size of a beach ball after eating so much, and past Usopp was dancing on the table while balancing a teacup on his nose. Past Chopper had even joined them, putting chopsticks in his lips and nostrils while dancing with the sniper and captain on the table. The rest of the crew couldn't help laughing at the idiot trio, and soon, Cobra, Agaram, Chaka, and the guards were howling with laughter, as well. She, Aika giggled. I love it when everybody's happy and laughing like this. Leave it to you guys to teach some tightwads to lighten up, huh? Frankie asked. Ha 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 ha. I guess even a quiet meal turns into a party when I said with an amused meal. Then again, if it was quiet, it would be pretty boring, now wouldn't it? I'll say, Zoro smirked. The memory shifted, once again, showing the male members of the Straw Hats in the royal bathhouse. Usopp cried as he promptly covered Aika's and Kumi's eyes. No girl should see this. Hey, Aika cried. Oh, relax, Usopp, Zoro shouted. We're all wearing towels. I'd rather not take that risk, thank you very much, Usopp argued. Soon, Luffy and past Usopp were running along the wet floors, but they instantly slipped and hit their heads, sliding around as they did. Really, you guys? Past Sanji in disbelief, surprisingly still smoking his cigarette. That was quite a lively dinner, said Cobra while Luffy and past Usopp were splashing around behind him. I'd intended to mark the occasion with a nice, formal banquet, but it seems anything you become involved in becomes a party very quickly. Morons, Nami muttered. You're not supposed to cause a ruckus in a bathhouse. It's bad decorum. Hey, Luffy instigated that splash fight, Usopp countered. Soon, Luffy and past Usopp were standing under a waterfall, taking meditative poses. Hey, Zoro, Luffy called to past Zoro, who was scrubbing past Chopper's back. Look over here, look at what we're doing. We're training, past Usopp exclaimed. Real funny, past Zoro glared. Were you two making fun of me? Asked Zoro, causing Usopp to chuckle sheepishly. Hey, past Sanji said as he nudged Igaram with a pervy grin. Where's the women's bath? You're nuts. Igaram shouted as he swatted his hand away. And why would I tell you that? That's where the princess is. I know, past Sanji grinned. It's right over that wall, answered Cobra as he pointed to the wall that separated the men's bath from the women's bath. Your Majesty, Igaram yelled. Hey, thanks, old guy, past Usopp said. You're the best. Hey, Luffy, you come, too. Okay. Luffy answered. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho, Brook chortled with a perverted flush on his cheeks. I quite like that king, as well. Perverts. Nami groaned. All of them. Thank God the king was only interested in looking at me. If he wanted to peep at his own daughter, that's when I think there'd be something wrong. Soon, the boys, except for Zoro, were all climbing up on the wall. Even Eyelash was there ogling at past Nami and Vivi, the latter of whom quickly gasped as she noticed them. What are you all doing over there? She asked. Peeping. Past Nami muttered in exasperation. Fine, but it'll cost you 100,000 berries each. Huh? Luffy muttered. Happiness punch. Past Nami exclaimed as she soon dropped her towel, and suddenly, the boys, especially Brook, had huge nosebleeds as they all dropped to the floor. Whoa! Usopp exclaimed as he, too, had a nosebleed. Even Blizzard had a nosebleed. Like I said, Nami began with disdain, I'm surrounded by perverts. Luffy lied there in a daze, his nose bloody and a face flushing his cheeks. The memory had turned slightly pink and the Straw Hats could hear his heart beating again. Whoa! He whispered. What just happened? That, my friend, was called a nosebleed, past Usopp answered while wiping his own nose. It happens when you see a body of the opposite sex. In this case, Nami. Oh, Luffy said. Naked Nami is kinda pretty. Huh? Nami exclaimed while her face turned redder than it had ever been before, and meanwhile, Zoro was snickering. Wait, I don't get it, said Aika, her eyes still covered. What just happened? You don't want to know, dear, Robin answered. Thank you, Cobra said with a bloody nose. Pervert, the rest of the boys said. Like any of you have room to talk, Nami yelled. Hey, don't look at me, Zoro barked. I didn't peep on anybody. Not for that. Cobra yelled as he wiped his nose and looked at the group. For the country. He soon dropped to his hands and bowed his head low. Whoa, Frankie said as he raised his sunglasses. Since when does a king bow? Since Luffy came along, I suppose, Nami answered. Hey, buddy, said Past Zoro. Is a king really supposed to be doing something like that? He's right, your majesty, said Igaram, his nose still bloody, too. You're the king of this land. You mustn't bow your head to anyone. Maybe so, Igaram, said Cobra, but a king's title is something he wears over his clothes. And here, in the bathhouse, there is no such thing as a naked king, is there? To you Straw Hats? I wish to thank you all, not as a king, but as a father and a citizen of this country. From the very bottom of my heart. He then raised his head and smiled. So, thank you. She, Luffy laughed. No problem, old man. The memory shifted once again. It was dark outside the windows, showing that night had now fallen. The past Straw Hats had reconvened in the bedroom where they were staying. What? Past Usopp asked. Tonight? Yes, Usopp, tonight, Past Nami answered. So we're really leaving, then? Asked Past Chopper, sounding a bit disappointed. That's probably for the best, said Past Zoro. There's no reason for us to stick around here, anymore. And we saw the Marines creeping around, Past Sanji added while Vivi sat down next to him. Who knows what they could be up to? What do you think, Luffy? Asked Past Usopp. Yeah, we should probably leave, Luffy answered, but only after we've had some more yummy food. No, now, you idiot! Past Zoro shouted as he and Past Sanji both bonked him on the head. Ow! Okay, we'll go, Luffy cried. Sheesh, always thinking with his stomach, that one, Sanji muttered. He never changes, Usopp added. Just then, they heard a knock at the door, and as they looked up, one of the palace guards entered, holding a transponder snail in his hand. Excuse me, Straw Hats, said the guard. You have a call on the transponder snail. A call? Past Nami repeated. From who? Asked Luffy. Not sure, answered the guard. Someone named Bon. Wait, Bon? Frankie repeated. You mean, Bon Clay? That Bon? That's the only Bon I can think of, Blizzard muttered. Bon? Past Nami asked, just as confused. Who the hell is that? We don't know anybody named Bon, do we? Past Usopp asked. He says a friend of yours, the guard said. Well, let's take the call, Luffy answered. Hold it, Luffy, Past Zoro said, ever cautious. It might be some kind of trap. Soon, Past Sanji picked it up, and not long after, this loud, boisterous voice came from the snail. Hello, it's me. It is me. Hey, what do you know? Ika asked. It is Bon Clay. Just as soon as he picked it up, though, Past Sanji hung up the snail, only for it to start ringing. What the hell do you want, already? The cook yelled, and that's when Luffy picked up, instead. Hey, is that you, Swan Guy? Luffy asked. What do you want? Oh, it's you, Straw Hat. You sure are a strong one, aren't you? You sure surprised me. Oh, and don't call me Mr. 2. If the Marines intercept this call, I'll be in big trouble. But you just called yourself Mr. 2, Past Chopper pointed out. The man wasn't too bright, was he? Brook asked. Not really, no, Sanji answered. What do you want, already? Asked Past Zoro. Ah, yes, Bon Clay answered. I've taken your ship. Quit joking. The Past Straw Hats shouted all at once. Don't joke about that. You crappy swan, Past Sanji barked. Where the hell are you? Aboard your ship, of course. Why, you no good pile of, Luffy started. Now, let's not be hasty. Listen, we're friends, right? Right. Soon, he hung up, again, but not before they were told his location. He's upstream on the Sandora River, apparently, said Past Sanji. What do you guys think? Should we trust him? Well, we were friends when we met him, right? Asked Luffy. Knowing you, you'd probably be friends with him, again, Past Zoro muttered. That's what scares me. We'll have to go to him, won't we? Asked Past Chopper. We don't have much of said. That crap swan has got our ship, but if it turns out to be a trap, I'm kicking his ass for good. Right then, Past Zoro nodded. Then let's go. Soon, everyone was preparing to leave. But then, Luffy looked at Vivi, who rubbed her arm, tentatively. She muttered. Vivi? Past Nami asked. What's up? Well, you see, Vivi answered. Yes? Past Sanji inquired. I don't know what to do, Vivi said as she hung her head. What's wrong with Vivi? Asked Aika. Vivi was kind of having a hard time deciding on what she wanted to do, Sanji answered. She did? Aika asked. You see, Aika, Nami began. Vivi wanted to come with us, but she was torn between leaving with us and staying in Alabasta. You mean she was willing to run away with you all? Brook inquired. She was, Nami answered, but we couldn't make her come with us. It was really her decision to make. And you were okay with that? Aika asked. Especially you, Sanji? Isn't Vivi your girlfriend? I can't make Vivi choose between our two worlds, Sanji replied. If I really love her, then I should allow her the freedom to do what she wants. Besides, we're still keeping in touch and that's good enough for me. I suppose that's okay, Aika said. Soon, the past Straw Hats had all gathered their things and were preparing to jump out the window. Listen, Vivi, said past Nami. We'll give you 12 hours to make a decision. Once we get our ship back at the Sandora River, we'll make a short stop at the eastern port at exactly 12 noon, tomorrow. But we won't be able to drop anchor. If you want to come with us, that's gonna be your only chance. And if you're there, we'll welcome you as one of the Straw Hat Pirates. Sound good? Vivi nodded in determination. Vivi, past Sanji began while gently holding her hands. I know that the life of a pirate isn't a luxurious one. But we'd still love to have you. But only if you want to. He then lightly kissed her hand, causing her to giggle. Oh, Sanji, she said. You and everyone else treated me so kindly. You're almost making it hard for me to stay. Then come with us, now, Luffy exclaimed. Luffy, knock it off, past Usopp barked as he began to push Luffy toward the window. Oh, come on, Luffy complained. Don't you guys want Vivi to join? We do, past Usopp answered, but don't put any more pressure on her. She has to make the decision on her own. Just before Luffy was practically tossed out the window by past Zoro, he turned and saw past Sanji give Vivi a hug. And she responded by giving him a kiss on the lips, causing Luffy's eyes to widen. Whoa, he whispered. Since when did they awe? He screamed as past Zoro, accidentally, dropped him, and the memory turned black the moment he hit the sand below. Did you have to drop him, Zoro? Asked Nami. He was taking too long, Zoro argued. He saw me and Vivi kiss, Sanji muttered. Apparently, Usopp replied. Haha, Frankie laughed as he smacked Sanji in the back, inadvertently knocking the wind out of him. Nice goin', there, buddy. Yes, indeed, Brook added. It's not every day that you get to kiss a princess, yo-ho-ho-ho. Thanks, Sanji groaned. But even after you gave her the choice, Blizzard began, she decided to stay here in Alabasta? It was for the best, Sanji answered. A life of a pirate is no life for a princess, and besides, her kingdom needed her more than we did. We might see her again, one day, though, Nami added, hopefully. Yeah, I'd like that, too, Chopper smiled. Hey, wait a sec, Kumi said. Where was Robin during all this? Come to think of it, Kumi's right, Aika said as she looked up at Robin. Aunt Robin, after Big Brother got you out of that tomb, where'd you go? Well, Robin began, I wandered the desert for some time, trying to avoid getting captured by the Marines. After my wounds healed, I stumbled upon the Going Merry, and I saw Bon Clay there, too. Oh, so that's how you got on board, Nami realized. Yes, Robin answered. Out of everyone in Baroque Works, Bon Clay and I were the only ones who were pretty close. He took pity on me and let me board the ship with him. I hid away until it was safe for me to come out. Well, I'm glad you decided to come with us, Zoro smirked, causing Robin to chuckle as she kissed him on the cheek. Soon, the memory returned, and the past Straw Hats were seen riding on the backs of several ducks, about as big, if not bigger than Karoo. Oh, wow, look at all the duckies, Aika exclaimed. Are they friends of Karoo? Asked Kumi. They're not just his friends, Chopper answered. They're the supersonic duck squad, and Karoo's their captain. And they're one of the fastest animals in the desert, Usopp added. Wow, cool, Aika piped up. Well, Bon Clay exclaimed as he stood on the Going Merry. Long time, no see, everybody, did you miss little Olmi? Not in the least, shouted past Zoro as he and others started to unload their belongings. Soon, the supersonic duck squad said their goodbyes and headed back to the desert while the past Straw Hats waved them off. Hell, even Bon Clay waved them off. Right before he got angry and shouted at the past Straw Hats for their lack of manners. "Honestly, is this any way to treat a friend?" asked Bon Clay. "Don't call us that," Luffy said. "You're not our friend, you tricked us." "What are you talking about?" Bon Clay questioned. "I didn't know who you guys were, either." "He has a point," Brook replied. "You didn't know that he was with Baroque Works at the time." "Yeah, I suppose so," Nami admitted while crossing her arms. "Honestly, can't we just let bygones be bygones?" asked Bon Clay, briefly apologizing to past Zoro as he came aboard, demanding to be let through as he put the Straw Hats things on the ship. "Baroque Works is ancient history, now, we're not enemies anymore." "If you're not our enemy, then why'd you take our ship?" asked Luffy. "Really?" Bon Clay shouted. "How dense can you be?" "What do you mean, dense?" Luffy questioned. "Listen here," Bon Clay declared. "If I hadn't taken your ship upstream, do you know what would have happened?" "The Marines probably would have taken it," past Nami answered, matter-of-factly, causing Luffy to gape in shock. "Not probably, definitely," Bon Clay argued. "Do you even know what's going on around this kingdom? The island's completely surrounded by Marine battleships. Not even a swan could get out of here without coming under fire." "Then, you saved the Mary?" Luffy asked. "But why would you do that?" past Usopp questioned. "Yeah, why?" past Chopper added. "It's because," Bon Clay began while giving a thumbs up and shedding tears, "we're friends." Soon, the immature trio began to dance the can-can with Bon Clay, singing and laughing merrily. "Ah, that's so nice," Ika exclaimed. "He still thinks of you guys as friends." "Well, it's not really just that, honey," Nami said. "So, let me guess," past Zoro spoke. "Your ship's trapped because of the blockade and you need us to help you, don't you?" Bon, Luffy, past Usopp, and past Chopper cried in dismay while Bon Clay gaped. "Huh," Frankie scoffed. "It figures. Actually, Bon Clay really did come through for us," Sanji said. "He sure surprised me in the end, really." "What do you mean?" Brook inquired. "You'll see later on," Sanji answered. "Okay, I confess," Bon Clay cried. "You caught me, red-handed, but don't you see? We have to band together as friends, especially in these trying times." "Yeah," Luffy, past Usopp, and past Chopper cheered loudly in agreement. "Oh, good grief," past Nami muttered. "To friendship," exclaimed Bon Clay's crew. "What are you guys doing over there?" past Zoro questioned, and soon, the memory faded to black, once more. "You gotta admit," Frankie began, "that Bon Clay sure knows how to be the life of the party." "Yeah, I kinda miss him," Chopper said, sadly. "It's kinda strange how Luffy is able to make allies out of old enemies, huh?" Usopp asked. "Isma for you," Nami replied. Robin nodded in agreement. Soon, the memory returned and the Straw Hats saw their past selves under fire from several Marine battleships. Only instead of cannonballs, they were shooting giant harpoons at them, and some were already stuck in the Going Mary's hull. "Damn it, shoot cannonballs, already," Luffy cursed. "I can't bounce back pointy things." "Oh, no," Kumi cried. "You guys are under attack." "Hey, someone do something," past Sanji yelled. "If we get hit by more of those harpoons in the hull, we're sunk." "Oh, no. Here they come," past Nami cried as the Marines began to fire more harpoons at them, this time hitting the starboard side. "Hey," past Chopper cried as he came up top while holding pieces of lumber. "I can't keep boarding up these holes if they keep shooting at us." "Guys, don't just sit there, do something," past Nami demanded. "We're trying our best," here, past Zoro yelled. 8 ships against 1 isn't a fair fight," past Sanji added. "It's hard enough trying to protect just one side." "Geez," Frankie exclaimed as he checked the damage. "No wonder your ship was already falling apart by the time you guys got to Water 7. "It wasn't our fault," Usopp argued. "The Mary just wasn't built for battle." "I'm not saying it was your fault," Frankie countered. "Calm down, will ya?" "Poor Mary," Ika said, sadly. "It must have hurt, having all those harpoons in her." "Yeah," Nami agreed. "If she could talk, we'd probably hear her screaming in pain." As the battle raged on, the Straw Hats could have sworn that they saw two familiar faces on board one of the battleships. Full Body and, of all people, Django. They were yelling some kind of nonsense, but the past Straw Hats weren't too inclined to listen to whatever it was they were saying. It wasn't very long before past Usopp shot them down with a cannonball. Even though he seemed surprised at the direct hit. "I still can't believe they enlisted Django into the Marines," said Usopp. "Don't they do background checks anymore? I'm surprised they still kept that idiot, Full Body, around," Sanji spoke. "Wow, Usopp," Ika exclaimed, "you were amazing." "Yeah, you got those guys in just one shot," Kumi added. "That's so cool." "Hey," Usopp smirked. "Well, I wasn't the sniper for nothing, you know." "Impressive," Robin smiled. "Maybe next time, we should leave all the ship's defenses to you, Usopp." "Air. No thanks," Usopp stammered. "I mean, why hog all the fun, right?" He then chuckled, nervously. "Hey, Bon Clay," cried one of Bon Clay's crew members, "we got a problem." Bon Clay hummed, questioningly. "What is it?" "It's Black Cage Hina," shouted one of his crew, causing Bon Clay to scream in horror. "Black Cage Hina?" Bon Clay questioned. "You're kidding me." "Black Cake Who Na?" Luffy asked. "Black Cage Hina," Bon Clay repeated. "She's a marine captain and we're under her jurisdiction. That woman is a real pain. We have to hurry up and fly the coop." "Who is this Hina woman?" Brook inquired. "She's known for being quite ruthless," said Robin. "She's called Black Cage because of her cage fruit powers. She's as beautiful as she is deadly." "Ooh," Ika shuddered. "She doesn't sound nice like Miss Tashigi." "So if she was a captain back then," Chopper began, "I bet she's probably as tough as Smoker is, huh?" "More than likely," Robin replied. Just as Bon Clay's men were getting ready to escape, however, the past Straw Hats remained silent. "What's wrong?" Bon Clay questioned. "Why aren't you following us? Can't you see Hina's ship is getting closer?" "If you guys want to go," Luffy began, "then you can go on without us. We can't follow." "What?" Bon Clay questioned. "And why not? We have to be at the Eastern Port at noon," past Nami answered. "It's an important appointment. Since we can't go around, we have to go straight through." "You were really risking everything, just to go and see Vivi right then and there?" asked Blizzard. "Pretty much," answered Zoro. "Even if there was a chance she wouldn't be there, we had to go." "And why would you all go and do such a foolhardy thing?" asked Bon Clay. "Is there some treasure that's so important, you're willing to risk your freedom for it?" He then turned his back on them. "If you're willing to die for that, then so be it." "We're going to meet up with a friend of ours," Luffy answered, causing Bon Clay to gape in shock. A friend, you say?" he asked, causing the Straw Hats to nod at him. And suddenly, he stood upon the railing, striking a pose. "Change of plans, men. We're going to fight the Marines." "Huh?" the past Straw Hats and Bon Clay's crew questioned. "You're kidding me," Frankie exclaimed. He sure changed his mind, fast. "Oh, man. I'm getting deja vu," Blizzard muttered. "What are you talking about, Blizzard?" Chopper asked. "You weren't even there." "I know I wasn't there," Blizzard answered. I was just. And never mind. You'll see what I mean, later on." "But Bon Clay, why?" asked one of Bon Clay's men. "Silence." Bon Clay shouted. "Listen up, now, boys, you two, Straw Hats. Now that I know the truth, I can't just turn tail and run away. These pirates are risking their lives for a friend. How can we turn our backs on them, now?" Bon Clay's crew all gaped in shock, realizing that their captain spoke the truth. "Now listen up," Bon Clay exclaimed, as tears fell from his smiling face. "Here's the plan." "Oh, that Bon Clay," Robin said. "Come what may, he'll always treasure friendship above all else." "I see," Brook said as he held his hands behind his back. "A most admirable trait, indeed." Soon, Bon Clay and his men sailed off, setting themselves as a diversion from the past Straw Hats, who soon went off to meet up with Vivi at the exact spot they planned. Bon Clay and his crew tried to fight Hina and her soldiers off. But alas, they were no match. It wasn't long before their ship went down in flames. And the past Straw Hats, mostly Luffy, past Usopp, and past Chopper, watched in tears. But past Sanji looked pretty steamed. "Nami doesn't have a mustache, you idiots," he yelled while Luffy, past Usopp, and past Chopper were bawling. "We won't forget what you did, Bon," Luffy sobbed. "Bon Clay," cried Ika while Kumi howled mournfully. "Bwah," Frankie wailed. "What an admirable pervert he was. I won't forget him, even though I've never met him before. Such a noble sacrifice," Brook whispered, "and all in the name of friendship." Indeed, Robin agreed. I was going to miss him. Soon, the past Straw Hats had arrived at the eastern harbor, just as they had promised. But Vivi was nowhere in sight. However, they could hear the sound of her voice coming from somewhere on the island. "Did you guys hear that?" asked past Zoro. "That was Vivi's voice." "That was the broadcast of the ceremony they're holding at Lubarna," past Sanji spoke while heaving a small sigh. "I guess she's not coming with us, after all." "No," Luffy replied. "That just sounded like her voice. She'll definitely be here, I just know it." "Luffy," said past Nami, "I know you really wanted her to come with us, but it's past noon, already. Let's just go." "No," Luffy argued. "We're not leaving without her. Vivi will definitely show up. Let's go ashore. She has to be here, somewhere, right?" "Oh, Luffy," the present-day Nami whispered. As stubborn as her captain was, she had to find it admirable how he refused to leave a friend behind. "Oh, crap," past Usopp cried. "Guys, incoming Marines." "What?" past Zoro questioned. "How many ships do they have?" He then turned to the others. "Guys, we gotta get going." Turning the ship hard to starboard, past Usopp called as he ran to take the rudder. But Luffy refused to budge. "Luffy, you heard what Nami said," said past Sanji. "Vivi can't just up and leave." But Luffy started. "Luffy, it's over," past Nami interrupted. "Come on, we gotta go, or else we'll get caught." "Okay," Luffy replied as he prepared to oot then. Everybody, the Straw Hats, both past and present versions, gasped as they heard the sound of Vivi's voice, and sure enough, there she was, standing on the rocky cape while wearing an extravagant dress with Karoo at her side, both of them waving to their friends. "Vivi," Luffy exclaimed. "Guys, look, I told you she'd make it." "Vivi," past Nami cheered. "Quick, let's turn the ship around," past Usopp shouted, excitedly. "Vivi, my dear," past Sanji called, happily. "We gotta hurry," past Chopper added. "The Marine's on our tail." "Hey," Frankie smirked, "so she showed up, after all." "Hey," Ika said as she noticed a transponder snail on top of Karoo's head. "What's she doing with that snail?" "Huh?" Blizzard muttered before he noticed the snail, too. "Oh, what's that for?" "Is she making an announcement?" asked Brook. "Guys," Vivi called. "I came to say goodbye to you all." "Huh?" Luffy muttered. Soon, Vivi held up the snail's receiver. "I'm sorry, but I can't go with you guys," she spoke. "But I just wanted to say thank you for everything you've done. I would love to keep adventuring with you all. But I just can't. I love this land too much to leave it. That's why I can't go with you." "I see," Luffy said with a smile. Even though the Straw Hats could make out just a tiny bit of reluctance in his eyes. Suddenly, "I feel teary-eyed," Brook muttered, "even though I don't have tear ducts. I'm not gonna cry, I'm not gonna cry, I'm not gonna cry," Frankie chanted to himself, even though he was already in tears. "Big brother looks sad, too," Ika said. "He really wanted Vivi to come, didn't he?" "Yeah," Nami replied, but he knew that in the end, he couldn't force Vivi to go. We all knew that. "I'm going to stay here in Alabasta," Vivi called out through her tears. "But, if we ever do meet again, will you still call me your friend?" "Of Su MMPH," Luffy called, only for past Nami to cover his mouth. "Quiet," she whispered. "Don't answer. The Marines are right nearby. If they can prove she has a connection to us, she'll be labeled a criminal. You don't really want that for her, do you?" "Wait, they would?" Ika asked. "But she's a princess." "That's not fair," Kumi cried. "The world government is never fair," Sanji said as he looked away. "I wanted Vivi to come, too. But it was best she stayed home. We couldn't risk her safety." "Just turn away," past Nami told Luffy. "Don't say a word." The past Straw Hats soon turned around as their navigator instructed. "So, that's it?" Ika asked. "You're not gonna say goodbye to her?" "That's messed up," Frankie added. "Hold on," said Blizzard. I think there's more to it than that. The past Straw Hats all glanced at each other. Then they nodded their heads before they looked down at their left wrists where their wrappings were. They soon tore them off and raised them high above their heads. "Oh," Aika exclaimed. "The friendship marks. Maybe we didn't exactly say it," Nami began, "but we think she got the message." "Hey," Zoro smirked while crossing her arms while he, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, and Chopper looked down at their wrists. And they could just barely make out a faded X mark. In the memory, Vivi smiled before she and Karoo also held up their left wrists. Well, left wing in Karoo's case. "Set sail," Luffy roared, and soon, the memory faded to black. "Now that's what I call a send-off," Blizzard said with a warm smile. "Even though I've never met Vivi," Aika said, "watching all these memories really helped me get to know her." "I concur," Brook agreed. "I wonder if she would let me look at her." "Don't even think about it," Nami and Sanji barked. "I already miss that girl," Frankie began, "even though we never met." "I have a feeling that we might see her again, one day," Robin smiled. "I sure hope so," Kumi exclaimed with a wagging tail. "I want to meet her, personally." Soon, the next memory started up. The past Straw Hats were still on the going merry, only now, the Marines were long gone. "Looks like we finally lost the Marines," said past Zoro. But all he got in response was a chorus of despondent groans. "That's good news, isn't it? We shook him off." More groans answered, causing him to grumble in irritation as he looked up and the rest of the past Straw Hats, all lying on the upper deck, staring at an empty space with teary eyes and pouting lips. "Stop it!" Past Zoro shouted. "What's with all the pathetic groans?" "We miss her," Luffy and the others sobbed. "Enough of that whining, already," past Zoro shouted. "If you wanted her to join us that bad, then you shouldn't have let her leave." "Ah, you savage," past Chopper spat. "Blockhead," past Nami shouted. "Idiot moss head," past Sanji snarled. "Three swords style," Luffy grumbled. Saying, "three swords style," isn't an insult, Luffy. Past Usopp pointed out. "Four swords style," Luffy attempted to correct himself. "Seriously, bro, that's cold," Frankie said as he looked at Zoro, who sighed and shook his head. "Look, it's not my fault they decided to be all honorable," Zoro argued. "If they didn't want her to go, they shouldn't have given her the choice." "You really are heartless, you know that?" Sanji questioned. "I know I'm heartless," Brook began, "but only because I'm a skeleton." "Sometimes, I wonder if Luffy was right to let you join," Nami added. "Zoro's a meanie," Aika and Kumi both shouted before they blew raspberries at the swordsman, who could only groan in irritation, as did his past self, who turned and walked away. But at that moment, a door behind him opened and a familiar voice spoke. "Looks like we finally escaped the firing squad." "Yeah," past Zoro replied. "Excellent work," said past Robin as she came outside, shocking the past Straw Hats. "Here to avenge your friends?" past Zoro questioned as he put his hand on his swords. "Just try it." "What the hell are you doing here?" past Nami asked while holding the large bump on her head from when she hit it against the railing. "Warning! Warning!" past Usopp yelled into a bullhorn while past Chopper ran around, screaming in a panic. "Hey, it's Aunt Robin!" Aika exclaimed. "Ha ha ha ha," Frankie laughed. "She sure gave you guys a shock." Nami groaned as she rubbed her crown. "I remember that big bump on my head that I got after that, not fun." Robin chuckled. "Sorry about that. I didn't mean to startle anybody." "You were kinda on board our ship without us knowing," Zoro replied. "How could we know you were actually there?" "True," Robin replied as the memory played on. Past Robin walked casually among the crew, who stood around her with wary expressions, except for past Sanji, of course. Past Zoro held his swords while past Nami clutched her cleam attack. But then, using her powers, past Robin easily knocked them out of their hands. "I thought I told you not to point such dangerous things at me," she said with a somewhat smug grin on her face. "Are you always this slow?" "How long have you been stowing away on our ship?" past Nami questioned. "The whole time," past Robin answered as she pulled out a deck chair. "These are your clothes, right? They're a bit small, but I'm borrowing them until I can get my own." "Wait just a minute, lady," past Nami shouted. "Who the hell do you think you are?" You guys sure weren't happy to see Aunt Robin, Ika said, and she still seemed kinda mean. Well, we still kind of considered her our enemy, Usopp replied. And I still had a few trust issues to work out, Robin added. Well, that's reasonable, said Blizzard. At least things worked out in the end. Monkey D. Luffy, past Robin, spoke as she looked at Luffy, who blinked at her in confusion. I hope you haven't forgotten what you did to me. What? Past Sanji questioned before he grabbed Luffy and shook him, furiously. Luffy, what the hell did you do this beautiful woman, you lousy bastard? Ah! Stop shaking me! Luffy cried before he looked to past Robin. Hey, stop lying. I didn't do anything to why you did. Past Robin answered as she lounged in the chair, already making herself at home. And it was unbearable. Now you have to take responsibility. What did she mean by that? Past Sanji yelled as he shook Luffy with even more force. What did you do to her, Luffy? You better confess. First off, Luffy began before he shoved the irate cook away. Let me go. He then glared at Robin. Second, you're not making any sense. What do you want me to do? I want to join you, past Robin answered. What? The past Straw Hats questioned in disbelief. Well, except for past Sanji, who was absolutely ecstatic at the thought of another woman joining. She wanted to join, just like that, Brook asked. Sounds familiar, don't you think, Brook? Nami inquired. Soon, past Robin explained this heinous crime that Luffy had done to her to the others. I wanted nothing more than to die at that very moment, said past Robin, but you, Straw Hat, forced me to live. That's your crime. I have nowhere to go or return to. So I figured that I'd join you. Huh. Just like me, Ika muttered. That's right, Robin smiled as she gently pet Ika on the head. Just like you. She, Ika giggled. Ah, Luffy realized. I see your problem. I guess there's no choice then. Welcome aboard. Luffy. The past Straw Hats shouted or cheered in past Sanji's case. Hey, hold it, Frankie shouted. How come when I joined up, you guys had to put me through hell, and when she joined, you let her join up, just like that? Oh, come on, don't hold that against us. Nami cried. Do I even want to know the details? Blizzard asked. You're gonna learn about them, anyway, Mutt, Zoro answered. Soon, the memories shifted, and it was nighttime. The past Straw Hats were already in bed. Except for Luffy, of course. He was sitting on his special seat, again, staring up at the night sky. His eyes set on one particularly bright star. The Straw Hats knew that he was having his little talk with his mother again. Hey, Mom, Luffy said. Me, again. I know it's been a while since we last talked. A lot has happened. So, guess what, I met up with Ace, again. But you probably already knew that, didn't you, Mom? The silence was his only answer, but he smiled, nonetheless. Vivi was going to join us, at first, Luffy continued, but she decided to stay home, and I'm kinda sad that she didn't go with us, but I understand. Besides, I think we might see her again, one day. Right, Mom? The stars twinkled gently. It's not all bad, though, Luffy went on. We also got a new crew member. Her name's Robin and she's an Archie. Artichoke. No, wait, that's not it. Something. I think he was trying to say, archaeologist, Robin said, causing the Straw Hats to chuckle, softly. She used to be our enemy, Luffy began, but she did help me one time, so I guess she's not all bad, right? No response, but Luffy grinned. Nonetheless, it's like everywhere I go, my crew keeps getting bigger, said Luffy. I'm so happy. But I'm kind of afraid, too. He looked up at the stars. Mom, do you think I'll be able to protect them? The Straw Hat's eyes all widened while Luffy looked up at the stars, expectantly. But then he gave that same impish smile. She. He laughed. Yeah, you're right. I got nothing to worry about. He smiled, warmly. Thanks for the talk, Mom. I know it's not really the same as actually talking to you, but I'm still happy. Can you tell Sabo that Ace is doing okay and he doesn't have to worry about us, either? The stars twinkled, again, causing Luffy to laugh. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night, Luffy said. I'll talk to you again, soon, Mom. Captain? Luffy turned to see past Robin approaching him. Who are you talking to? She asked. Oh, just my mom, Luffy replied. Your mother? Past Robin repeated. Your mother's on this ship, too? She. Luffy laughed. No, silly. She's in the sky. He pointed up at the stars. See that bright, twinkly star up there? That's her. Past Robin blinked in confusion as she looked up at the sky, then back at Luffy. Your mother has passed, she asked. No, she's dead, Luffy replied, not realizing that was what she meant, but that's okay. I can still talk to her, I just can't see her, that's all. He then put his hand on her shoulder, causing her eyes to widen. Anyway, I'm glad you joined up with us, Robin. Let's have lots of adventures together, okay? Why yes, Past Robin replied while Luffy walked past her, and soon, the memory faded to black. Robin, you knew that Luffy talked to the stars at night? Asked Nami, prompting everyone to look at the archaeologist, who heaved a small sigh. I didn't mean to walk in on him like that, Robin said. I felt like it was special to him, so I decided not to tell anybody about it. I guess that makes sense, Usopp concurred. I wouldn't want everyone finding out about any of my private secrets, either. Although, in this case, we don't have a choice, do we? Asked Brook. We have to see these memories to see what Luffy's been through. How much longer do you think we have to go until we find him? Chopper asked, worriedly. Hopefully, not too long, Sanji answered. Yeah, Blizzard agreed. I have a feeling that we're halfway there. I feel it too, Ika added, even though I think there are still a lot of memories to go through. So, we just got through all the ones in Alabasta, Nami said. What's next to see? As if to answer her question, the loud crack of thunder boomed throughout the void, causing Ika, Kumi, and Chopper to shriek as they all ran and hid under Blizzard. As the Straw Hats looked up, they saw the Going Merry, sailing through a terrible thunderstorm. And behind them were at least 3 marine battleships. Before the small caravel ship was a huge island. Oh, wait! Nami exclaimed. I think I know what that island is, that's Hannibal Island. Hannibal Island? Repeated Ika. Ah, that place. Again, Robin smiled. I guess we'll be seeing this memory next, said Sanji. What do you mean? Ika asked. What happens here? You'll see in a minute, Ika, Usopp answered. Eventually, the past Straw Hats managed to shake the Marines and had made landfall. Looks like we finally lost the Marines, said past Sanji. Yeah, for now, past Nami agreed as she looked up at the sky and noticed that the clouds were beginning to clear up, partially showing the stars above. Looks like the storm's letting up, too. So now what do we do? Asked past Chopper, wearing a blue shirt that said, Smile, on the front in yellow letters. He soon got his answer in the form of Luffy's stomach making an angry growl. I'm hungry, the Straw Hat Captain whined. Why does that not surprise me? Asked past Usopp. But his stomach soon growled, as well, and past Chopper's stomach followed, not long after that. Perhaps we should take this time to have a rest and eat while we can, no? Past Robin suggested. There should be a pub somewhere around here, said past Zoro, and with said, the small crew soon headed into town, traversing the slum areas and avoiding shifty-looking characters and drunkards lying around in the gutters. One woman who was wearing extravagant clothing attempted to flirt with Luffy as they walked by. But past Nami quickly pushed him onward, and Luffy, being ever thick-headed, was only left confused. Sheesh, look at this place, Frankie said as he looked at the trash-littered streets. It's almost as bad as the back streets in Water 7. Tell me about it, Sanji replied. The place smelled like blood and piss. Sanji. Language. Nami chided as she covered Ika's and Kumi's ears, prompting the cook to clear his throat. Sorry, he mumbled. Soon, the past Straw Hats arrived at a tavern, where they found a lot of wanted posters plastered on the walls, including Luffy's. Hey, I noticed something, Usopp said. Luffy's bounty got updated after the whole Alabasta incident, right? How come these posters have his first bounty? Perhaps they were slow in updating them? Brook inquired. That does tend to happen, Robin replied. There are times when the new wanted posters arrive late, so people don't see them until later. Meanwhile, in the memory, the past versions of the Straw Hats were eating their fill. Well, Luffy ate more than everyone else, as per usual. He devoured anything he could get his hands on, such as meat, fish, and anything else. A tower of plates soon stacked up on the table until Luffy finally polished a bowl full of fried rice, then let out a loud, boorish sigh while patting his overstuffed belly in satisfaction. the buttons on his vest looking like they were about to burst off from the strain of staying on. "Man, I'm stuffed," Luffy exclaimed. "I bet you are," past Zoro sneered. "You ate a ton." "I still have room for more," Luffy said. "Enough, already," past Zoro snapped. "Why does that not surprise me?" asked Blizzard. "Because Luffy's stomach is nothing but a bottomless pit, that's why," Sanji answered in exasperation. "Yo ho 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 ho," Brook chortled. "I suppose my stomach is bottomless, as well. I don't have one, anyway." "Man, those were simple, yet delicious dishes," past Sanji commented. "Nami, Robin, would you like anything for dessert?" "I'm fine, thanks," past Nami said. "I'd like some coffee, please," past Robin replied. "Of course," past Sanji nodded as he went to go and get some. "I'd like some more," past Chopper piped up. "Hey, no fair," Luffy complained. "No more for you," past Nami snapped. "What?" Luffy questioned. "Don't what me, mister," past Nami ordered, causing Luffy to pout. "If nobody stopped you, you'd eat forever." "Well, that's true enough," Frankie said. "You said it," Sanji said, just as his past self came and gave past Robin her coffee. "Thank you, Mr. Cook," past Robin said. "Hey, Aunt Robin?" asked Ika. "How come you only called Big Brother and everybody else Captain and stuff like that? Why didn't you just say their names?" "I wasn't quite used to being around them, yet," Robin answered, "so I stuck to formalities for a while." "It's the same with me," Frankie exclaimed. "I just used to call your bro, Straw Hat, before I got used to being around him." "Huh," Ika muttered. "So, are we running low on money?" asked past Sanji as he sat back down. "Well, we haven't really earned much lately," past Nami bemoaned. "After we stock up on food, we'll barely have anything left at all." "Well, that's just great," past Sanji grumbled. "What the hell?" Luffy questioned. "Hey, let me just say this as your captain, you guys spend way too much money." The memory momentarily turned black before it showed Luffy lying face first on the table with bumps all over his skull while past Zoro, past Usopp, and past Sanji all stood around him, snarling. "It all goes toward feeding you, you idiot," they shouted. "Was money really a big problem, back then?" Ika asked. "Yeah, Ika," Nami answered. "Your brother's appetite was a real problem, financially. We had to spend so much, just to keep him satisfied." "And you know it takes a lot for your brother to be satisfied," Sanji added. "I didn't think it was such a big deal," Ika said. "Yeah, me either," Kumi added. "Well, I can't tell you how many times I emptied my wallet on account of your brother's stomach," Usopp complained. "Seriously." "Shush," Brook shushed as they went back to watching the memories. "Anyway, this is a big problem, isn't it?" asked past Sanji as he sat back down. "Anything will do," past Nami answered. "Isn't there any way to make some quick cash around here?" Nearby, the bartender stared at the small crew of pirates, and it didn't go unnoticed by the Straw Hats. "How come that bartender guy is looking at you guys like that?" Ika asked. "He overheard us, that's why," Nami said. "He's just wondering if he should help us out with a tip." "What kind of tip?" Blizzard asked while past Sanji was going on and on to past Nami about how there was no casino or other such facilities in town. But the navigator caught the bartender staring at the group from the corner of her eye, which prompted the bartender to go back to cleaning out glasses. "What's wrong?" asked past Sanji. "It's nothing," past Nami assured, and that's when a man walked in, wearing rugged clothing and a bandana around his head, as well as a purple tattoo on his arm. He had a suspicious look to him and he was constantly looking over his shoulder, acting as if he thought was being watched. "What's with that weirdo?" Frankie asked. "Maybe you should look at yourself before Kalindo," Sanji muttered. The man walked up to the bar and sat at the stools. "A tankard of rum, please," he said, and soon, the bartender handed him a mug. "Thanks." He then took a quick look around while the bartender put up some bottles in the cabinets. "Hey, this is Hannibal Island, right?" "Yeah," the bartender answered, causing the man to snicker. There was a small clacking sound, causing the bartender to glance over his shoulder and see that the man had put down 2 100-berry coins. He grinned, chuckling cockily, yet he still seemed nervous. Aside from past Nami, the only others who seemed to be paying attention were past Robin, who had that usual mysterious smile on her face as she sipped her coffee, and past Zoro. Luffy was too busy fighting with past Usopp over the last bit of food. "What's up?" asked past Sanji. "It's nothing, Sanji," past Nami answered. "That guy who walked in here," past Zoro spoke up. "He was probably a pirate. Plus, he had a mysterious exchange with the barkeep, am I right?" "So you were watching, too?" asked past Nami. "Well, more like I saw it out of the corner of my eye," past Zoro answered while Luffy snatched a drumstick off of past Chopper's plate. "Hey, Luffy," past Chopper shouted. "Don't go taking food from mine, either." "I'm surprised that Luffy was actually paying attention to this," Kumi added. "He wasn't even watching." "Might be because he learned how to listen to conversations while eating while he was being raised by Dayton and the bandits," Blizzard answered. "Oh, I guess that makes sense," Ika said. "I still wish he wouldn't do it," Chopper grumbled. "So, what do you think?" asked past Zoro to past Nami with a knowing smirk, even as small bones began flying and knocking off of his forehead. "Did you catch it? The scent of your precious money?" "What are you trying to say?" asked past Nami. "That I'm a money fiend." "Am I wrong?" asked past Zoro as another bone hit his forehead. "Hey!" past Sanji shouted. "How dare you insult Nami, Moss?" "Nope, you're spot on," past Nami exclaimed. "There's nothing I love more than money and tangerines." "Except us, right, big sis?" Ika asked, causing Nami to giggle as she picked her up and kissed her cheek. "You bet," Nami answered, and the rest of the Straw Hats smiled, as well. "Luffy, Usopp, Chopper," called past Nami, causing the trio to look up as they were fighting over the last chicken wing. "I smell an adventure. Now's not the time to be fighting, okay?" "Ooh!" Luffy, past Usopp, and past Chopper cheered excitedly while past Nami went up to the bar and sat down. "Excuse me," she called to the bartender, causing him to look at her. "Can I talk to you for a second? You see, my crew and I have this problem with being flat broke almost 24/7. And I can't help wondering if maybe you know for us to get some quick cash around here?" The bartender only gave past Nami a flat look. "Oh, no, it's okay," past Nami assured. "We can pay for what we ate here. We're not your typical dine and dashers." She then looked at him with half-lidded eyes, almost as if she were seducing. "It's just, I can't help thinking that maybe you know something interesting." The bartender gave a quick glance to Luffy and the others. Past Usopp had Luffy in a headlock, but he didn't seem to mind. The bartender gave a soft sigh before he looked back to past Nami. "You guys are just a bunch of kids," he said, gruffly. "That may be," past Nami answered, "but we're also a crew of notorious pirates." "I noticed that much," the bartender replied. "I recognize the boy in the straw hat from the wanted posters, and while I do sympathize with your money situation, I don't think I should go around helping young people like you throw your lives away so carelessly, should I?" Nobody seemed to notice that Ika tensed at that. "We don't intend to," past Nami said, "but we really do need the money. Besides, doesn't the saying go, nothing ventured, nothing gained?" At that moment, Luffy and the others congregated to the bar, as well. "Plus, since we are pirates," past Nami began, "it's not like we can earn money out in the open. Not to mention that treasure hunting has a lot more misses than you might think. The point is nobody hits the big time without taking some risks here and there, am I right?" By then, the bartender was eyeing the entire assembled crew as they gathered around their navigator. Or more particularly, he was looking at Luffy. "So no, we don't plan on throwing our lives away," said past Nami, "but it's not just money. My friends and I aren't the type of people to run away from a challenge, especially our captain." Luffy only blinked in perplexity. "Hey," Frankie smirked, "true that. He might be an idiot," Blizzard began, "but he never backs down from a challenge. That being said," past Nami started, "do you mind sharing with us where this smell of money is coming from?" The bartender looked at her confident smirk, then back at the others, then heaved another sigh. "There's really no cure for pirates and idiots, is there?" he asked. "Now I'm positive you want to die young." "Hey, Zoro," Luffy said, "did he just call you an idiot?" "Why make that assumption?" asked past Zoro in annoyance. "Because I'm a pirate," Luffy answered. "I'm a pirate, too, idiot," Zoro yelled, causing the others to laugh. Soon, the bartender led the small motley crew to a door in the back of the bar, which he unlocked and opened. "Hurry inside and shut the door," he told them while he lit an oil lantern, and as the past Straw Hats entered, they saw a long, dark tunnel ahead. "Man, it's dark," past Usopp muttered, nervously. So we go from here, right, Pops? Luffy asked, excitedly. That's right, the bartender answered. Just go straight ahead through here. Hey, wait a minute. Past Nami cried. You haven't told us anything yet. Yeah, she's right, past Usopp agreed. That's because this is as far as I go, the bartender replied. You'll understand if you keep going. Sounds good to me, Luffy exclaimed. Wait a minute, Luffy, you moron, past Usopp shouted. This sounds way too fishy. It's gotta be some kind of trap. If you don't want to do it, then just quit, said the bartender. That way, I can sleep peacefully at night. Well, that certainly shoots down your trap theory, now doesn't it? Asked Brook. Yup. Usopp muttered in exasperation. Well, I'm going. Luffy exclaimed. This smells like an adventure to me. The bartender seemed to smile fondly. An adventure, you say? So you're certain we can make some money here? Asked past Nami. That's right, the bartender said. I'm not one to lie. You can make some money here. I just can't give the details as to how. Past Usopp groaned. My chronic I shouldn't go through this tunnel disease is acting up, again. Give it up, Usopp, said past Zoro as he put a hand on the sniper's shoulder. Our captain's made up his mind. The fact of the matter is we don't have any money, said past Sanji. What choice do we have? I've got a bad feeling about this, past Usopp moaned. There's an adventure waiting for us, isn't there? Asked past Chopper. You bet, Luffy answered, causing him to let an excited gasp. Well, I guess everything will turn out okay, eventually, past Nami shrugged. Now's not the time to be having second thoughts. That's our usual way of thinking, isn't it? Asked Aika. Do it now and ask questions later, right? She. Yes, it is, sweetheart, Robin replied with an amused chuckle. All right then. Luffy cheered. Let's go, guys, and get my food money. That's all you care about? Past Usopp questioned. He certainly does have a one-track mind, Blizzard muttered. Well, that's Luffy for you, said Kumi. Soon, the past Straw Hats began to head down the tunnel. Remember, the bartender said, cryptically. Show 2 100 berry coins at the end of the tunnel. That's the password. Thanks a lot, Pops, Luffy said. Can I ask you something? Asked the bartender. Sure, what's up? Luffy is skeecum a pirate anyway, boy? The bartender inquired. To become the king of the pirates, Luffy replied without a moment's hesitation, causing the bartender to stare at him in surprise. Besides, the sea is nice and free, isn't it? There's treasure hunting and adventures to be had. And a whole lot of other cool things, too. Hey, the bartender chuckled. I see, I like guys like you. Luffy gave him a grin, which he returned, tried to stay alive. Soon, the memory shifted, again, showing the Straw Hats walking down the dark tunnel with past Zoro leading the way while he held the lantern. You sure it's a good idea to let Zoro lead? Blizzard asked. He'd get lost in a wet paper bag. Excuse me? Zoro asked with a twitching eye. How come that man seemed to like Big Brother so much? Aika asked. I guess Luffy reminds him of someone he used to know, Frankie mused. Maybe even himself. Huh, Aika muttered. I wonder why that is. Luffy's always seemed to have that effect on people, Nami mused. He seems to remind people of a life that they once had and that makes them feel a little nostalgic, I guess you could say. I suppose that's why Rayleigh grew so fond of Luffy, don't you think? Asked Robin with her usual amused chuckle. Wait, who's Rayleigh? Aika asked. You'll see later, honey, Nami replied, causing Aika to shrug as she kept watching the memory with the others. The past Straw Hats were still walking down the tunnel when for just a moment, they saw a light at the other end, which caught past Zoro's attention. What's wrong? Asked past Sanji. It's nothing, past Zoro answered as he looked back at the cook, but as he looked forward, he suddenly ran into a creepy-looking old man with a Z tattooed on his forehead, causing him to scream in shock before he nearly dropped the lantern. He managed to catch it, but he grabbed it by the sides instead of the handle, and since it was so hot, he ended up burning his palms and falling back from the pain, prompting past Sanji to catch it on his calf. Hey, Zoro, what the hell are you? Past Sanji started, only to notice the old man, who had his hands behind his back for some reason. Ha 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 ha, Frankie laughed. He sure got you good, Zoro. Yo ho 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 ho, Brook chortled while Zoro grumbled in annoyance. "It's not like I meant to catch it that way," he shouted. "Man, Zoro was such a goon back then," Kumi said before she started to laugh. "Watch it, pup," Zoro spat, causing Kumi to flinch. "Who the hell are you?" asked past Sanji as he glared at the mysterious man. "Wait, Sanji!" Past Nami exclaimed as she walked past him and stepped over past Zoro. "Zoro, you're in the way." "It wasn't my fault," Zoro spat as he glared at Nami, who simply shrugged at him with a sheepish smile. "There's no need to be on your guard," past Nami said as she reached into her pocket. "We've got the password, right here." She then held up 2 100 berry coins. "See?" The Straw Hats heard a small ka-chink noise before the man stepped aside and opened a door. "What was that sound?" asked Aika. "He had a knife, didn't he?" Blizzard inquired. "That's why he had his hands behind his back." "That's right," Nami replied. "Since I've spent 8 years as a thief working under Arlong, I know a thing or two." Soon, the past Straw Hats entered a brightly with Luffy, past Usopp, and past Chopper excitedly running ahead of the others. Needless to say, the place was huge, not to mention extravagant. There were many different chambers that held different kinds of pirates, all of them drinking and feasting to their heart's content. "My word," Brook exclaimed. "Now this is a happening place," Frankie smirked. "Wow, it's so huge," Aika added. "And look at all the pirates." "This is awesome," Kumi chimed in. Hey, Luffy called out while holding past Chopper in his arms. "What is this place, anyway?" "Yeah, they've even got a ship hanging from the ceiling," past Usopp exclaimed as he looked up at the ceiling, where a large rowboat was hanging from for decorating purposes. "You know, it's kinda weird," Nami said. "Despite what happened here, it's kinda nostalgic." "How so?" Brook asked. "We don't really have adventures like those anymore, now do we?" asked Robin. "Huh. Come to think of it," Usopp began, "things have gotten so intense since we first entered the new world. But I guess that's just how it is." "Phew." Past Zoro sighed as he walked in. "Man, that lamp was hot." "Even so," past Nami began, "what kind of place is this? There weren't that many ships at the port when we first got here." "Hey, baby doll," Luffy, past Nami, past Usopp, and past Chopper turned to see a man playing cards with his friends. He asked them something about wanting to make a bet and told the group that the bookmaker was up on the top floor. When past Nami didn't answer right away out of confusion, the man asked them if the crew was there to enter some kind of race and told them not to bother with it. "What race is he talking about?" Aika asked. "The dead-end race, honey," Robin answered. "Oh, yeah?" Frankie exclaimed. "I heard about that." "Ah, that takes me back," Brook added. "I've actually heard about it, myself, once or twice," Blizzard spoke up. "But, what is the dead-end race?" asked Aika. "Yeah, I want to know, too," Kumi added. "The dead-end race is an event that pirates on Hannibal Island hold once every few years," Robin answered. "It's a race where anything goes," Frankie started, "made by pirates, for pirates, you see. We just happened to land there the night before it started," Sanji added. "And apparently, everyone that island were once pirates," Nami chimed in. "Right, Robin?" "That's right," Robin replied. "At every race, the finishing point is different, but the starting point is always at Hannibal Island. The first one to make it to the finish is the winner," Brook began, "but whatever happens on the way there is your problem." "I heard that sometimes there's not even a winner," Blizzard added. "They usually end up losing their lives in some crazy way." "I guess that's why it's called dead-end race, huh?" Aika asked, nervously. "Sorry I asked," Kumi muttered. At first, past Nami seemed interested, Luffy more so than the others. Of course, once past Nami and past Usopp saw the competition, they immediately began to have reservations. Especially when they saw Willy the Orca Fishman, who was previously a rival of Arlong. Of course, as per usual, Luffy just had that happy-go-lucky grin of his while he was holding past Chopper, who was also grinning and pretty much repeating everything he said. Once past Nami heard that the prize was 300 million berries, she quickly changed her tune, and Luffy, past Sanji, and past Chopper were all too eager to agree. "You sure change your mind quick when it comes to money, don't you, Nami?" Zoro asked with an irritated glare. "Oh, bite me," Nami sneered. Now, you too," Robin chided. Not in front of the little ones. While past Nami went to sign the crew in, Luffy looked down at his stomach as it started growling. Really? Past Zoro asked. I can't help it, Luffy said. I didn't get to eat that much. Are you serious? Past Usopp asked. You ate your food, my food, and everyone else's. Captain, past Robin asked. If you're looking for something to eat, why don't you go down and get some food? But Robin, won't we have to pay? Past Chopper inquired. Not really, past Robin answered. The food here is free. You can eat as much as you want. Free? Luffy and past Chopper repeated, excitedly. In that case, what are we waiting for? Past Usopp asked, and soon, all three of them bolted to the bottom floor to get as much food as they. Past Zoro begrudgingly followed, just to keep an eye on them. It wasn't very long before mountains of plates were practically stacked up on the table where they were sitting. I wouldn't be surprised if Luffy ate the entire food stock out of that place, Sanji quipped. Big brother sure was hungry. Ika added. She that food was free, Nami said, or else I would have busted a blood vessel in my brain. Man, this stuff is so good, Luffy exclaimed. Yeah, I guess, past Zoro replied, but I thought that you were full, earlier. No, Luffy answered as he took a bite of some chicken, that was really just 60%. If you say so, past Zoro answered. The race starts tomorrow, doesn't it? Luffy asked as he downed a tankard of some drink. I gotta get myself charged up for it. Yeah, gotta. Past Chopper parroted while stuffing his mouth with potatoes. You don't have to repeat after him, you know, past Usopp said. I don't, past Chopper asked. Past Usopp nodded. It seemed like all I did back then was copy Luffy or Usopp, huh? Chopper asked. You couldn't help it, Usopp shrugged. After all, we were like your idols, right? Little brothers always tend to copy the people they look up to, Blizzard said as he gently pat Chopper on the head. It's absolutely natural. As long as you don't do anything stupid like they do. Are you implying that I do something stupid? Usopp asked. Actually, Usopp, Nami began, between you and Luffy, you always do something stupid. Everyone laughed at that while Usopp grumbled under his breath. As the memory continued, Luffy, in his usual greed, grabbed any and all food that was being carried by the waiters and gobbling it all up as much as he could, ranging from bread to hot dogs to sandwiches. While past Zoro was musing about how the Straw Hat Captain's stomach seemed to be bottomless, he suddenly tensed before he stood up from his chair. Huh? Luffy muttered, his cheeks stuffed to bursting. What's up, Zouth? Before Luffy knew it, he was suddenly slammed face first into the table by a man wearing a yellow sweatshirt, black pants, and matching boots. He had pale rose-colored hair and what looked like a hook tattoo across his face. And for some reason, he looked absolutely pissed. Mommy! Ika squeaked as she hid behind Robin. Who's that guy? Kumi asked as she hid underneath Blizzard. Ah, yes. Robin realized. Shiraya Basket, a famous bounty hunter. He got some kinda bone to pick with Luffy? Asked Frankie. Well, somewhat, Zoro answered. What the hell did you do that for? Asked past Zoro as he glared at Shiraya while past Usopp and past Chopper were both sweating bullets, the latter still holding his fork and knife in his hooves. What was it for? Asked Shiraya. What was it for? What was it for? He says. That's what I want to know. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Past Zoro shouted. Shut it, Shiraya yelled while pointing accusingly at Luffy. He kept stealing all my food with his arms stretching like that. Just because his arms can stretch it doesn't mean that. Wait. His arms can. He then gawked at Luffy, who was still lying on the table. Wait, his arms can stretch. A little slow there, pal, past Usopp and past Chopper said. He acts like he's never seen a devil fruit user before, Brook added. You'd think that someone like that would see devil fruit users more often, right? Nami asked. Just then, Luffy stood up, wiping some food off his chin, and he did not look pleased. Okay, he said, you know what I'm probably gonna do, right? You wouldn't happen to be a devil fruit user, would you? Asked Shiraya. Yeah, what about it? Luffy asked. Hey. The others looked up and saw several other pirates standing up, led by a man with a lanky form and short, pink hair. Hey, you bastards, he called while he held a cutlass against his shoulder. Don't get cocky, Just because no one's been saying anything about you stealing all the food, added one of his crewmates. Who are they? Frankie asked. The Gaspard pirates, Robin answered, grimly. The Gaspard pirates? Aiko repeated. Ah, yes, I've heard of them, Brooke added. Gaspard was once a marine, but then he defected and became a pirate. Wait, that can happen? Aika asked. That's right, Nami replied. Did you really think you can piss us off and get away with it? Asked the pink-haired pirate while Shiraya pulled his napkin off from around his neck and approached the menacing crew. Hee hee. We'll kill you before the race starts, tomorrow. What's he doing? Frankie asked. You'll see, Zoro answered as Shiraya confronted the pirates, who mocked him, thinking he was attempting to apologize. Luffy, on the other hand, was trying to get Shiraya to notice him, claiming that they were about to start fighting first. However, one of the pirates shot him in the chest, causing him to stumble back. The Straw Hats weren't worried, though, since they knew that Luffy's powers would cause the bullet to bounce back, but it still gave the other patrons in the bar quite a shock when they saw his skin stretch out behind him. Hey, what was that for? Luffy questioned. You startled me. Actually, I was going for more than a startle, said the pirate that shot him. What the hell are you, anyway? Questioned another pirate who was wielding an axe. Who, me? Luffy asked as he picked his hat up from off the floor. I'm a guy who had the gum fruit. He then placed his hat on his head. I'm a rubber man. Soon, with a single gum pistol sending several pirates flying into a wall, the barroom brawl began. While Luffy dealt with several of the Gaspard pirates, Shiraya was busy dealing with his own horde of enemies. It seemed that the bounty hunter was able to hold his own quite well without the use of a weapon. He was quite the adaptable fighter, able to use his surroundings to his advantage, such as using a table to block gunshots. Frankie, Blizzard, and Brooke had to admit that they were rather impressed by his skills. Even Zoro was rather impressed. Speaking of Zoro, his past self also got into the brawl, using his swords to block several pirates' blades at once while past Usopp and past Chopper hid behind him. Is hiding seriously all that you do? Asked Zoro. Oh, come on, man, you know that we don't, Usopp argued. It was still scary, though, Chopper added. Eventually, the fight led to Luffy and Shiraya hanging onto a turning chain that led all the way up to the ceiling. As they climbed the chain, past Nami noticed Luffy hanging onto one of the links while past Robin and past Sanji sat at the table with cups of coffee. Luffy, what are you doing up there? The navigator asked. It's nothing, Luffy answered. Just a fight. Ah, I see, past Nami added. Just try not to get lost, okay? Sure thing, Luffy replied. Nami had to laugh to herself. She sounded like a girlfriend who was a little worried but not very surprised that her boyfriend got into a bar fight. She wasn't even aware of his feelings for her back then. It was actually a little cute. Soon, Shiraya, Luffy, and the Gaspard pirates found themselves standing inside the large boat that was hanging from the ceiling, but now they had nowhere to go. Shiraya warned the pirates about cutting the ropes, but they seemed so caught up in their bloodlust that they didn't seem to care. Shiraya, with a shrug, used one of the boat's oars to knock them all off. Save for one. The pink-haired pirate, who had ducked down at the last second. Hey, said Shiraya. You still up for this? Wow, Luffy exclaimed as he sat on the port side of the boat. That was great. Who? Shiraya asked. You talking about me? Yeah, Luffy answered. You're so light on your feet. I had fun just watching you. Well, it was my pleasure, Shiraya smirked. I gotta be honest. I didn't expect a man with 30 million berries on his head to show up here. It was kinda fun watching, Aika said. That guy's got moves, I'll give him that, Frankie smirked. I honestly felt bad, Zoro said. I never got the chance to fight him, myself. What's your name, dude? Luffy asked with a cocky grin. Who, me? Asked Shiraya. My name is, hey, the pirate shouted as he stood up. You think you can just begin idle chick? Oh, you still wanna fight? Luffy asked. Damn right I do, the pirate shouted as he pointed his cutlass at Luffy. You think you're all high and mighty, just because you have 30 million on your head? Well, I got news for you, our boss is a real big shot. He has a bounty of 95 million berries on his head. Nobody missed the smirk that Shiraya made at that declaration. Wow, Luffy exclaimed. That's even more than Crocodile's bounty. You think that the crew of a pirate as big as our captain's is just gonna sit by and do nothing after someone pisses us off? Asked the pirate. Sometimes they don't, Luffy laughed. Naturally, the pirate took offense to that and attempted to cut Luffy down. But Luffy ended up ducking out of the way. And the pirate ended up slicing through the ropes that held the boat suspended. Whoops, Blizzard muttered. Ah. Nami groaned as she squeezed the bridge of her nose. Really, Luffy? Talk about devil may care, am I right? Usopp asked. Soon, Shiraya jumped off the boat as it tipped over, leaving Luffy and the random to fall off. Luckily, Luffy wasn't just about to let himself fall to his doom. Thinking quickly, he managed to stretch his arm and grab onto the railing before pulling himself up. To no one's surprise, he also saved the pirate that was attempting to cut him down. After all, Luffy wasn't some bastard. Soon, Luffy landed on solid ground, right in front of Shiraya and an open bar. You grabbed that guy, too? Shiraya asked as he glanced at the pirate that Luffy had saved. Yeah, I just felt like it, Luffy said. You're a strange one, Shiraya said. Well, in any case, shall we get back to the matter at hand? Oh, that's right, Luffy said as he dusted off his pants, then took on a fighting stance. So, shall we? Fine by me, Shiraya answered, but that guy doesn't seem to be finished yet. Huh? Luffy muttered before he turned around and saw the same pirate, who growled as he stood up and glared at him. Oh, come on, man. Shut up, you obnoxious pests. The Straw Hats gasped quietly as they saw someone sitting inside one of the chambers. Beside him was a man with a shaved head, pale skin, and a darkened look in his eyes. And all around them were many pirates, beaten and battered. The man responsible was an imposing figure with long, dirty blonde hair, his abdominal muscles in plain view as he left his coat open. A marine coat, to be more precise. But the marine insignia had been crossed out by two large red cutlasses that formed an X shape. Who's that guy? Ika asked, worriedly. General Gaspard. Robin answered, grimly. The Straw Hats looked around at all the bodies that lied around Gaspard, who quietly chugged down a bottle of ale down to the very last drop, then tossed the bottle over his shoulder, where it hit the wall and shattered behind him. Beside Gaspard stood a man with pale skin and a shaved head, wearing a black t-shirt and pants, and he had his hands folded behind his back. His biceps had flame-patterned tattoos, and on his face was a tattoo of Gaspard's insignia, two cutlasses over the seagull. Needless to say, the group immediately sensed something foreboding about him. Must have been some fight, Ika said as she looked at all the bodies. That wasn't a fight, Ika, said Zoro. These men were slaughtered. That's even worse, Kumi squeaked. Zoro, don't scare the girls, Nami chided. But Luffy, the past version, didn't seem at all concerned while Shiraya smirked at the marine-turned-pirate. As for the pink-haired one, he only gaped in horror. Gee, General Gaspard. Why are you here? He asked. Gaspard? Luffy repeated in confusion. Is there something wrong with me being here? Asked Gaspard in a low, almost threatening tone. Oh, and no, of course not, cried the underling, frightfully. I just heard that you were drinking on the ship, so, Do I need your permission to be here? Asked Gaspard, causing the pirate to shriek as he tossed his cutlass aside and bowed his head. And no, he cried. I'm sorry, sir, please forgive me. I didn't mean anything by it, please, enjoy yourself. I have something to ask you, said Gaspard. Yes, sir? Asked the pirate. Just who the hell are you? The former marine questioned. What's he talking about? Frankie asked. He should know his own crew members, right? Is he stupid or something? Ika inquired. Just keep watching, Robin muttered. Who? Asked the pirate. You mean me? You must be joking, sir. You know me, I don't know you, Gaspard interjected, causing the pirate to stand there, gaping in disbelief. Some weakling like you who is so easily beaten by some no-name pirate has no place on my crew. Huh? The pirate questioned. But wait, that was because. No, I'm sorry, I'll just. Before he could finish, the pale-skinned man that was once at Gaspard's side suddenly appeared behind him and grabbed him by the shoulder so hard that the Straw Hats could hear the bone crack. Then he tossed him over the railing like he was a rag doll, where they could hear a loud splash. "That was really mean," said Ika. "It wasn't just mean, it was cruel," said Blizzard as he glared at Gaspard. And it seemed that Luffy shared his sentiment, for he was glaring at him, as well. But as for Jiraiya, he just stood there with that same cocky smirk. "Well, you looked like you were having fun," said Gaspard. "Who are you?" "Who, me?" asked Jiraiya as he pulled out a black hat and placed it on his head. "I'm just a poor, no-name bounty hunter. The name's Jiraiya." Nearby, the other pirates were whispering and chatting amongst themselves as they heard Jiraiya's name, calling him the pirate executioner. "Dude, you're a bounty hunter?" asked Luffy. "Yeah," Jiraiya answered. "I've made a bit of a name for myself, it seems." "I've heard of you, too, boy," said Gaspard as he looked to Luffy, who looked back at him. "For a man worth 30 million, you don't look like much, but it seems you've done pretty well for yourself, haven't you?" "Wait, I'm confused," Chopper said. "Shouldn't Luffy's bounty have gone up by now?" "I guess it took a while for the updated wanted posters to get around," Nami replied. "It happens." "So, what do you say?" Gaspard asked with a toothy grin. "Do you boys want to work under me?" "PSH. Fat chance," Usopp scoffed. "Luffy never wants to work under anybody." "That's right," Sanji replied. "Luffy would sooner eat dirt than join under someone." "Whoa, whoa," said Jiraiya. "I'm supposed to be hunting you guys, not joining you guys." "Just look at me, an ex-marine," said Gaspard. "You have the kind of guts and skills that I like. I only like strong guys like you, after all." "Well, this is certainly unexpected," said Jiraiya. "I know how that is," Zoro quipped, remembering when he joined Luffy. "Well, what do you think?" Jiraiya asked as he turned to Luffy. "You want to join him?" "No way," Luffy answered, bluntly, which caused the bounty hunter to frown. "This guy smells like trash." Apparently, Gaspard didn't really take too kindly to that statement, and it seemed that his henchman wasn't going to take it lying down either, for the next thing Luffy or the rest of the Straw Hats knew, Luffy was suddenly being grabbed while the Pale Man held up long, hooked claws to his throat, and the sudden force caused him to drop his hat. "Oh, no, my hat," Luffy cried as he tried to grab it. "Ah, big brother," Ika cried, worriedly. "Why am I not surprised?" Nami asked, incredulously. "Luffy's trying to get himself killed, again." He, Gaspard chortled, darkly. "While I do like your dauntless courage, I suggest you watch your mouth from now on. Otherwise, you might end up getting yourself killed." "As much as I hate to say it," Usopp began, "sometimes, Luffy doesn't know when to keep his mouth shut. He's gotten himself and is in a lot of trouble that way." "You think that's gonna stop him?" Zoro asked. "Besides, he's right. This Gaspard guy does smell like trash." Luffy grunted as he felt tiny trickles of blood beginning to drip from his throat while the pale-skinned man continued to sink his claws into him. But Jiraiya just stood there, completely stone-faced. "How can he just stand there like that?" Usopp asked. "Do whatever the hell you wish," said Gaspard as he stood up and walked away, "but only because I spared your life." He briefly turned to Luffy and Jiraiya. "But do come to my ship if you accept." He then turned to leave. "Needles. Let the boy go, as an advanced celebration of the race." The man, Needles, soon released Luffy, who rubbed at his neck while he turned to follow Gaspard. But when his bare foot nearly touched his hat, Luffy's eyes went wide with a familiar fury. "Hey," he shouted. "Don't you step on that." Jiraiya gasped silently while Gaspard paused, and as for Needles, he backed away from the straw hat as Luffy went to pick it up. "Move," Luffy demanded. "Don't touch it. This hat is my treasure." Ika gripped at the sides of Luffy's hat on instinct. "That old straw hat is your treasure?" asked Jiraiya. "It's an important hat that Shanks left with me," Luffy answered while he dusted his hat off. "Shanks?" Jiraiya repeated. "As in that great pirate, red-haired Shanks?" "Yep," Luffy answered as he put his hat back on. "Hey," Jiraiya smirked. "You're no ordinary pirate, are you?" "No, I'm just a regular pirate, all right," Luffy replied. "I'm out here, looking for the legendary treasure, the One Piece. But I guess once I become king of the pirates, I won't be so ordinary, will I?" "If you ask me, Luffy was always an extraordinary pirate," said Chopper. "I think that's Luffy's way of being modest," Robin mused. As usual with the type of pirates that Luffy encountered, Gaspard let out a hacking laugh. That's pretty big talk, he exclaimed. Do you have any idea what that means on the sea? Not really, Luffy answered, but I already made up my mind to become the king of the pirates. He then gave his usual cocky grin. And I have to die fighting for that. Then I die, plain and simple. I wish he didn't have to say, die, Ika muttered. Yeah, so do I, honey, said Nami. Just another big-mouthed rookie, huh? Gaspard scoffed before he walked away. And to everyone's surprise, somehow, Needles ended up standing beside him and closed the door. Well, I don't know about you, Shiraya started, but I don't feel like fighting you anymore. How about we settle this another time? Sound good to you? Sure, Luffy grinned, which caused the bounty hunter to grin back at him. Your head, he said before he turned and walked away, and soon, the memory faded to black. That guy was scary, said Ika. Gaspard, I mean, and the other guy with the claws. Yeah, they were both pretty frightening, honey, Nami replied as she held Ika close to her. That Needles guy was lucky I wasn't there, Zoro spoke up. Yes, but he was quite fast, Brook added. Do you think you would have been able to handle someone with that sort of speed? Moss heads slower than a bucket of molasses, Sanji quipped, only to quickly jump out of the way when Zoro tried to slash him with one of his swords. Say that again, Dartboard, he barked, I dare you. Oh, boy, not again, Blizzard groaned, but then, the dark void around them began to brighten up a bit, and as the memory revealed itself, the Straw Hats saw that it was the very crack of dawn, and the crew was outside on the harbor, preparing to set sail. Luffy yawned as he stood on the yardarm, helping past Sanji untie the sails. Hey, all set over there? Asked past Sanji. Yeah, all set, Luffy yawned, again. How come everyone was up so early? Frankie asked. We had to get ready for the race since it started first thing in the morning, Nami answered. But where are all the other contestants? Asked Brook. They're around, Robin answered. They've just gathered at different starting points than we did. As soon as the sails were unfurled and the anchor was hoisted up, Luffy noticed that past Nami was looking at the eternal pose in her hand with an almost troubled expression, prompting him to stretch his arm and jump down beside her. Something wrong, Nami? Luffy asked. The eternal pose's needle keeps pointing over that mountain, past Nami answered as she pointed to the mountain up ahead. So, that's where the starting point is? Asked past Sanji as he climbed down the rope rigging. Not exactly, past Nami replied. The bookkeeper said that this town is the starting point. I don't see any other ships around here, said past Zoro. You think they got lost or something? Kinda like you, Zoro, Luffy pointed. Shut your hole, the swordsman shouted while the Straw Hats snickered. Luffy still has you pegged, huh, Mosshead? Sanji smirked. Oh, be quiet, Zoro snapped. Seriously, hey, what's going on? Past Usopp asked as he came from the aft. Everything okay? We are indeed at one of the starting points, said past Robin as she came outside. This island actually has several rivers that branch in from the sea and they all meet at the main stream in front of us. In front of us? Past Nami repeated before she looked toward the mountain. Wait, you mean there? The other ships should be at standby at the other branches, past Robin said. The real starting point is at the very top of the mountain. Hey, hold on, past Nami cried. Are you saying we have to sail up the mountain? Exactly, said past Robin. Just like what you've experienced on Reverse Mountain, correct? Well, yeah, but there was a huge current back then, past Nami argued. The same thing happens here, said past Robin. Once every few years or so, a strong back current, followed by a powerful gale arrives at this island. That's what we'll be using to climb the mountain. Ah, past Sanji sighed, lovingly. You're so smart, Robin dearest. Wow, Aunt Robin. Ika exclaimed, you know everything. When Robin's smarts are combined with my navigational skill, Nami began, we make a pretty good team. Well, a girl has to do her research, you know, Robin added while Zoro smirked as he put his arm around his girlfriend's shoulders, causing her to chuckle. Well, I can understand the theory, but, past Nami muttered, sounding very unsure. So it's a mystery start, right? Asked Luffy, who had his hands behind his head and that same dopey grin on his face. That's not it, doofus, said past Usopp as he smacked his hand against Luffy's chest before he looked to past Nami. Hey, Nami. Are you certain about this? The Mary was almost ripped to shreds that time, remember? You were certainly worried, weren't you, Usopp? Brook asked. I had every right to be worried, thank you, Usopp spat. Ah, we'll be fine, Luffy assured. We'll make it out, somehow. He always says that, Chopper noted, and yet, it's true, isn't it? Robin asked. Gotta hand it to Luffy, Frankie began. He sure can be an optimist. All of a sudden, past Nami tensed up as she sensed something approaching before she turned around and started shouting orders, getting everyone prepared for the incoming wind. Luffy hurriedly climbed up to the yardarm. Past Usopp ran to the rudder helm. Past Chopper ran to the aft to keep watch, and past Zoro and past Sanji were called to watch the shrouds of both sides of the mast. As for past Robin, she just stood on standby up on the upper deck, observing the others. Wow, look at you guys running around like that, said Aika. When it comes to Nami's orders, we don't mess around, Sanji grinned. How come Robin didn't have to anything, Usopp asked. I felt like Robin helped enough with her little details, Nami said. Why do I have a feeling it was something else, asked Blizzard. Hey, Robin, asked Chopper. How come you were always watching us like that? I suppose I was doing my own little analysis, like Luffy does, Robin said. I wanted to see how you all worked together in an emergency. Ah, Chopper nodded. That makes sense. Soon, the past Straw Hats took their positions, watching, waiting for this powerful gale. And at first, the waters seemed calm. Then, all of a sudden, the wind began to pick up, ever so slightly. And then, in a huge burst, a powerful wind current suddenly filled the Mary's sails and pushed her along the water, so much so, that the little caravel ship's figurehead nearly dipped below the surface. Man, that must have been some wind, Frankie exclaimed. You have no idea, Nami replied. As the wind pushed the group through a dark, which past Usopp complained about, again. The rest of the crew all had these excited grins on their faces, as if knowing that another grand adventure was about to begin. All right, Luffy cheered. Let's go. As soon as they emerged, the past Straw Hats found themselves in a large harbor town, much bigger than the one they had entered when they first got to the island. Crowds of people were cheering from the streets and even on the rooftops. Wow, look at all those pirates, Aika exclaimed as she sat on top of Zoro's shoulders to get a better look. There's a whole mess of 'em, Kumi added. Way too many to count. Were they all cheering for you? Brook inquired. Not exactly, Usopp answered with a sweat drop. As if to affirm this, the group heard several shouts from the crowd. Hey, you punks in the sheepboat. You stupid rookies better not mess this up. Yeah, I bet a lot on the favorite. If you win, I'll kill you all. Ouch, Frankie winced. Nami shrugged. We expected it. While past Nami and past Zoro were talking about Gaspard, past Sanji suddenly spotted something while he clung to the rigging of the sails. It was a huge steam-stoked battleship with the marine insignia crossed out, and the figurehead consisted of a huge, golden dragon that had its mouth gaping open. Yeesh, Blizzard grimaced. Is that Gaspard's ship? It sure is, Nami answered. That's the ship of the top favorite, Gaspard, said past Nami as she went to go look, herself. It's called the Salamander. That ship, there? Asked past Sanji. What's with the mark on the sails? Past Usopp inquired. It looks like the mark of the Marines, but it's crossed out. Exactly, said past Nami. Gaspard was a former Marine. He turned traitor after he seized control of the ship that he had been assigned to. Right now, the bounty on his head is 95 million berries. 95 mil, hey, wait a minute. Past Usopp cried. That makes him some kinda big shot, doesn't it? Pretty much, past Nami said, nonchalantly. We also have to look out F has. Apparently, he ate a devil fruit, but it's not known what it's called. He's been given the moniker of General, but the rumors about him aren't so pleasant. Well, he is a pirate, so of course the rumors aren't gonna be, past Usopp started. So what if he is? Luffy asked, his back turned. Huh? Past Usopp muttered. Luffy? I hate that guy's guts, Luffy said, bitterly. I don't like him, either, Aika said, worriedly. The fact that he used to be a former Marine makes it worse. I don't blame you, said Blizzard. The very moment I saw that creep, I knew he was nothing but trouble. At that moment, a few more ships appeared, one belonging to a pirate known as Vigro, the Hanged Man, Willy the Orca Fishman, and finally, the ship of the two giant brothers, Bobby and Pogo. Vigro was taunting the past Straw Hats, claiming that their ship would never survive the Grand Fall, and laughing at them all the while, but they seemed to ignore him. What's a Grand Fall?" asked Aika. "You're about to see in a minute," Nami answered, and as soon as she said that, the ships all started tilting upward as they went up a very steep incline. In fact, they were almost going up a total 90-degree angle. Hey, are you guys gonna be all right?" Frankie questioned. "It's nothing to worry about," Nami answered. "Besides, we end up going through the same thing about a couple of weeks after this." "Huh? What are you talking about?" asked Aika. "You'll see later on," Robin replied. Soon, the crew had reached the very summit of the mountain, where they saw the sun nearly touch the clouds. And below them, a drop of more than 1,000 meters. "Eep!" Aika squeaked. "Holy shiz!" Blizzard gasped. Frankie and Brooke only gaped in complete shock and disbelief. And Kumi, well, she fainted. But for the Straw Hats that had been there, all they could do was grin. "Yahoo!" Luffy cheered as he jumped high up into the air. And not long after he did so, the Mary began to plummet. The past Straw Hats had to hang on tight just to keep themselves from falling overboard before they landed at the bottom of the waterfall, then proceeded down the canal with the other ships, and past Nami was so shaken, she was frothing at the mouth. "So, that's the Grand Fall?" past Nami asked. "Miss Navigator," past Robin called. "Now's not the time to be overwhelmed." As soon as she said this, huge explosions were heard all around, followed by loud, bloodthirsty howls. Ships were suddenly being shot down and torn apart, left and right. "What's going on?" asked Aika. "What are they all doing?" Frankie questioned. "This is all part of the race," Zoro answered. "After all, it wouldn't be a pirate race without a little bit of a bloodbath, here and there." "How typical, coming from you," Nami mused. Not long after, another ship came after the Mary. It was a huge galleon ship and its crew consisted of at least 40 men. Past Nami put past Usopp in charge of cannon duty, and though the sniper had his complaints, he quickly geared up and put on his goggles, showing that he was about to get serious. "Fire!" Past Usopp shouted as he lit the fuse on the cannon, which quickly shot down the galleon with no problems. "Ha! The manliest of men, Usopp, is here." "Wow, Usopp," Kumi exclaimed after she woke up. "That was awesome." "You got them in one shot," Aika added. "Not too shabby, there," Blizzard grinned. "Yeah, well, my skills are nothing to laugh at, you know," a flattered Usopp exclaimed while scratching the back of his head. All around, the fighting continued with the other pirates, but Luffy didn't seem at all bothered by it. In fact, he actually started laughing as he sat on the figurehead. "They sure are going all out, huh?" he asked. "Everybody sure is having fun." "If you can call it that," Nami muttered before she sighed. "I will never understand men." "Yo-ho-ho-ho," Brooke laughed. "Goodness, this takes me back to the old days. Swashbuckling on the open seas. Couldn't get enough of it, I say." "Glad you're enjoying it, at least," said Frankie. "Yeah, kinda makes me wish that I was there," Blizzard added. Suddenly, several ships had crashed into the town due to how fast the current was going. Bobby and Pogo even crashed because they attempted to use the capsized ships as a ramp and fly to the open sea, but they underestimated the distance. "Chopper, quick!" past Nami cried. "Turn the rudder." "I'm trying," past Chopper, trying to steer the rudder in his heavy point form, but it's not shifting. "We'll crash at this rate," past Nami shouted in alarm. "What are we gonna do?" Hey, past Usopp called. "We're almost off course, here." "You think if I kicked the ship, it would cushion it?" asked past Zoro. "As if that would work," past Nami yelled. But then, she suddenly got an idea. "Ah, a cushion, oh, Luffy." Luffy hummed, inquisitively. And soon after, he jumped off the ship, taking in a big breath of air before he inflated himself. The Mary soon landed on his body, which caused his face to turn red, but he quickly started to roll along the capsized ship, sending the caravel into the air. "Luffy, grab on, quick," past Usopp called out, prompting Luffy to deflate before he stretched his arm and caught it, getting dragged along as the ship flew. But it was still about to fall into the town. "But, what do we do, now?" past Chopper questioned. Leave that to me, said past Robin as she crossed her arms, grand fleur. Soon after, a huge army made of many more arms sprouted from the starboard side of the Mary, grabbing onto the roof of a building, which frightened the onlookers before it pulled the ship toward the stream. Nice, Robin. Luffy cheered as he was dragged along before he finally made it aboard, just as the ship landed on the water and out into the open sea, along with several other ships. You made it, Ika exclaimed. Yeah. By some miracle, we did, Chopper said. I remember I passed out not long after that little stunt. Lucky you, Usopp bemoaned. Just another day on the Grand Line, right, Usopp? Zoro asked. Yeah, but it doesn't mean I'm used to it, even now, Usopp argued. Man, said past Sanji. It's almost unreal how often stuff like this happens. I almost can't believe we made it this far. Thanks, Robin, past Nami stammered, all according to plan. You liar, past Zoro spat. Well, looks like we're well on our way, said past Robin while a passed out past Chopper lied beside her. Let's just enjoy the rest of the ride, shall we? She. Luffy laughed while past Usopp stood behind him with his hands over his heart. Man, I'm really pumped here. It looks like we're only at the tail of the pack, but we're just getting started. This is what it means to be a pirate, after all. Past Zoro and past Sanji both smirked while past Nami was chanting about the money. Past Robin had that usual smile of amusement on her face while past Usopp was muttering about his, I can't leave this island disease. Alright then, you guys, Luffy exclaimed. Let's get going. Aye, the past Straw Hats cheered. Although past Usopp's cheer was rather weak and past Chopper was still out cold. What an exciting start to a race, said Ika, my heart's still pounding. Be careful there, small fry, said Zoro. You don't want to get too overwhelmed, now. Man, as I'd expect from a pirate's race, said Blizzard. Cutthroats and brigands galore, huh? Man, that sure was reckless, Frankie said, but then again, that's the pirate life for you. Yeah, but Mary sure took a beating, said Usopp. I really felt sorry for everything we put her through. The memory shifted, showing the Mary sailing along calmer waters with a few reefs surrounding her. Past Nami had sent past Zoro to check for any damages, to which he begrudgingly obliged. As for Luffy, he sat on the figurehead, as usual, just minding his own business, and past Nami soon came and stood behind him. You really shouldn't sit up there, Luffy, said past Nami. It feels nice up here, that's not the problem, past Nami answered. You could fall off and sink into the water. I don't want to have to fish you out again, like last time. Don't worry about it, Luffy rebuffed as he looked toward the horizon, causing past Nami to sigh. What am I gonna do with you? She muttered in exasperation. You want to sit with me? Luffy asked. What? Past Nami asked, but then, without warning, Luffy stretched his arm, coiled it around her waist, and then hoisted her up beside him, causing her to yelp in surprise before he gently set her down. You idiot! Past Nami shouted. At least warn me before you do that. She. Luffy laughed. Sorry. He looked back toward the open sea. Anyway, it's nice up here, right? Past Nami blinked at Luffy before she looked toward the horizon with him, and as the wind softly blew through her hair, she smiled. Actually, it kinda does feel nice, she said. Wow. Ika whispered. Big brother shared his special seat with you. Yeah. His methods are a little strange, Nami said, but I guess Luffy can be a bit romantic, even if he doesn't know it, sometimes. Never really pegged him for something like that, Sanji quipped. Hey, guys, past Zoro called. We have a problem. What is it, Zoro? Asked past Nami, only to gasp upon seeing the swordsman holding an unconscious boy of at least 8 years over his shoulder. Wait, who was that kid? Frankie asked. That was Adele, Nami replied. She was a cabin girl on Gaspard's ship, but only because she was an assistant to the boilerman on board. Wait, girl? Brooke asked. Strange, this Adele looks like a young lad to me. About that, Zoro said. We thought that the kid was a boy at first because she acted so tomboyish and stuff. Back then, she called herself Anaguma. I figured it out right away, Chopper added. The others just didn't realize until much later. And you still knocked her out, Zoro, you brute, said Nami. Oh, will you lay off? Zoro questioned. I told you, she pulled a gun on me the first time? She had a gun? Aika questioned. Suddenly, the memory shifted, showing Luffy, past Usopp, and past Robin walking up the stairs as they heard the sound of Adele, Anaguma yelling about some things. They soon entered the galley, where they saw past Nami and past Zoro sitting at the table, past Sanji in the corner, sautéing some food in a pan, past Chopper sitting on the floor, and Adele standing in the corner. I was sent here to kill you all and make some damn money. She sure has a mouth on her, Blizzard sneered. You sure she was a girl? Trust me, we were surprised, too, Sanji replied. Sounds like our guest is awake, said past Robin. So he was sent here to kill us, huh? Asked past Usopp. Luffy, what do you think about all this? I guess we can't really count on him being friendly, Luffy shrugged. I think it's time someone taught him a few manners, huh? Manners? Aika asked. Don't worry, Aika, it's not as bad as you think, Nami replied. Money, huh? Asked past Nami. At least you're being straightforwarded. But why pick this particular ship when there are so many others? Isn't it obvious? Asked past Usopp, putting on his usual, Mr. Cool, act. We are the infamous Straw Hat Pirates, after all. I don't know anything about you guys, spat Adele. I only picked this ship because it looked so weak compared to the others. Okay, Luffy, you can laugh now, past Usopp muttered, and Luffy did just that. Don't laugh at me, Adele shouted. I'm serious. Hey, calm down, cried past Chopper as he went over to his side. You're still pretty. Get away from me, Adele yelled as he pushed the little reindeer away. Oh, dear. Brook muttered. That poor child looks like she must have been through something terrible. You can tell? Nami asked. It's a bit of an intuitive thing, Brook replied. I can sense it, too, Aika said. She's really bitter about something. Well, you'll see why in a little while, said Robin. Pirates should be used to being marked for death. Luffy began with that same cocky grin. But if you're not ready to put your life on the line, then you sure as hell aren't ready to fight me. Hearing that caused Adele to grit his teeth as she glared at Luffy. What did Luffy have to go and say that for? Kumi asked. Because he's right, Zoro said. The kid can't go around toting guns and talking big. She'd get herself killed faster that way. It's just like Luffy and Shanks said before, remember? Asked Blizzard. Guns aren't for threats, they're for action. Once you have a weapon, you have to be willing to use it. Oh, yeah. Aika muttered in realization. Right, Kumi added, her ears drooping. Just then, past Robin tossed Adele the pistol that was on the table using her powers, then attempted to call the tomboy out on her bluff, despite past Usopp's attempts to stop her from making things worse. The child demanded not to be made a fool of and quickly shot at Luffy, whose powers quickly bounced the bullet right back at her, hitting the wall right next to her head. And the poor thing looked like she was about to soil herself not long after. The Straw Hats couldn't help feeling just a little sorry for her. After that, past Nami soon explained devil fruits to the disguised girl, who was even more surprised when she saw past Chopper transform into his heavy point form after being called a deer. After that, she had a look of bitterness and sadness in her eyes. Kill me, she said before she dropped down on her bottom. Go ahead and kill me, just do it, damn it. Any members of the Straw Hats who weren't there at the time of the memory could only stare in shock. And a bit of pity, too, though they tried not to show it. Impressive resolve, said past Nami, is what I would say. But don't you think you're treating your life a little too lightly? As if I need to be lectured by a damn pirate, cursed Adele. Why should I care, anyway? What's the point of living if there's no hope left? I'd be better off dead. My God. Frankie whispered. Poor kid must have been through hell. Yeah, just like me. Nami muttered. Just like a lot of us, Nami, Robin added. Aika didn't say anything, but she wouldn't deny that she, too, felt that way. During her time on Punk Hazard, trapped in the biscuits room with all the other children, she was still mourning the loss of her mother with just Kumi for company. Caesar's experiments on her didn't help her cope at all. All the pain she had been forced to endure nearly left her hopeless until Luffy and the others showed up. And to this day, she was grateful that he did. It's easy to lose hope when things look bleak, Brook said. I just can't seem to understand what kind of situation young Miss Adele was in to make her feel that way. You'll see, later, said Nami. Nami? Frankie asked as he watched the memory. What the hell are you doing? As the others looked up, they saw past Nami holding one of past Zoro's swords as she approached Adele, who cried out in fright while past Chopper stood in front of her. Quit that damn self-pity crap, past Nami cursed as she drew the blade. If that's what you want so bad, then I'll kill you right now. Stop it, Nami, past Chopper cried. Shut up, past Nami yelled. Don't get in my way. People like him piss me off the most, no reason to keep living, huh? If you're alive, then you can't talk about dying like that. Please stop, Nami, past Chopper urged. You made your point, okay? Nearby, past Usopp and Luffy were just casually sipping tea and eating rice crackers. You guys do something, too, yelled past Chopper. The food's ready, past Sanji called as he set some stir-fry down on the table while past Zoro watched with an all-too-amused grin on his face. Sanji, not you, too, past Chopper shouted as he shifted into heavy point in order to hold past Nami back. But that didn't stop from her trying to hack at Adele Wi. I don't care if he's a little kid, past Nami yelled. I'll take his ideals and cut them in half. And on that, the memory faded to black. I forget how scary big sis can be, sometimes, Aika said, nervously. I think it's safe to say we all do, Chopper added. Oh, come on, you guys, I'm not that scary, am I? Nami asked. I'd argue with you, Nami, but you can be terrifying, said Usopp. I have to admit, even I get a little frightened of you, half the time, Sanji pointed out. Yo ho 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 ho. Brook laughed, nervously while Blizzard and Kumi both whimpered with their tails tucked between their legs. Well, I've mellowed out a little, at least, haven't I? Nami asked with a bit of a pout. You really want us to answer that question? Asked Zoro, causing Nami to glare at him. You sure looked like you were enjoying the show, though, said Frankie as he glanced at Zoro, who chuckled almost darkly. What can I say? He asked. I didn't think she'd actually have it in her. And people say I have a dark sense of humor, Robin added. At that moment, the memory began to return, showing the going merry sailing through a light snowfall. Luffy and past Usopp were out on the deck, not wearing anything to shield them from the cold. Brr, past Usopp shivered as he hugged himself for warmth. It's freezing out here, how can you not be bothered by this? I dunno, Luffy shrugged. Geez, Nami sure looked scary, earlier, past Usopp said. And I mean more than usual. Who'd have thought she would go ballistic like that? Well, it's not her fault, Luffy replied. Eh? Past Usopp asked. I think Nami got mad because that kid reminded her of how she used to be, said Luffy. Nami's eyes went wide while Luffy kept talking. I think she just got upset because that kid was talking about not wanting to live anymore. Even though he's still just a kid, the Straw Hat Captain said. His eyes hooded beneath the rim of his hat. It's actually kinda sad when you think about it. Past Usopp only blinked at Luffy while the others just continued to watch the memory. Back then, they often found it a bit scary when their captain suddenly talked so insightfully when he was usually such a goofball, half the time. At first, they didn't know where he would get these sudden bouts of wisdom, as they put it. But now that they were watching his memories, they were starting to see where he came from. Of course, he would go back to being an idiot in mere seconds, acting as if what he said never even happened, just like now. Gah! It's freezing out here, Luffy cried. Typical, past Usopp muttered. Suddenly, they heard a voice nearby. I think you should continue living just a bit longer. I know life can be harsh. But if you can get through it, you'll be able to see tomorrow. That sounds like Sanji, said Aika. It was, Sanji answered. I was talking to Adele outside. Sure enough, there was past Sanji, putting a blanket over Adele, who was sitting alone on the deck, hugging her knees and curled up into a ball. And yet the cook was smiling at her, warmly. As the cook turned to leave, he suddenly came face to face with Luffy and past Usopp, the latter giving him an almost smug grin. So what was that about? Asked past Usopp. You seem awfully nice to that kid. She. Luffy laughed. Oh, yeah, past Sanji muttered. I wonder why. Why were you so nice to Adele, Sanji? Asked Nami. I guess part of me figured that she was a girl, too, Sanji shrugged. Call it intuition, I guess. The memory shifted, once again, this time showing the Going Merry sailing through the seas as storm clouds began to form in the sky. And it was soon they weren't the only ones, for they were being followed by Vigro and his crew. The Hanged Man laughed at the motley crew mockingly, claiming that he was surprised that they had made it this far, but it didn't seem that the past Straw Hats were listening to him. In fact, the whole time, they thought that they were in last place, when really, it was Vigro who was last. Which, of course, pissed him off. Past Usopp, in fright, shot him down with a single gunpowder star. Which only further enraged Vigro's men more, scaring the sniper into hiding. "Alright, guys, you handle this one," he called out. "You sure take one for the team, don't y'all?" Blizzard asked, sarcastically. "Alright. Let me handle this," Luffy exclaimed as he prepared to stretch his arms and jump aboard Vigro's ship. "Hey, hold on there," said Past Zoro. "The cook and I will handle this." "Let someone else have some fun, once in a while," Past Sanji added. "Ah. Fine," Luffy pouted. "Big brother hates being left out of a fight, huh?" asked Ika. "That's because he really loves it," Nami said with an amused smile. Soon, the brawl had started, and Past Zoro and Past Sanji had made short work of the grunts in almost little to no time at all. However, during the fight, the sea began to tremble, and imagine the surprise of the past Straw Hats when a familiar pack of Sea Kings suddenly appeared from beneath the water. "Those are the same Sea Kings from the Calm Belt," Frankie exclaimed. "I thought they only lived there," Ika cried. "Sea Kings can change their nests however they like," Nami answered. "Why do you think they get the names?" The biggest Sea King, one with the harlequin spots, opened its mouth as it attempted to eat Vigro's ship with Past Zoro and Past Sanji on board. Naturally, Luffy attempted to help, in his own Luffy way. "Zoro, Sanji, grab on, quick," Luffy called as he stretched his arm. Only to grab the Sea King's nostril. "Just where the hell are you aiming, stupid?" Past Zoro and Past Sanji yelled, and not long after, the Sea King let out an enormous sneeze, sending both the Merry and Vigro's ship flying, though the latter ended up sinking below the water. "Oh, those guys sank," said Luffy. "Hey, what about Zoro and Sanji?" Past Usopp questioned. "Oh, you're right," Luffy cried. "Hey, guys. That moron," Zoro muttered. "Why do we even bother, sometimes?" Sanji asked. "At least he went back for you, right?" Ika asked. Soon, the memory shifted again, this time showing the past Straw Hats sitting in the galley together, eating a delicious dinner. "I bet you're relieved, huh, Zoro?" Luffy asked. "Couldn't you have gotten us out of there sooner, you idiot?" asked Past Zoro. "Ah, don't sweat it," Luffy exclaimed before he laughed. But nearby, Adele sat in the corner, glaring at the group and curled up in a ball, again before she hid her face in her arms, once more. Luffy happened to catch this out of the corner of his eye before he stood up and walked toward her, then squat down to her height level. "Hey, aren't you gonna eat something?" Luffy asked, causing Adele to raise her head up, again. "We saved some for you, you know." "That's the first time I've ever seen Luffy be considered over someone who isn't eating," Sanji said. "Yeah, he usually tries to snatch it for himself, doesn't he?" asked Kumi. There was a slight pause before Adele spoke. "Are you guys always like this?" she asked Luffy. "Huh?" Luffy muttered. "You guys tell me not to treat my life so lightly," said Adele, "and yet you guys go pulling dangerous crap like that and then act like it's no big deal. You guys could have been killed back there." "Haha," Luffy laughed. "Yeah, that was pretty dangerous, huh?" "Stop laughing," shouted Adele. "What's the matter with you? Aren't you even a little afraid of dying?" "Of course, I'm afraid of dying," Luffy replied. "Then why?" questioned Adele, causing Luffy's smile to fall for a moment as the memory momentarily flashed back to when Shanks saved Luffy's life when he was just a boy. "A long time ago, when I was just a kid," Luffy began, "a pirate saved my life. He lost his arm for me." He then grinned as he took his hat off and held it proudly. "That's why I won't just throw my life away. But I do have a dream. Something that I want more than anything. No matter what it takes, and yeah, it'll be pretty tough for a long time ago that's what I wanted to do." He then glanced at Adele, who stared at him with her mouth gaping open. "And if I die fighting for that, then I can't say I didn't try, now can I?" Adele only stared at Luffy in disbelief. Or maybe it was Or perhaps disbelief and awe mixed together. One thing was for certain. The Straw Hats couldn't be any prouder of their captain. "You know," Usopp began, "I gotta hand it to Luffy. He sure knows what to say, sometimes." "Yeah, can't count how many times he's encouraged us with his words," said Nami. "Big brother really can be wise, huh?" asked Aika. "Yeah, even Luffy's not a complete idiot," said Sanji. "He can actually be really understanding. He sees what that kid's been through because it reminds him of what he's gone through when he was a kid." "I guess in a way," Robin began, "that's Luffy's way of comforting someone, isn't it?" "I guess so," Kumi shrugged. But then, all of a sudden, the memory practically shook as there was a loud explosion followed by the sound of sirens blaring, causing the Straw Hats to look up and see that they were sailing toward what appeared to be a marine base. An all too familiar one. They could see several shipwrecks in the water, indicating that many pirates had already been sunk. "Oh, right. I remember this place," said Usopp with dread. "We actually ended up coming back here." "What's going on?" Aika asked. "Is that a marine stronghold?" Frankie questioned. "Why were you guys going there?" "That's Navarone, otherwise known as Marine Base G8, said Nami. "It was all a part of Gaspard's trap." "His trap?" Brooke repeated. "Hey, what's going on here?" asked past Nami as she stood at the foredeck with the others. "Isn't that a marine stronghold?" "Nami, what do you think this means?" asked past Sanji. "I don't know," past Nami answered as she looked at the eternal pose. "I mean, the needle is definitely pointing forward." "Say," past Robin spoke up. "Suppose that eternal pose might be a fake." Past Nami and past Sanji both gasped before they looked down at the eternal pose's nameplate, which past Sanji pried off using a knife before it fell off, revealing the real name underneath. Navarone. "Damn it, I knew something was fishy," past Sanji cursed. "It was Gaspard's doing," past Luffy suddenly spoke, causing the others to look at him. "Luffy?" asked past Usopp. "There's not a doubt in my mind," past Luffy replied. "Only he could have done something like this." "What?" asked past Nami, "but you don't know that." "I'm certain of it," past Luffy answered. "Actually, I think he's right," said Adele as she came up to the fore, a bitter, defeated look in her eyes. "When we were sailing, I saw a huge stockpile of eternal poses in the cargo hold on the Salamander. I think that might be one of them." "So it really was Gaspard's doing?" Aika asked. "That's right," said Nami. "Gaspard played us for fools. He was determined to win the race, no matter what, so he duped us and used fake eternal poses so that everyone else would either get killed or arrested by the Marines and he could win the race, no problem." "Why, that dirty cheater!" Frankie barked. "That's what we said," said Zoro. "Pirates stabbing pirates in the back, eh?" questioned past Zoro. "Some general, he is." "What a shitty bastard," past Sanji cursed. "What should we do?" asked past Usopp. "Go after him." "How?" asked past Nami. "We don't have a real eternal pose." "She's right," Adele shouted. "It's too late, it's all too late, now." She then lowered her head, her body trembling. And now. Grandpa's gonna." "Your grandfather?" past Nami repeated. "He's not related to me," Adele replied. "He saved my life, once. But he's really sick. And those damn pirates say that he's not their comrade, so they won't help him. That's why I snuck on board your ship." "You were gonna use the money to buy medicine," past Nami said, almost sadly. "Now it makes sense." "Wow. Poor Adele," said Aika, sympathizing with the disguised girl. "I feel for her," Chopper agreed. "Man, you're a moron," said past Luffy, causing Adele to look up at him. "Luffy," past Nami chided. "How could you say that? The old man didn't save your life, just so you could go around doing stuff like that," past Luffy said. I know that," Adele snapped. "If you know that, then keep living," past Luffy argued. "If your resolve really is that strong, then go and rescue him from that ship. Otherwise, if you're not gonna do anything about it, then you don't have the right to talk about risking your life." "Luffy," past Nami whispered. "That sounds like what he said to Sanji," said Aika. "He's right, though," Sanji replied. "You can't go talking about risking your life, and then not do anything about it. That's the same as being a coward." "Someone like you," Adele began while tears fell from her eyes, "doesn't need to tell me that." Well, that's good, then, said past Luffy as he turned to face Adele with that same cocky grin. I'm about to go and kick Gaspard's ass. You coming with? Of course, I am, Adele shouted. I definitely am. Good. Past Luffy nodded while the past Straw Hats grinned, as well. Well, there's no way I'm letting that 300 million berry prize get away, said past Nami, although the sound in her voice made it sound like it was for a different reason than the money. We will need a real eternal pose, though. Past Usopp muttered, nervously. It sounds to me like you're actually going to fight Gaspard. He was soon interrupted by the sound of a cannon blast. Oh, crap, they're shooting at us. Gum gum. Balloon. Past Luffy shouted as he inflated his stomach, causing the cannonball to get bounced back. Alright, then, guys. Let's go. Right. The past Straw Hats agreed. But, wait, past Usopp cried. How are we supposed to find them? With Chopper's nose, answered past Luffy. Ah, I see, past Sanji mused. That can't possibly work, past Usopp muttered. Don't worry about it, said past Nami. Just leave the rest to me, the navigator. Are things always so lively on this ship? Asked past Robin. Oh, yeah, past Zoro answered. Pretty much every day. Soon, the memory faded to black, once again. Were you seriously doubting my nose? Asked Chopper as he glared at Usopp. Yeah, sometimes even Chopper's nose works better than mine, said Blizzard. Well, Usopp stammered. You know, Robin began. I can't help but wonder. Does Luffy take his own advice to heart, now? Huh? Nami asked. What do you mean, Robin? It's nothing, Robin replied. Probably something silly, I think. Zoro couldn't help but notice the slight tinge of doubt in Robin's voice. Truthfully, he was starting to wonder the same thing. He knew that Luffy tended to be reckless. But ever since the crew came back together after those 2 years spent training, the swordsman couldn't help but notice that Luffy seemed to be a bit more reckless than normal, especially when the crew was in battle with a major rival. There were some pretty close calls, what with Hody Jones on Fishman Island, Doflamingo on Dressrosa, and others. Of course, he managed to bounce back and he always seemed fine after that, but could it be that Luffy had unknowingly developed a suicidal tendency? Perhaps it was best not to think about it, at least not until they got the real Luffy out of this mess. Soon, the memory shifted, showing past Luffy standing on board the partially destroyed deck of the Salamander. It was raining hard and there was wind all around. The sky was dark with storm clouds. Both masts had been broken and so one of the paddle wheels, before Gaspard, laid the battered, bruised body of Shiraya. Oh, no, Ika cried. What happened to him? Obviously, Gaspard beat him up, said Zoro. Poor fool. Why was he trying to fight Gaspard, anyway? Asked Blizzard. Judging by the look of him, it looked like Gaspard overpowered him easily. And what happened to that bodyguard of his? The creepy man with the claws? We don't know, Sanji answered, but about why Shiraya tried to fight Gaspard. Actually, you'll see in a while. I'm surprised you made it this far, said Gaspard. I guess that 30 million berry of yours isn't just for show, after all. Past Luffy only turned and glared at Gaspard, who only glowered down at him. What is it, the Anna end up like this punk here? At that moment, past Luffy seemed to finally notice Shiraya. Huh? He asked. What's he doing here? This is what happens to those who try and come after me, said Gaspard. Though I will admit, he did put on a good show. Past Luffy only glared at Gaspard before he turned to face him completely. What is it? Asked Gaspard. You look like you have something on your mind. Why do you do it? Past Luffy interrupted. Huh? Gaspard muttered. Oh, you're talking about the stronghold, right? Anything goes in this race. Remember? I don't have time to listen to someone complaining. You're a strong guy, aren't you? Past Luffy asked. You didn't have to go and take everyone out of the race, did you? That's right, you cheater, Brook shouted. It doesn't matter, said Gaspard. This is all just a game. A game? Past Luffy repeated. That's right, a game, Gaspard confirmed. If I didn't have a way to entertain myself, this boring shit of a sea would be unbearable. You're all nothing but a lousy bunch of pirates with pointless dreams. Buried treasure? Untold adventures? What kind of bullshit is that? Hey, our dreams are not, Ika started. Don't even think about repeating that, young lady, Nami shouted. Should we just cover Aika's ears for most of these memories? Asked Usopp. Seriously? All you really need in this world is power, said Gaspard. With power, you can have everything you want. And anyone pathetic enough not to understand deserves to be crushed by me. As the Straw Hats listened to the former Marine, they couldn't help but be disgusted by what he said. He sounded no different from Crocodile and all those other jerks they ever came across. Pirates who believed that dreams were meaningless and that power is the one way to get by in life. It was absolutely sickening to listen to, and quite frankly, they heard more than their fair share of it throughout their voyage. And by tripling the prize money, said Gaspard with a smug grin, we ended up getting some rather interesting participants. And anyone who had survived, I'd reward them by having them join me. Nami grimaced. I'd die before I joined someone like him. Same, Zoro agreed. Me, too, said Blizzard. It's that kind of a game, said Gaspard. All just to cure my boredom. I get it now, said Past Sanji as he came aboard the ship with Past Zoro, who was carrying Adele under his armpit. You're that bookie's accomplice, aren't you? I bet he's probably left the island by now. With the prize money to boot. Well, I wouldn't know if he's still alive, though, Gaspard replied, to Past Sanji's confusion. His eternal pose was also a fake. He then let out a typical evil cackle. I get it, Frankie said. He set up the bookie, too, didn't he? Yep, Sanji answered. That's how it is in the world of cutthroats. He really is evil, Kumi said as she stood beside Chopper. Yeah, he sure is, Chopper agreed. Grandpa, cried Adele as she ran to the side of an old man that was wearing some ragged clothing. In fact, the old man looked rather poorly at that. Anaguma! The old man shouted as he took the disguised girl in his arms and hugged her tightly. Thank God. I'm so glad you're safe, you little idiot. Is that Adele's grandpa? Asked Aika. Not her real one, Robin began, but yes, that was the old man who had been taking care of her. Adele asked us to save him, Zoro answered, but it looked like the old-timer had other plans. Huh? Aika muttered. What are you talking about, Zoro? Well, you see, Zoro started. The old man planned to blow up the ship along with himself, and kill Gaspard in the process. What? Aika questioned. Why would he do something like that? Frankie asked. I know old men can be pretty crazy sometimes, but I didn't think he'd be that nuts. He planned to sacrifice himself while Adele escaped with us, said Sanji. At least, that's what he said. So, the old man is. Aika whispered. Just watch and see, honey, said Robin. You'll see it's not as bad as you might think. Hey, Luffy, Past Zoro called as he walked away with Adele under his arm. Again. We're done here. Fine, Past Luffy answered as he momentarily glanced back at the swordsman. What, you're going back, already? Asked Gaspard, who still had that same wicked grin. But you went through all this trouble of tracking me down. Why not stay and play a bit? He sounds like a bratty little kid who wants a new toy, said Usopp in disdain. Yeah, he sure does, Nami agreed. Shut up and let's fight, already, said Past Luffy, causing Gaspard to scowl at him. What have you been gabbing on about, anyway? Are you stupid or something? I'm not here to play your stupid games. And I don't give a damn about all your bragging. I'm here for one thing and one thing only. And that's to kick your ass. Hearing that caused the veins to pop up on Gaspard's forehead. I thought I told you, he growled. Watch your mouth, or you're gonna end up dead. Just then, Shiraya suddenly staggered to his feet. Hold on, he said, weakly. Stay out of this. Gaspard is mine to kill. He then gave the general a grin. Come on. Let's get on with the show. Forget it, said Gaspard. I don't play with broken toys. Fuck you, you bastard, Shiraya yelled. For 8 years. 8 long years, I've thought of nothing but my revenge against you, my sister. My parents. My friends. You killed every last one of them. I know that I'm being an idiot 100 times over. But I've lived my entire life bathed in the blood of my enemies. I can't turn back now. I refuse to let you go. Not until we've finished this, once and for all, my dear general. Past Luffy only stared at Shiraya in stunned silence. This guy. He's trying to get himself killed, too. I can't let him do that. The Straw Hats all gasped silently as they watched the memory. HMPH. Gaspard scoffed. That's the very picture of stupidity. Call it what you will, but I won't quit, Shiraya said as he accidentally stumbled into past Luffy. Oh, sorry about that. I'm sorry, too, past Luffy replied. Huh? Shiraya asked. For what? For this. Past Luffy yelled before he punched the bounty hunter in his face, sending him crashing through the wall, where he soon passed out. Stay out of my way. Past Luffy shouted. What did he do that for? Asked Chopper. Is he crazy? Usopp questioned. This was the only way he could stop him, said Zoro. If Shiraya kept trying to fight, he'd only get killed. As rough as it was, Luffy saved his ass. Just like with that Boodle guy, Ika noted. That's our captain, said Sanji. As unorthodox as ever. As for Gaspard, he simply cackled again. You're right, he was in the way, he said. That emotional sap. You, Straw Hat. You might have a smart mouth, but I like you. Don't make me repeat myself, past Luffy said in an almost cold voice. Shut your mouth and let's fight, already. Gaspard only growled, despite the grin on his face. But the Straw Hats could tell that that was more than enough to piss him off. That does it, he said. I'm gonna beat that impudent mouth of yours from the inside out. With that said, he lunged for past Luffy, who took a fighting stance, signaling the start of the brawl. Gaspard took a swing at past Luffy, who deftly evaded his fist before he gave a right hook. He grinned, thinking that he had managed to land the first hit. But then, he noticed that Gaspard was smirking, too. That's when the Straw Hats noticed that past Luffy's fist was stuck in Gaspard's stomach, which had turned into some sort of green substance. What's going on? Ika asked. Gaspard ate a devil fruit, said Sanji. The candy fruit. It causes Gaspard's body to turn into candy syrup. Anything that hits Gaspard's body ends up sticking to him like glue. That's gross, Frankie grimaced, and past Luffy soon expressed the same sentiment as he tried to pull his fist out of GT was in too deep for him to get free. Meanwhile, a gloating Gaspard explained his devil fruit power to the rubber man. No matter how strong your punches are, Gaspard said, they don't mean a thing against me. He then gave a malevolent grin, and now, it's showtime. On that, he proceeded to punch past Luffy across the face, causing his hat to go flying off his head. The memory blurred for just a moment, showing that he had temporarily lost his senses, and as if that wasn't bad enough, Gaspard started to mercilessly pummel on him, causing Ika to wince as she covered her eyes while Chopper bit his lip at the sight of his captain's blood splattering in different directions. The Straw Hats weren't too far off, themselves, wincing and flinching at every hit that had landed. It was moments like this that they were glad that Luffy developed armaments hockey later on. Oh, man, he's getting creamed, Blizzard exclaimed. You're telling me, Sanji said. This is so painful to watch, Nami added while she hugged herself. Tell me about it, Usopp agreed with a noticeable grimace. I feel those punches, and I'm not even Luffy. Ooh, Frankie cried as he saw another hit land. Oh, right in the jaw. Someone do something, Brook exclaimed. Oh, don't worry, said Sanji. I actually had a plan. At that moment, past Luffy had finally dropped to his knees. Oh, that's not good, Frankie muttered in dread. Wait, said Zoro. Just give it a second. What's the matter? Asked Gaspard while he glowered down at Luffy. You've had enough. Already? He grabbed past Luffy by his head and lifted him up. Well, I haven't had my fill, just yet. You had better let me enjoy this fight, boy, or... He soon got his answer when past Luffy threw his other fist into his stomach, even though it ended up getting stuck in there, too. I guess you are, then, Gaspard grinned. Why did Luffy do that? Kumi asked. Now his other hand is stuck? I think he's trying to show Gaspard that he's not ready to give up, just yet, said Blizzard, and that's when past Luffy stretched his head all the way back, and accidentally startling past Sanji in the process. Gum goom. Bell, he soon smashed his head against Gaspard's body, causing his arms to get free as his body was splattered, and while the general was trying to go into a little boast, saying that it was useless to do anything, past Luffy kept using his attacks and even attempted to eat him, just like he did in his first fight with Crocodile. It was at that moment, though, that Gaspard had had enough and he came jumping out of past Luffy's mouth. Stop screwing around and get serious, boy, he shouted. Don't you understand the situation you're in? I am serious, past Luffy retorted. Are you, really? Gaspard questioned. I got myself free, didn't I? Past Luffy asked. Sometimes, I still wonder if he takes these fights seriously, Nami said, worriedly. Big brother's hat. Aika muttered as she glanced at the precious headwear that was now lying beside Gaspard. You impudent brat. Gaspard spat before he glanced to his left, where Luffy's hat was. And that's when the Straw Hats could have sworn that they saw this glint in his eye as a smirk appeared on his face. Oh. Usopp murmured, dreadfully. I don't like the looks of this, Chopper squeaked. You sure about this? Asked Gaspard as he looked to past Luffy, again. Leaving your precious treasure lying around like this? Past Luffy's eyes went wide while Aika gripped at the rims of Luffy's hat and pulled it against her head, almost as if she was bracing herself for something. You sure got mad when Needles was about to step on it, Gaspard said. It's the precious hat that red-haired Shanks gave to you, isn't it? He soon turned his left hand into a spike made of candy. Oh, dear. Robin whispered. He didn't give it to me, past Luffy shouted. I'm just holding onto it for him. Don't you touch it. If that's important to you, Gaspard began while he pointed his spiked arm at the hat, then you should protect it better. Don't you dare, past Luffy barked. If you put even one scratch on it, I'll kick your ass. Just screaming. Won't protect anything, Gaspard shouted, before he stabbed the precious straw hat, causing Aika and past Luffy to gasp in horror, the former gripping her brother's hat tightly in her hands. As for the Straw Hats, they all grimaced, knowing just how angry their captain could get when his precious treasure was harmed. But they were also worried because they knew that Luffy, when got angry, he got reckless. You bastard, past Luffy yelled while Gaspard cackled. There, maybe now, you'll fight a little more seriously, he declared. That Sanuva bitch, Frankie sneered, all for his stupid little entertainment. Jerks like him actually give bad guys a bad name, Nami added. But then, to everyone's surprise, past Luffy ran up and actually grazed Gaspard's right cheek. Whoa, how'd that happen? Usopp questioned. Luffy didn't have hockey back then, yet. Probably because Gaspard got a little too cocky, Zoro replied. Thing about logia types. Sometimes, they get a little overconfident. Tell me about it, Sanji concurred. As Gaspard stumbled, his cheek bloodied from the punch, past Luffy stood up as the rain poured down on him, the thunder rumbling in the clouds as if to emphasize his anger. Gimme my hat back, he demanded. That's a serious look you have, there, Gaspard mused. Fine, then. Catch, he then threw past Luffy's hat down, the spike ripping a huge tear in it, causing past Luffy's eye to widen and quietly clench his fist while Aika tightly hugged the straw hat to her chest. Oh, dear. That's not good, Brook muttered. Hey, is it me? Asked Frankie as he looked up at the darkening clouds. Or is the storm getting fiercer? That's because a cyclone was coming, Nami answered, and if Luffy didn't get out of there fast, he was gonna get swept away with it. As she said this, past Luffy charged at Gaspard and attempted to hit him with a gum-gum pistol, but the general grabbed his arm, swung him around like he was a rag doll, then threw him across the deck, which was slippery due to all the rain. Past Luffy crashed into the wall behind him, but he didn't give up, just yet. He spat out some blood that had formed in his mouth before he charged at Gaspard once more, but he only ended up getting punched in the gut before he got socked in the face, sending him skidding across the deck, again. Sanji, you said had a plan, right? Aika asked. Yeah, why'd you take so long? Kumi questioned. Luffy's getting pummeled out there. I had a hard time finding what I needed, Sanji answered. And besides, I wasn't the only one with a plan. Remember the old man? As past Luffy attempted to hit Gaspard once more, he only ended up getting sent flying, crashing into the captain's quarters. He groaned as he tried to pull himself out of the wreckage, blood and bruises all over his body. Bastard. He cursed. Pathetic fool, Gaspard said from behind him, causing past Luffy to glance back. Standing back up after taking all those punches. He then looked up at the storm clouds. Oh, looks like the storm's getting worse. I think it's high time we finished this, don't you? I told you that you'd be a dead man, didn't I? Past Luffy questioned before he stretched his arm at Gaspard, who simply moved his head out of the way. But he didn't see that past Luffy's hand had grabbed onto the mizzenmast. Enough of your weak attacks, boy, said Gaspard. Is that really all that you, a man worth 30 million berries, can offer? Well, I suppose against my bounty of 95 million, you didn't stand much of a chance, now did you? Don't worry. I'll be sure to make your deathless as quick and painless as possible. He then turned his hand into Candy Claws. I'm really a kind man, aren't I? Gum gum. Flower arrangement, past Luffy shouted before he pulled on the mizzenmast, tearing it down and it. He got him, Chopper exclaimed. Wait, it's not over yet, said Sanji. After Gaspard had been thrown down onto the deck, still impaled by the mast, past Luffy leapt into the air and did a complete 180 flip. Gum gum spear. Stretching his feet down, he slammed Gaspard right into the deck before he landed near past Sanji, who ran up to him while carrying 2 large sacks in his hands. What are those? Ika asked. Flour, Sanji replied. Flour? Nami repeated. What did you need those for? You'll see, Sanji smirked. Hey, Luffy, you finished yet? Past Sanji asked as he approached him. This ship is gonna sink at any minute, now. We gotta get the hell out of Dodge. Go back to the ship without me, past Luffy answered. I'm sorry, but this might take a little while longer. Well, that actually hurt. To the Straw Hat's shock, save for Zoro and Sanji, Gaspard was actually beginning to reform his body, with the mast still stuck in it. When my body isn't syrup, it turns normal, he said as he spat the mast out. It's been quite a long time since I felt pain. Well, that would have done more than just hurt. Past Sanji muttered. Well, guess it can't be helped, then. We'll get the ship out of here and then come back for you. You don't have a problem with it, do you? Not one, past Luffy answered. You're leaving him behind? Asked Ika. Ika, as much as we hated to, we didn't have a choice, Nami answered. But still, Blizzard exclaimed. We couldn't wait for Luffy and get caught up in the cyclone, Zoro said. Besides, he would have wanted us to escape without him. That's just how he is. That doesn't mean I like it, Blizzard bemoaned. Before I go, past Sanji began as he handed past Luffy the sacks of flour. Here, take these. What are these for? Past Luffy asked. You can use them, answered past Sanji. Anyway, see ya. With that, he ran off the ship. Hey, wait a minute. Past Luffy called, but he was already gone. Soon, it was just him and Gaspard. The 2 pirates stared each other down as the storm raged on around them, the cyclone drawing ever closer. But then, out of nowhere, kaboom, the ship suddenly exploded. What the hell? Frankie questioned. What the hell just happened? Asked Blizzard in shock. The old man happened, that's what, Sanji replied. Remember, I said that he blew up the ship. But, then, what happened to the old man? Ika asked. Just keep watching, honey, Robin assured. Trust me, it's not as bad as it seems. Gah! Past Luffy gasped as he emerged from the cloud of steam and smoke, and as he looked down, he saw that the ship was split in half. Now, he was practically staring down at the sea below. Geez, what the hell happened? It just blew up all of a sudden. How come it did that? He then looked around, and more importantly, where's that SBAG Gaspard? Did he sink? I'm up here, fool. Past Luffy gasped before looked up and saw Gaspard standing on the railing, which was now upside down. There you are, past Luffy shouted, only for Gaspard to turn both his hands into spears and attempt to stab him, but he missed, only hitting one of the sacks of flour, which created a large cloud of the white powder. I'll admit, you were a worthy advisory, said Gaspard. I rather liked this ship. Past Luffy only glared up at him while holding the other sack of flour. Looks like your underlings ran away without you, said Gaspard. They're not my underlings, past Luffy replied. Those guys are my friends, my family. Huh? Gaspard muttered. I don't have any underlings on my ship, past Luffy said. Damn right, you don't, Usopp shouted with a proud grin. You tell him, Luffy, Chopper added. HMPH, Gaspard harumphed. I was wondering what kind of bullshit you'd say. A pirate captain, making friends with his crew. What nonsense, here on this sea. There are those who rule and those who are ruled over. Power is everything. That's why I left the Marines and became a pirate. I may despise this sea, but with power, I shall rule it all. He then burst into laughter, again. This spiel, again? Nami groaned. I wish Luffy would just shut this jackass up already, Frankie said. Oh, don't worry, Zoro smirked. He'll be doing that soon enough. I certainly hope so, Brook replied. This is why I said that you're trash, past Luffy spoke, causing Gaspard to glare at him. You don't understand anything about being a real pirate. That's why you think you can just spout crap like that. Anybody who doesn't believe in his crew can't raise a Jolly Roger and call themselves a pirate. Whenever I meet someone like that, I kick their asses. Soon after that, he grinned. Just like I'm about to do you, right now. Gaspard only snarled at past Luffy while the Straw Hats smirked. They knew that people like Gaspard, people who spouted on about having power more than friends, was what really got to their captain. And that's when they knew that Luffy was going to be the one to win this battle, shortly. How interesting, said Gaspard, trying to keep his calm demeanor. You've certainly given me a lot of grief, boy. To repay your tenacity, I'll keep playing with you until the very end. Listen up. There are some lifeboats down below, and then there's that. As he pointed to his right, past Luffy followed his gaze, only to yelp in surprise as he saw the huge cyclone that was coming even closer. What the hell is that? Past Luffy questioned. Holy hell, that thing's close, Frankie shouted. Big brother. Aika whimpered while Kumi gulped, nervously. Don't worry, Aika, he'll get out of there, Nami answered, somehow. In a storm like this, Gaspard grinned, the boat will get trapped in that huge cyclone. It's the perfect setting for people like us. Two men who have gained powers and have become hammers of the sea. In other words, whoever wins this battle gets to live. Now, here I come. Soon, Gaspard threw his fist down at past Luffy, who stretched his fist at him. Both attacks ended up striking each other, and Aika and Chopper both winced as they saw that past Luffy had gotten impaled in his right side. It caused the Straw Hat Captain quite a deal of pain and he ended up coughing up a little blood. Meanwhile, Gaspard snickered while past Luffy's fist was stuck in his chest. I got you, now, Gaspard said. Just another example of your stupidity, To his shock, however, past Luffy managed to pull his fist out. Ah. Ow. Past Luffy winced. But then he looked down at his hand and that's when he noticed it was covered in flour. Wait a minute. Aika whispered before she gasped. The flour, it made Gaspard not sticky anymore. Exactly, Sanji smirked. Every devil fruit has a weakness, Aika. Even logia types aren't invincible. I guess you were useful for something, after all, Cook, Zoro quipped, causing Sanji to glare at him. Don't even start with me, Moss Head, Sanji snarled. As for past Luffy, he smirked as he glared up at Gaspard before he held up the other sack of flour. Hey, Gaspard, catch, he shouted before he threw the other sack at the general, the powder covering him from head to toe. Gaspard cried. What is this? Is this flour? Then, wabam, past Luffy's foot ended up kicking him in the side, sending him against the wall. If you're not able to keep up with me, past Luffy said, then here I come. Gaspard, soon, he charged at him with both fists reeled back. Gum Gatling. Without little mercy, he began to pummel Gaspard with a relentless flurry of fists. Yeah, Aika cheered. Get him, big brother. All right, Luffy. Way to go, Kumi exclaimed. After past Luffy gave one last punch to Gaspard's face, he grabbed him by the collar of his coat and pinned him against the wall. You're the one who's been playing at being a pirate, Gaspard, past Luffy shouted. Even though blood was spilling from his open wound. But this is where it really ends. He then began to spin around, head over heels. Wine did. Now Gum Bogan. He soon sent Gaspard flying into the air. Yes, Usopp cheered. This is it, Sanji exclaimed. I'm not done yet, Straw Hat, Gaspard declared while holding onto the dragon figurehead. This time, I'll pierce you right through, soon. He turned his whole body into candy spikes and began to descend. Oh, Chopper cried. That's not good, watch out, big brother, shouted Aika. Past Luffy glared up at Gaspard, completely undeterred. Then he stretched his arms far behind him. Goom. You idiot, Gaspard shouted. Don't you see these spikes on me? It's over. Zoro whispered, bazooka. Bam! Past Luffy struck Gaspard with both barrels. Even though his hands got impaled by the spikes. However, it was that one last push that sent Gaspard flying off the ship. And soon, he disappeared within the cyclone, never to be seen again. Ha! Ha! Past Luffy panted. Finally. I beat him. He then gave a tired smile. Serves him right, bastard. Then, everything went black. Oh, no, what happened? Aika questioned in shock. Is Big Brother okay? Relax, Aika, Chopper answered. Luffy lost too much blood and passed out, that's all. But what about that cyclone? Frankie questioned. How'd he even get the hell out of here? Well, remember that old man? Asked Sanji. The one who blew up the ship. What about him? Brook asked. Didn't he die? Well, about that. Sanji started, but then, the memory began to slowly fade into view. And the first thing that the Straw Hats saw was the blue sky and a flock of seagulls soaring overhead. I'm alive? Past Luffy asked. Well, welcome back to the world of the living, boy. Past Luffy groaned as he sat up and saw Shiraya as well as Adele's adopted grandfather. Wait, that's Adele's grandpa, isn't it? Aika asked. What happened? Frankie asked. I thought he blew up the ship. Turns out the old man was going to watch until the end, Zoro pointed out. Not die. He saved Luffy and the other guy at the last second. Huh? Past Luffy asked. Old man? And you? Hey, Shiraya greeted. You sleep well? I feel pretty sore, Past Luffy answered. Where are we? Luffy. Past Luffy gasped before he turned around and saw the past Straw Hats waving to him while standing on the shore of a small island. There he is. He's okay, Past Usopp exclaimed with tears in his eyes. Luffy, over here, Past Chopper called while waving his arms. Oh, thank God. Past Nami added, wearing her raincoat. See? Past Zoro asked with a grin. I told you he'd make it? Yeah, right. You were nervous, just like the rest of us, Past Sanji spat. How lively, Past Robin mused. Guys, Past Luffy called as he got up and ran to them. You're okay. Bonk. Past Nami bopped him on the head, causing him to yelp in pain. Ouch, Nami. Past Luffy cried as he held the bump that formed on his crown. What did you do that for? What did you think, idiot? Past Nami questioned. You scared me half to death. Past Luffy blinked while he rubbed the bump on his head. But then, Past Nami wrapped her arms around him, tightly, causing the memory to turn pink as the Straw Hats heard the sound of their captain's heartbeat quickening. You really had us worried, you know, Past Nami said. Don't scare us like that, again. Nami. Past Luffy whispered. Ah, Aika smiled. You were about Big Brother, huh, big sis? Of course, I was. Nami answered. I thought he was gonna get in that cyclone. Did you have to him, though? Asked Zoro. Again. I was worried, Nami repeated. Being worried kinda makes me lose rational thought. Fine, said Zoro. I guess you get a pass for that. Good to see you safe and sound, Captain, said Past Zoro as he put his hand on Past Luffy's shoulder. I wasn't worried, you know, Past Usopp added. I knew you'd be back, one way or another. I was so scared, Past Chopper bawled while he hugged Past Luffy, who laughed as he gently patted his head. Sorry I worried everybody, he said. Hey, Luffy? Asked Past Sanji. Where's your hat? Huh? Past Luffy muttered before he looked around. Only to gasp in horror as he remembered the last place he saw it. Oh, no, I lost it, I lost my hat. Oh, that's right, Aika exclaimed. How did Big Brother get his hat back? The memory shifted, showing the past Straw Hats sitting in the galley. The old man sat at the table with the crew. Shiraya was leaning against the wall behind him. And Adele was sitting face first toward the northern wall. And meanwhile, Past Luffy was sobbing his eyes out. Geez, what's with the atmosphere? Asked Blizzard. Yeah, you could cut the tension with a knife, Kumi added. Well, this is a bit of an awkward situation, wouldn't you say? Past Usopp whispered. Of course, it is. Past Nami whispered. After all, they just found that they're brother and sister, and so suddenly, too. Wait, what? Asked Aika. Adele is Shiraya's younger sister, said Robin. 8 years before this, Gaspard came to their hometown with his crew and… Well, in the ensuing chaos, Adele was separated from Shiraya. Say what? Frankie questioned. So then, all this time, Brooke whispered. Yeah, Nami said. Shariah believed that Adele was dead and he planned to take his revenge on Gaspard. And he was actually willing to kill himself along with him. What he didn't know was that the old man saved Adele's life, said Sanji. She was so traumatized, she forgot all about her brother. Wow. It almost sounds like Big Brother and me, Aika said. I didn't know that I was related to him until later. But if they know, how come they're not hugging each other? Different people have different ways of coping with things such as these, Robin said. Shariah and Adele don't really know how to deal with this sudden revelation. All this time, Shariah that Adele was dead and Adele didn't think she had any other family. It's a bit of a shock. I guess if I were Shariah, I'd be shocked, myself, said Frankie. My hot. Past Luffy bawled, a literal waterfall of tears falling from his face and onto the floor. Come on, cheer up, Luffy, past Sanji said. I told you, we looked everywhere. I know how you feel, I'm sorry. My hot. Past Luffy sobbed, again. Ah, poor Big Brother, Aika said, sadly. Oh, don't worry, this has a happy ending, Nami smiled, and as she said that, Shariah tossed something onto the table. Luffy's hat, which had a large tear down the middle but otherwise intact. Here, he said. Ah, my hat, past Luffy cried, happily. You found it, thanks, past Usopp said. You said it was important to you, right? Asked Shariah. I found it lying at my feet, so I picked it up for you. Thank you, past Luffy sobbed. You're a great guy, aren't you? Nami, please fix it again. I know, past Nami said. Give it here. The memory shifted, once more, this time showing the Going Merry sailing towards an island. I see an island up ahead, past Luffy exclaimed. That's the real goal island, past Nami answered, holding an eternal pose. The needle from the eternal pose that the old man gave us is pointing right towards it. She then grinned, along with past Luffy and past Chopper. Which means we win the race, the past Straw Hats, except for past Zoro and past Robin, cheered loudly. Well, what a stroke of luck, eh? Brooke asked. Well, not quite, Brooke, said Nami. You see, it seemed that we had company. Brooke hummed, inquisitively, but then, past Luffy, past Usopp, past Chopper, and past Nami let out horrified shrieks, and it didn't take long for them to see why. A fleet of marine battleships had appeared. Oh, no, not the Marines, again, Aika complained. And they were the same ones that were chasing us before the race, said Sanji. Talk about persistent. Soon, the past Straw Hats were at the aft, where Shariah, Adele, and the old man were seen standing. Ick had been tied to the railing. What do you mean you have to leave? Asked Adele. Just tell them that you saved us. You know that they won't listen to us, past Usopp argued. We are pirates, after all, past Nami pointed out. In a situation such as this, we have to run away. But, Adele stammered. From now on, you're gonna live in a place where the sun will be able to reach you, said past Nami. You can't be seen with wanted criminals. But, Adele started as tears welled up in her eyes. So don't ever say that your life has no meaning, ever again, okay? Past Nami asked before she walked away. Well, see ya, Adele. You take care, you hear? Past Usopp asked. Be sure to grow into a fine young lady, past Sanji added. And to do that, past Robin began. Maybe you should stop talking like a little boy. Work hard, kid, past Zoro added. Take care of yourselves out there, okay? Past Chopper asked while Adele sniffled. At that moment, past Luffy and Shariah locked eyes with each other, and the former's smile fell for just a moment. You think that you saved us? Asked Shariah. Well, whatever. He then smirked at the Straw Hat Captain. I don't ever want to see that face of yours, again. Past Luffy smiled while Adele stared at her long-lost older brother in surprise. What did he say that for, ingrate? Blizzard questioned. I think he was just trying to put up a front, said Nami. Of course, Robin said. A bounty hunter, admitting he'd like a pirate? Not so professional, wouldn't you say? Besides, Luffy didn't take it personally, said Zoro. Get out of here. You damn pirate, said Shariah. Sure. Past Luffy answered before he cut the dinghy loose from the railing, just as the Going Merry sailed away. Bye, take care of yourself. Bye, Adele called as she waved after him. Soon, past Luffy went to join the others, And he saw that past Nami was strangling past Zoro for some reason. "That damned bookmaker, working with Gaspard," past Nami shouted. "I'll never forgive them for this. 300 million berries, gone." "At least you have your life," past Zoro croaked. "Was that necessary?" Zoro questioned. "Why take it out on me?" "Sorry," Nami said, sheepishly. "Ah, let it go, Nami," past Luffy said, causing past Nami to glare at him. "Don't sweat it, we still got a long journey ahead of us, so something's bound to turn up, eventually." "Luffy's right, Nami," said past Sanji. "Besides, we should probably do something about those guys." He gestured to the pursuing Marines behind them. Past Nami groaned. "I'm tired of being a flat broke pirate all the time. Why is everyone so happy?" She, past Luffy laughed, only for past Nami to growl. "Listen up," she barked. "Hurry up and lose those Marines so we can get to the next island, already." "Of course, Nami, dear," past Sanji exclaimed. "You heard the lady, you guys," past Luffy cheered. "Full speed ahead to becoming the king of the pirates. Our next adventure awaits." "Yeah," past Zoro, past Usopp, past Sanji, and past Chopper cheered. And past Robin could only smile in amusement. And even past Nami couldn't help but smile, a little, and the present-day Straw Hats smiled, as well as they watched their past counterparts sail onward.